Okay, so we are live again, and welcome everybody to the Citizen Science Podcast. And I'm really happy that you are here. We already have some people lined up in the comment section. And anyway, we have Gillian with us today. Hi, Gillian.
Hiya.
And then we also have Samuel Hofman with us today as well. Hi, Sam.
Hello, recovering from Thanksgiving.
Hi. Yeah, we were just talking about that, how we are um,
Hello, recovering from
whatever.
Thanksgiving.
Hi. Yeah, we were just talking about that, how we are.
Sorry.
Hello, recovering from Thanksgiving.
There you go.
Not a techno wizard. What can I say?
Hey, I know. Well, that's only normal when you're on live that something will, act up like that. But anyway, yeah, we were just talking about how we had a great holiday and recovering, basically. But Julian, I think doesn't have. Do you have a comparable Thanksgiving in Scotland? No.
No.
Okay.
Haven't seen it. I think the only different thing when I came here was they talk about St. Andrew's Day, but I'm not even sure when that is. I just know that in the care homes they make different kind of foods or cakes that day.
I see. Yeah. Well, hey, Shoba Dyer is here. And Karina. Hi, Karina. Always, when I see your name, I think of France. Because once I saw you were from France, I'll never forget that. So I don't know why, but it just sticks. So it's great to see you here. And let's see. I was going to add TikTok as well. Let me just click live on there, and we'll just see how this goes. If it doesn't work, I'll unhook them. But hey, why not, right? If we can, let's do it. So they'll just be seeing what I see. Yeah. So, and we have Facebook user. Hey, Facebook user. If you,
probably Audrey again.
Whoever you are.
Probably Audrey again.
I know. Sometimes it's JD. I've noticed. Sometimes
him too.
But I don't know if he puts hearts in his comments or not. But if you want to reveal who you are, you can go to facebook.com/StreamYard, all one word, and that way you can approve for them to reveal your name and identity if you want to do that. And oh, hey, Thomas, good to see you here. I'm happy. I don't know if you've been with us for one of our shows yet, but Thomas is in Germany. So happy you're here.
Thomas.
And yeah, Katie Joe. Hey, Katie Joe. She's always with us, which is nice. She's a regular. And who else? Kirsty Jane. Hola. So I don't think I've seen your name here yet. So good to see you. And yeah, so that's what we have going so far. I have some pictures and videos, as usual, lined up for us to go over. And if you have questions for Sam, feel free to put them in the comment section.
It's been quite an interesting week. I got some pictures yesterday that I literally had to go way back into the files of like all the way back to 2019 and lay that picture next to the other ones because I thought they matched so well the old shot that I almost thought that they were the old shot. And so I saved it and I stuck it right next to the other one, and it's literally an exact match except 4 years later, and just unbelievably. And then of course it was the tan asteroids and all the stuff underneath Uri, and it was just like, oh my God, this is literally an exact match. So there's a lot of really cool stuff going on overhead.
What were you seeing? Like, they're in Montana. What were you seeing today? What are you seeing there today?
Me?
In Montana, what does it look like?
I sort of looked outside today. I haven't really been doing anything other than getting all the dishes from Thanksgiving all put away and everything, because I ended up with 2 loads worth of dishes, in my dishwasher.
Of course.
I no longer hand wash my dishes. Thank God.
Would you believe I have a dishwasher, but I hand wash more than I ever put in my dishwasher. I don't know why. I think I went 10 years without a dishwasher when all my kids were little.
Yeah.
I
Can't
live
stand
somewhere that,
in front of the sink for very long. It takes me
yeah,
forever, and then and then I got to go sit down for a while till my back stops hurting, and then I go back at it again. So, um,
it's a
after my
chore.
last dishwasher got fried, we got a new one, and that was of course years
Right.
ago. And it took me, oh God, it took over a year of saving to actually get it. So, but anyway,
Oh, sure. I do. It's all pricey. Everything.
yeah,
Everything.
it's
Did you see
34
how?
degrees and sunny here. It's kind of
Oh,
cold.
okay. I was gonna say it is. Let me compare. Here in Oklahoma, it is 52. It's
You guys are
actually
supposed
pretty.
to get some snow today.
No,
What's others?
Well,
not
you
here.
rain for sure, but
Now it could. At nighttime, it's going to be in the maybe below freezing. I haven't heard them say below freezing yet. 30s, but
the
not.
weatherman was saying somewhere around 4 o'clock in the afternoon is when it's going to go past you guys. It's going to the moisture is coming up from Texas, and then of course the cold is coming down from Colorado.
I see it on the radar.
Mm.
It's actually, yeah, it is. Well, we might get some rain. It looks like
Yeah,
about 6 p.m. So,
yeah. I
but
watched
at that time, it'll be 50 degrees.
I
So,
watched
no, I
stuff.
know better than to debate you on that. I know you know.
It's cold
So,
here. It's cold here now. It's gone
hey,
to 0. I think it says 0
Well,
right.
degrees
I watched
Celsius.
Ryan Hall yesterday, of course, and so I get his weather report, and it's usually a week long report, so it was pretty
Yeah,
accurate
yeah,
usually.
right. Hey,
So
Rebecca, she's with us and she's in Texas. And I bet it's pretty there because it's pretty here in Oklahoma. It's really pretty. I'll show some video here in a moment of what I captured when I got out to run a quick errand. So I was
Yeah,
telling Sam,
sky was gorgeous here.
if I wasn't here inside with you guys, I would definitely be outside live. That's how nice the sky is. The sky is like off the hook. And temperature was nice. It was one of them days. It kind of like gave me I don't know, a boost of energy, when you see it, you're just like pumped. So, let's see who else we have. Eva. Hi, Eva. She's from Sweden. So, well, goodness sakes, we got people from all over. I already know.
Oh, we're
So,
up to 16 now. Well,
yeah,
I had
doing
checked
good.
the YouTube channel and watched our last show that we did on Tuesday, and it is up there in a very short time compared to the other videos where it's literally over 500 views, 547, I think was what I saw.
Oh,
And
really? Okay.
the one previous to that took a week to get there. So this was, just in a couple of days. So the viewership is up. So that's a good
Okay.
thing.
I've been noticing that as well. I mean, I haven't looked in a couple of days, but I have noticed that each week it progressively, builds up quicker in a
Yeah,
short
faster.
span of time. So people are becoming, used to our regular cycle, which, we've decided early on that was really important. So to be consistent so people will, look forward to joining us. And so I'm
have
happy.
questions. Yep, they
Yeah,
want questions.
especially right, because people will learn that, over time, if they have a question, they can join us. Our 2 shows a week, Saturday afternoons and Tuesday evenings. So let's see. I was just taking a peek at YouTube really quick. I was curious what you were saying,
Mhm.
but oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I
In the
read
same amount
some
of
of the
time.
comments. There were like 7 or 8 comments that were laid into the after log on YouTube. So, and I read one on there that made me chuckle and laugh, and I'm not going to go into too much detail about it, but
Yeah.
it was a very kind and humorous compliment. So thank you out there for the people who have been so complimentary for these, and actually I haven't seen too many negatives.
No, I
I'm
haven't either.
still chewing on what our new and old the guys put out videos about me before, but it was like about 10 years ago. That guy, did you ever watch any more of that second one that you posted of that guy's comments that is sort of
Oh,
doubt?
no. I
hope
just don't
it
like to
personally.
hear it. You know what I mean? I think
Right. Well, yeah,
it kind of
and I
bugs
even
me. I'd
commented.
rather not.
I commented to people how you probably were, taking it a little bit personally at this point because it's water off a duck's back to me anymore. But I
Yeah.
noticed it's probably uncomfortable when they mention your site and you by name, and it's regrettable.
Right.
But I had
Twice
a
in.
really good cross-reference idea that came across my mind while this guy is standing here with all his naysaying.
Yeah.
And, it's based on the fact that everybody believes that Einstein was correct. And that's what blows me away. I mean, here's this absolute, oh God, Einstein was right and you are wrong thing. And I just crossed my mind going, how can they even, yeah, it's the standard. It's what people accept as what real science is. But what we've come up with is 10 years of documentation proving other than that. So it just blows me away that people don't even check into the time factor of how long we've been doing this and how accurate it's been over
Oh,
that
sure.
decade. And well, obviously Einstein was wrong. So and that's their base premise on, oh, it doesn't match anything according to science as we know it. Well, guess what? There's more than we know, and it's crossed my mind. It's just like, how come everybody believes Einstein was absolutely correct and anybody who else comes along is not? And so I had a chuckle over that, but it settled in my mind, so I was more comfortable with it.
See, you're comfy with it now. It makes you just shake your head, but to us, it's like, oh, and you're kind of.
Well, we've had
We're
so
not-
much evidence over that decade, 13 years.
Yeah, but you don't
And
want to give your energy out to that, I mean.
right, well, it does chew at me a little bit here and there where it bothers me, mainly because I want to make sure that we're absolutely doing the right thing and not filling anybody's heads up with bunk or anything or fake news or anything like that. But we've had so many sightings that have matched over the decade. And other people mentioned last week, even on some of the threads where they were talking about where we have actual pictures of the planets that are not fully encased in clouds, and we have a few of those. And over the years, we've gotten this picture of Nepenthe when it was small, and then bigger and bigger and bigger. And same thing with Saturn, same thing with Nibiru, same thing with Saru. And over the years, we've got these undeniable pictures that cross-reference and match time after time, base cloud after base cloud, always coming in the same way and having the same matching basis. So over time, I've gotten a little bit more calloused to the naysayers, but it's still something we want to continue to prove. But there's so much evidence you can't really argue with it anymore. But I'm sure we're gonna have a whole bunch of people do it anyway.
I was going to say that particular
Probably going to have about 10 now.
Yeah, well, that particular
Oh.
person that makes that his name is Dan. He seems like absolutely closed off. Like
You
you
mean
could
that
never
science guy, Sai something?
Yeah,
I
you
never
could
Yeah.
even
never
bothered to look up
penetrate.
who he was, but I'd
Like
seen
his
him
mind is
before.
done. Yeah,
Just like
And
that,
well,
sure. But I mean, I don't have any proof, but I know channels are out there like his all over every platform there is, of controlled opposition. That's how they are controlling, the all over picture of all these conspiracy theories, and then they support it by their own shows, that are totally scripted to say what they want to say, so I don't know. It could be,
well,
it
and
might
those
be.
and most of them, like this Dan person, is sponsored, and when they're sponsored, they've got to stick to, I guess, acceptable science.
They've got to say
Yeah.
what pays. They've got to say what
Yeah,
pays.
yeah, and then because we saw that
And
in
then
other.
you're sold out. And you know what I mean? And then what? You don't stand on your own, you just read a cue card. What good is that? Well, you're just at that point just an actor. So I don't know. I don't know
Did
who he
anybody
is
see
at
the
all.
moon last night?
Yeah, and tonight. Oh wow. Wow.
The object behind our moon, which was very white last night, it was more blue this time, and it was blue like a
Yeah.
week or two ago, and it used to be yellow, and I was like, "Hey, that's really blue this time." And so I don't know what's going on, but the object size hasn't changed, but it was kind of blue this time, and it was
It's kind
really
of green to me this time. I thought a bit green blue. Oh. I
well, it
couldn't
was at a
filter it
spot I had to
clearly.
sort of bend to look at, so I had to sort of tuck my head down on closer to the ground so I could see under the porch and all that where it was. So I didn't spend a lot of time looking at it, but it sure was weird. It was like, there is definitely an object behind our moon, and because you could see the color variation strongly, and you could also see uh, uh, the larger, slightly larger body behind it and slightly above it, so you could see it on the top half, and it was definitely there. And every time I see the moon, there's two objects there up here in Montana. Where we get a better view up here, I guess. But it was weird.
Hmm. I was just gonna say I get more double moon comments from people on TikTok of all the places I look at. I mean, I get people asking me about that more than any other
Hello,
place.
Sherry.
Yeah, hi
Yeah, and,
Sherry.
and they're probably a little freer to talk about it, with less ties, whereas on Facebook, people probably a little more touchy about their opinion and reputation. Whereas
Yeah.
It just depends on what word is going to trigger them today, and then you're just like, Shazam.
All right, I'm getting your pictures, Gillian, while we
Oh, cool. Yeah.
talk.
Well, they were
Yeah.
beautiful. It was really going mad today. And the lady that I was out with, she's absolutely no clue what I'm taking pictures of. And I was busy
Yeah.
trying to hold on to my dog. I had to stick the thing, the lead and collar thing down and stand on that while I tried to take a picture. And then he decided he
Sure.
was doing something else. It's actually quite a juggle, but
yeah, that sounds
it's
like you're
great.
setting yourself up for fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's twirling around my
Zoom.
leg, and I'm trying to take pictures of the sky. It's like,
Yeah, and end up dragging you across the park there or something.
oh, but it's beautiful parks where we went today. It was just beautiful and open, and you could actually see the happy trailer guy just going right across. I thought, oh, look at that, dude! All right, click, 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 click.
Yeah, you're running through all those pictures so fast, I can't even comment on some of them.
They're
Most
stunning.
of what
back
we
up.
saw was Atu and Atu's moon. This, of course, is
Let me back up.
Septim's yellow moon. And
Sorry,
then,
I thought we were just. I don't know. You know what I mean. Here, let's go back to that one.
Yeah.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot. And then you, of course, can see the
Gorgeous.
asteroid and coming down from the upper angle and right in front of Atu's moon with Uri behind it. And
It's
often
perfect.
behind that in the orange and that area is where Saru currently is, hiding behind Uri and Natu and Nepesity again. And we'll get some glimpses of her, off and on, depending on the time of day. And got a really, really cool picture of Nibiru yesterday, and I will send you a copy of that very
Oh
soon.
boy. Okay.
Nice. Can't wait.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I did not write down who it came from because I was online very late last night, all the way till 5 o'clock this morning, and I don't normally do that. And I don't know why. I was just, I just wasn't going to sleep, and I just kept commenting and talking to people, and so, and then sleeping this morning and early morning, so I sort of lost a couple hours of my day from normal. I would have gotten up a little sooner had I not.
Right. That's the hours well, not 5, but usually 3 every morning. I don't know why. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's never been me before, but
this, of course, is Atu and Atu's moon, and everybody was sending in pictures all day yesterday and the day before, and of course, it's predominantly in our faces and going over our heads, and so we're seeing a lot more of her, them, if you want to call it.
Right. And both of those are just.
Yeah, that right hand picture is awesome.
Yeah,
Look at that. It's
it
beautiful.
really is.
You can see the shield plate on Isatim's yellow moon, and Isatim's yellow moon is very large in this shot. And of course, Isatim behind it. And then behind that, of course, is Nibiru over to the far right. But on the left-hand side of the right picture is, of course, the asteroids coming in from the other side. And we see it all the time. And the thing is, they just blend into each other. And half the time you're going, what is that? Because, you know, I still don't get over the how they fold into the center. It just, to me, it still blows me away that that's what happens. So it's always weird throwing you off on what planet is what planet is what. Yet sometimes you have to stand there and go, is that that? And no, that's that, and maybe that's that. And when I go outside, I still get spun in circles and have to sit there for a while and kind of spend at least a half
Yeah.
hour trying to figure out exactly what I'm looking at, because it is confusing now that they're so huge.
Right. I mean, I use location, most of all, just based on the location I'm looking at. I know what is in that vicinity, just by your drawing. So it helps. But yeah, sometimes it really is hard to tell. Sometimes I get totally flipped around with Nipicity, because there'll be times when it's above our sun, but I'll turn around and it will look like Nipicity, but then again, it will look like Atu, so I'm standing there, like you say, it's like,
And you point
Yeah.
and you go, I think that's that. And then you turn around and look over to the side and you go, no, wait a minute, maybe I'm wrong.
I've
And
done
yeah,
that. Yeah. Many
and I'm
times.
running into that a lot more. It used to be a lot easier when they were smaller, and we knew where they were, on which side of the sun they were, and it was just, you walk out 30 seconds later, you know what we were looking at. But now, yeah, now it takes a little bit of more effort. Yeah, that's a good picture.
So I know it. It really is. It was not, I was gonna say, not too long ago too, a couple of months ago. Hey, Crystal Kate. And so she is asking, where did the names of the planets come from?
Well, we got a cross-reference of information from a Pleiadian message / video on YouTube in around 2008, 2009. And we knew that Zachariah Sitchin had the name Nibiru, which means the planet of passing. And then when we found that video, it matched information that I had gotten many, many years ago from Off-Worlder. And so we stuck with the names, and then we waited like 2.5 years to actually attribute and tag them. We were, calling it the green planet or the purple planet or the striped white planet for well over 2 years. And when the information matched, when Isatim and Isatim's yellow moon and all of that came in visibly, where we started watching, and it was much, much smaller back then in 2016, 15. And when we saw all of the attributes that matched the names from that video and from cross-reference information, we just ran with it, and we never looked back since. There were names out there, dealing with the Harrington Earth human model and all of that stuff that they were being published by some people, and all of those models showed like a one pass event. And so we knew that was inaccurate, incorrect. So we could just avoided even using any of that information, because it wasn't a single pass event. They'd been here for over a decade, and the models would show, okay, it's going by. It'll be 3-4 months in the viewing, and then it's done. Well, that's not what's happening. And so, and we've of course documented it for over a decade that they have been visible but transitory. So. Huge planet over my head in northwest Arkansas today. Yes, they are
Yes.
going over us and have been going over us since early spring, again, for the 180-day cycle.
I was going to get my video. Let's see if I've got it loaded. But we can look for a moment at what it looks like here over Tulsa. So I think this is it.
Yeah, I'm sorry
I'm
about some people thinking that you're insane. You're not insane. And yes,
I know.
This does break the rules of what everybody standardly believes.
Yeah,
And
I
it's
know.
why,
And
we've taken a decade.
It's because I know he hasn't taken the time and looked at any of your drawings. He's not done any research at all as far as what we're talking about. It just, he's just assuming that I'm wrong off the bat, or we're wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
It's like that. So you have to
And I imagine it probably messes with people's science. I know that occurred in 1980 when I was invited to discuss it with top level scientists, and then they ridiculed me for that back then even. And how dare you think you're smarter than Einstein and Newton? Well, excuse me, but U.S. government, you told me I was, and they actually did rate me as more intelligent than them, and they had told me that information. I didn't personally assume it. I never even tried to assume it. I just laid out what I thought was most likely. I had, an assumption that fit, and everything I ever learned from Einstein did not fit. So, and this is where, of course, I came to that summation yesterday in my own mind, where I'm going, well, who says Einstein was right? I mean, where is his real proof? All he did was write a bunch of stuff down on paper, and people jumped on board with it, and they think that's the way things are. I imagine prior to Einstein, even what he was saying was probably messing with the reality of some people and their points of view and their level.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to him. Yeah.
Well, they also, of course, at that time imported him out of Germany after World War II. And so therefore that added a level of, the rocket scientists from Germany and Holland credibility ratio. And that's where a lot of that came from, I guess. I think credibility, because the guy became a rock star, to pretty much everybody in the United States. And we're getting this major scientist. So, they just sort of jumped on it. And I imagine there's a level of greater acceptance having, a governmental crossover. So
that's one big halo.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of that going on too, and then we have to, boil it down to: is it a cutoff halo? Is it a refractive halo, or is it actually, ice crystals in our close atmosphere / sundog, which to me is a swear word to this day.
And look at that blue thing with the big sort of line through it.
And
I actually seen that today as well. It
always
probably the red asteroid. Being that the light is at our back, and then we know that Attu and Attu's moon is passing past Earth, and that's why the light is behind us in this view that we're looking at. And that could probably be Nepicity, but it's really hard to tell unless you spend enough time outside on your own and look. It's really quite confusing now what's going on above, and I can look and tag and then go ahead, no, I'm wrong, and
it definitely looked like Nepicity.
That
there
looks
across
like
from the sun.
Well, wait a minute. That's not, because we know it's on the right hand side of the sun. So that has to be a Septim's yellow moon right there on the right hand side. And how the sun is doing its little flicker.
Yes. Yeah, it's waving. Hello.
Yeah.
Cut off. It's got a little ledge up over there. Look there.
If you look on the left hand side, there's probably a planet cutting into it on the left, and there's a little flat edge on the right. So that's probably
it does have a little indentation.
Yeah, look at that thing on the right there.
Yeah, I've not even watched this. I just loaded it and came home and loaded it.
I got some really good captures this week, and then I sat there and saved a whole bunch of pictures the last couple of days, because it's all really cool stuff. Can't argue with it. It's definitely these are not the skies that we grew up on, and I can never overemphasize that.
Yeah, I seen something that looked like a step. It actually looked like a long, narrow, rectangular step, and with an edge. And I was trying to take a picture of it in this freezing cold parking lot, but the other lady had run inside, so I don't look like too much of an idiot. But the other people were walking past going, "Oh, in the disabled parking they are. Oh, well, she's got a stick, so she's got a justification for being in it." But they're looking at me standing there taking pictures.
Is this yours, Rebecca?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. It was about 1:00.
Yeah, look at that smaller little asteroid right up there, to the left. It's just this little round thing, and we barely even noticed those. And that, like the other day when I was talking to my neighbors next door to me when they were coming home from shopping, I was going, look, there's around, there's around, there's around, and there's these smaller asteroids that are, filling the sky left and right. And you can't argue with it. I mean, it's like there they are. So,
That
it's
was
not
it.
just this perfect circular cloud with the funky shadowing and all of that. So it is going on. And I go back to just, saying, yeah, we have 10 years of proof, but, I'm still arguing in my own head over just the naysayers, and I shouldn't. I really shouldn't, but I'm tired today, so yes,
Yeah.
take in
Well,
some stuff you shouldn't. But
I mean, well, it just depends. I mean, if people are just a little bit open, that's fine.
oh, as a
I
matter of
mean,
fact, that is the picture I was talking about that's from Petty
oh, cool. Okay.
in
Yeah, I grabbed
Budapest,
it.
and that is the side of Nibiru, and you can see the base cloud that's got that plate, the little flat, edged base cloud that matches, the 2012 and 2019 pictures. But that is planet Nibiru right there
Yeah.
at
I knew
sunset.
it when I saw it too. I was like, wow, that's a good one. Got
And of
it.
course,
And
there's something in the upper right corner that's closer to us up, it's slightly illuminated. And it's very likely that that's Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon, because it's the only thing over there, unless it's the lead asteroid crossing in front of Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon, which happens regularly. We get captures of that all the time.
so
So,
are you talking right there above the buildings, that
yeah,
yellow
above the building in the
streak?
upper right corner, there's probably Saturn's yellow moon on the far right, and then next to it, the other illumination is probably one of the asteroids. I could be wrong, but that's generally what we see regularly. So that falls into the equation.
Neat. I just wanted to say hi to Egg. She's with us, and she was explaining how she's tried to show this to her husband and daughter, and they think she is insane. And I see them for sure, she says. So she's happy and feels less lonely hanging out with us.
Yeah,
And she's fascinated. So thank you
yeah.
for
Well, I'm
sharing
glad. I'm
that.
glad we're keeping your fascination level up there.
Well, I know a lot of people over time in the comment section on Facebook, but a lot of people have mentioned how they don't have anybody else to talk to about all this. I mean, I do. My family they hear about it all the time, so I'm fortunate, but some people have nobody, so that's nice that
Yeah.
we do have each other. So, because it is kind of insane. I'll just add this for comparison. That's a picture of Nibiru. So you can see it's, both pictures always on the right side of our sun. It just fills the whole sky.
I
And yeah,
wonder
it's
what
really
mine was today. I wonder what it was that I caught today,
Yeah.
because it looked really busy. It was amazing. The color
Yeah,
of the
I got
blue
it.
was just, yeah, you can show Sam
Yeah.
that one.
I will. Sorry. It wouldn't
Mm.
load for a
Yeah.
minute. I had to close some stuff down. All
Oh, it's all
right.
right. I think I managed to send you off like about 3 or 4 before I realized what the time was.
It's okay. I have two.
Oh.
I have two from you today.
Andy
So,
sent
but
in a whole bunch of really nice
oh,
pictures yesterday as well, and I saved most of what he sent me, and I'll probably be using
yes.
them. The UK is getting a good view. What's going on with this weather stuff is going to be very interesting to see. I'm expecting it to be our turn over here into some of these violent events, but we'll see what happens. Let's pray it doesn't happen. But
Yeah.
all last week and from the 18th through the 23rd, they had excruciating extreme weather going literally all the way across to Asia, and it was really, really gnarly stuff. And there's a lot of folks that lost their houses and their lives, and none of this, unfortunately, is being cross-reported around the world. And I've had people in South America ask me, where's the best place to go, and they were talking about moving to Australia and all of that. And I don't recommend anyone move, other than to maybe higher elevations, but not regionally, up and tear yourself away from your country and your homeland. But apparently some people are doing that. So, and it could be for economic reasons or whatever, but the climate change scenario is drastically going to mess with a lot of people's crops this year, and we're already seeing evidence of that in the spring planting going on in South America and their weather issues. And
Mhm.
I saw another report that literally the Panama Canal is they were saying it was bone dry. I don't fully believe that, but literally that whole shipping scenario is going to be messed up this whole year. So let's pray for a little rain down in South America and in
Mm.
Yucatan and all of that, because most of that moisture is going up and right up into the Gulf area, and it's weird. The whole weather cycle is drastically changed, and of course we're dealing with this quote unquote super El Nino. Yes, it's an El Nino, but with the planetary changes, literally the Earth tipped and all of that. And we're getting this triple jet stream that we've never seen before, and so who knows what's about to happen. Um, I'm hoping we don't get a catastrophic extremes, but the weather sure seems like it's coming. And then, of course, for most of us up here, about December 4th, which is really odd, it's late. Supposedly, we're going to get a bunch of snow up here on the 4th. So, which is, like I said, weird because usually around here we wait and hope and pray that it doesn't snow until after Halloween night, and then after that, then it's okay, no problem. But now they're sitting here, saying we're going to go an entire month without our normal snow. Um,
Mm.
I like the rain and that's sinking into the ground and actually, staying and not melting off quicking, into a runoff where we end up giving that water to other states because Montana does provide a very large portion of water to all the states around us from the melt snow and et cetera. So it's going to be really interesting to see what this winter creates because it's not going to be normal. Yeah, look at that flaring. When the sun looks that big, it's because it's being cut off on the side, and it's an out flare. That's called a cutoff flaring, and that's that big blue and slightly you can see over on the right hand side the red, because that's Isatim's yellow moon and Isatim over there, and that's why the coloration. And of course, at this point where it shows you that there are other objects in the sky in a sort of a halo and sort of a illumination where it slightly comes out, but we're staring at the light, so it's really a lot harder to see stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just sitting here thinking like there's like nothing normal about that, and
And well, bozos out there say, "Oh, it's a lens flare. Oh, it's a sundog. Oh, it's a whatever." And
uh-huh,
we've watched
I
this
get
long
it.
enough, especially when you get that one momentary side illumination shot that is just so absolutely undeniable that it's showing you that it's rounding an object on the flaring, and then you get the horizontal shaft or the vertical shaft of light to show you that there's a change. It's just like if you have a light bulb somewhere and there's even a roof panel or a wall beam that's partially blocking the whole view of that light bulb, you'll end up with a straight light flaring. And that's a good example if you want to just walk around and film in your house and see how the light acts as it gets partially cut off by this, that, or the other thing somewhere in the wall or the ceiling or whatever. And you can see that, and then you take a picture of that, and then you go, oh, I see what happens. And that's a direct explanation of what we're seeing in the skies as well, as there's an object cutting off the edge of it, and it's becoming a bigger flare because of it.
And then the colors as well, the color of the flares
Right.
kind of as well. I mean, it's changed over the years as well. At first, we used to see, well, I saw red ones with a yellow little thing, like a little pimple on it. And then I started seeing things that were green and blue and sort of a tan, sort of mustardy color and
Yeah,
weird
the funny
colors,
thing, it's been going on for so long, people have gotten sort of used to it, and I, I like who was it the other day that was saying nobody ever looks up, and that's exactly true because people don't look up.
Well, but they also normalize it, through
Right.
TV. It's on all the movies and television shows, of course. And the meteorologist or your local meteorologist is one that really covers things up well, I believe. Again, sold out, scripted, whatever. So,
And what's with the
and
black clouds? The clouds go dark, dark, like they're glowing and stuff, and then they get like they're burnt, like they're just dust now. I can't explain it. Look at that darkness. It goes dark
I was
after a
just
while.
gonna say, would that be the Empire Orb, Sam? The black
What
dot?
in this shot? It's on the
Right.
right-hand side, so it would be the long box. I was just trying to
What am I thinking?
translate
I'm
this.
thinking of the black. Okay, the black dot in the middle of the sun.
Oh yeah, you can see there's like a
Make it look up.
yeah.
Is that an asteroid there, or is that the Empire Orb?
I don't know what you're looking at. There is something right there that just went by, but
Dot on the
Well,
sun. Look, the dot on the sun.
No, let me go back. Like, look at the sun in the center.
Yeah, look.
yeah, well,
There's
that
a
would be,
dot.
of course, Saturn's yellow moon there. Yeah, that smaller object, that is probably one of the. It's probably the red asteroid. I
Yeah.
don't see where the lead is in this shot, in this still, but size-wise, that would probably be the red asteroid right there. Why it's there, I can't tell you.
Okay.
But then, of course, it's in a transitory movement, somebody else's house in another part of the country, so it's hard to say
Sure.
exactly. Oh, and I got a really good picture of that very similar effect right there, where you can actually see 3/4 of a very, very large round object just to the right of the sun. It's a really, really. I put it up on Montana Skywatcher 1 as the wall picture.
Oh,
So,
really?
and I've got a
Okay.
copy of that. It's absolutely. I'll send you a copy of that at some point too.
Yeah, I need you to re-add me to that group. I keep forgetting about. I
Okay,
keep
yeah, I
forgetting.
forgot about it too.
Got your new phone.
Yeah,
Didn't I say like
knew
a week ago I
everything.
would do it, and I never even. Yeah, my brain went out the window with Thanksgiving. I was spending time trying to prepare for that and do the shopping and avoiding the Black Friday rush and all of that. And fortunately, we didn't even leave the house on Black Friday. Fortunately, not to
I,
go into the traffic, and the insanity.
I was going to
And
say, was there a rush? Because what I've seen on TikTok, a lot of people have showed their local stores, and it was just business as usual.
well,
I
a lot
don't
of people are
know.
really broke.
Yeah,
I can
it's
see that.
nothing like it was decades ago. I mean, it's just
Yeah, I think a lot of more people are
nothing.
buying online too.
I do too,
I noticed the
for
FedEx
sure.
trucks and all are really busy. So we'll see what this Christmas brings. And yeah, we're counting down. And what is today is the 25th. So how many days are in November? 30?
30 days. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got down to 30 days till Christmas. So, and here we go. It's going to be. And the stress, of course, trying to get the kids what they want every year and that kind of thing is starting to mount and build. And I'm thinking about this. And I was sitting here in front of my computer, and I have this YouTube playlist that just pretty much, feeds itself. And then I'm talking to somebody yesterday afternoon, and then out pops a Christmas song on my playlist, and I went, "Whoa!" It's official. Here's the Christmas song. Run for your lives.
It's just starting.
Christmas is here.
I know. It's like, here
Whoa,
we go
Nigeria.
again. I was going to say to Shelly, hey, Shelly, if you go to Facebook, see, facebook.com/StreamYard, I believe. StreamYard. I have it in my notes. I was going to double check it. But you have to approve for Facebook or StreamYard to access your Facebook profile. And then once you do that, it will reveal your name and photo. Here it is. Actually, okay, StreamYard.com/Facebook. I had it backwards. No wonder people couldn't find it probably. So let's see. So go there and that will fix that issue. And who else? Oh, yeah, from Nigeria. I think his name is, let's see, I don't know how to pronounce it. Lawal, Lawal, I believe. Hi. He has a group on Facebook as well, sharing this information. And I'll have to double check the name real quick. I don't want to say it wrong. I believe it's geared for Africa. Let's see. If I could find it. When I find it, I will reveal the name of it again. But I want to say it's like South Africa, Nibiru. Do you know, Sam? I can't remember at this very moment. I'm going blank.
Yeah, it's something like that because they asked me to be a.
Yeah, I know it. And then, anyway, I'll get that for you in a second. But if you, you should join that group. You should and help it grow. Oh, okay. Oh, this is how you pronounce it. Looks like. Oh, Woli. Whoa. I need practice. But I'm happy you're with us. Seriously. Because I know how much this information means to you. Because he not only has a group dedicated to this information, but he also has a YouTube channel and makes videos consistently sharing all the information. So, oh, here it is. Sorry, Nibiru Watch Africa. Thank you, Owuli. So you should definitely join that when you can. And I would say this is, what do you think, Sam? Nopicity, it looks like. I don't know if he can hear us or not, because I can't hear him at all if he's saying anything. He's unusually quiet for him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can hear you fine, though, Gillian.
I'm sorry. I had my mic muted there for a
Oh.
second. I apologize.
That's okay.
It's hard to tell where the light is coming from in this shot. It looks like it's coming over our left shoulder, but
that's gorgeous.
Really
Look at it.
I can tell you there's something there. You know, you can see the bottom of it, but you know, unless I was out there watching it,
that
same
one
thing.
Stopped. Okay.
You know, you can see that with that white cloud right there, it's the bottom of something.
Did you see these pictures?
Yeah, I did see those, and they were very, very purple.
Yeah, and, isn't that cool?
Yeah, you know, it's like when in our lives have we ever had purple skies? You know, only.
Yeah, it was purple yesterday morning or this morning. It was like purpley as well. You look at it, and your eyes are like it's just on the verge of purple. When you try to take a picture.
We had an odd sunset here last night. It was just unbelievably dim, and it was way south, and I didn't even get to even see the sun out my north window at all. And it used to be that you sort of always did, and now you don't because it's way farther south. And we'll see what happens again with this winter thing. You know, I keep resorting back to, oh boy, you know, we're standing in virgin territory here, not seeing the same as we have over the years, but because it's so, and that of course is this picture is Atu Natu's moon, and we know that, or it could even be Uri, depending, but it's more over probably Atu's moon.
Yeah, because it had that slit, like this thing driven across the sky, and
yeah,
they kept trying to do the trail over it.
Like in this picture, you can see the illumination coming up from underneath. It's sunset, and it's shining on the bottom of a planet, and that's the blue area versus the light blue normal horizon, which has the yellowish and the lighter colors in it. But you can definitely see that there is an object above, and it's not just clouds. And you can see the difference in the clouds from the horizon line to what you're looking at above, and it's a completely different set of behaviors going on there, which basically shows you there's a thing up there. And a lot of people, and I even fight still, and I look at stuff back and forth and go, am I full of it, or am I actually seeing that yes, that's a planet? And a lot of times, you got to find the big curve that goes along with it to be completely sure. And once you find the big curve, then you go, oh yeah, it was a planet.
Okay. I was going to say hi to Audrey, and it's nice to see her profile and name now. Used to, she would type her message and then type her name beside it. So
I know, shame. She was
got it
doing so many
out.
the other night. I tried to
I'm
see.
happy. Yeah, right, right. And let's see, who else? We clarified that with Shelly. And here is Perception. It says, thank you to Sam. Also, I discovered him early on, thankfully. Many thanks to Rebecca, too, for sharing her gift with all of us in this way.
Thank
That's
you.
nice. Thank you, really. And I agree. I'm really grateful that I found you, Sam, early on before I got knee deep, in
Yeah.
Nibiru
Oh,
disintegration.
I still wonder, how a lot of the times that, somebody commented that, my BS meter works real good, and they chuckled about that. And it just it there was so much that was absolutely just bull out there in the early times, and it was so evident, and you couldn't argue with it. And even somebody, I was reading on one of the comment sections from our Tuesday podcast, where somebody says, so when do we see the tail? So, which is also, they've been unfortunately coerced into believing that there's this big tail behind planet Nibiru. And in all actuality, there's all these other planets, and then the asteroid field is I think the big tail issue. And if the planets were way far away from us, we would probably see that at different angles and different times. But being that they're so close to us, these big tail things are all these asteroids that are going over and past us every day. So you have to
My
be
little
careful.
purple friend.
Yeah, you have to be careful of the information that you learn out there, because most of it is bogus. It's no good. It's junk. It's internet gossip that has grown over time to be this and that and the other thing. So you have to literally throw out everything with exceptions for real science. But sometimes we're proven that what we believe is not necessarily true, and we've seen a lot of that evidence. And forgive me, I'm rambling.
No, it's true though. I mean, you have to let go of most of what because it's just so much out there is wrong,
And it
purposefully.
partially messes with your head and your reality, and you're going, no, that couldn't possibly be that big, and it couldn't be that close. And going back to that YouTube guy again, one of his comments were, at nighttime we should see them, and of course not taking into account the location between us and the sun. And so at nighttime we're looking away from them, unless they're of course over the top of us and beyond Earth, which has been pretty much predominantly during the day and the night. But and there are sightings of these colored objects in the sky, but nobody really understands. And I think people really suffer from the belief that in Hollywood, when you're flying up to a planet, you can see the planet perfectly and the land masses, and you don't see
Oh,
any
wow.
clouds around the planet. Yeah, look at that. That is the bottom. Probably, let's see where the light is. Okay, their light is over to the right. That is probably the bottom of Uri, because we know Uri is going up above us and over, and then to the left toward the north during the early part of the day. And
is that a recent one? Is that this week or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is.
It could be At2 proper. I mean, the color's right for At2, and then At2's moon could be directly over our heads from the photographer's point of view.
Because we've been seeing
it's a hard call.
that cradling thing. You know, when there's like a big, it looks like it's got puffballs all over it, but it's also got something that looks like hands on either side, and it's cradling something that looks kind of rounded.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, it's definitely a planet because look how round that is. See the illuminated yellow line? That's the face line of where the sun is shining on it. And if you look at the horizontal clouds and the color of the sky, it's two completely different things all the way across the board. And that orange thing is a planet. Now it's probably purple, and we're seeing an orange illumination of its lower clouds.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Wow.
Yeah, it is cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's
another
example,
one.
probably the side of Uri. See the light line on the bottom, and it's different clouds in the horizon, off in the distance, light blue versus and of course the downward spiraling facial asteroid in the center, slightly left, is of course the tan asteroid, and they're her little sisters and multiple sizes of friends that are in that salamander asteroid group.
Yeah, you really can. I mean, if I added a little bit of darkness, to this, the asteroids would definitely stand out more. But you can see them once you understand where to look. They're on the left-hand side, coming in at an angle downward.
Yep.
It's like a whole fleet
Picture after
of not.
picture, week after week.
Yeah,
Well,
always.
cluster of the things there.
It's always right
Mm.
there to the left of
Yeah.
our sun.
And we got
Always,
some
always.
one of my older pictures, you know how Facebook will every once in a while going, oh, we'd like to honor your memory. Here's a picture from 7 years ago. I had one come up of the salamander asteroid group, tan asteroid, yesterday, and I reposted it. It was literally from 2017 and a shot that I no longer had. So it was like, oh, cool. I got a
Just grab
backdrop
that
Yeah,
one again and
that's
put it in the
nice.
gallery.
Right. So if anybody wants to go to my personal page, I believe only my friends can view that. I'm not sure, but if you are on my
Probably.
friend list, you can go down my page, and I put down a whole bunch of them down the page yesterday. Like I said, I was online yesterday, way, way, way too long. I was probably a talking, walking zombie, and I didn't even know it. I mean, I was on there for a good 10 hours yesterday evening, all the way till 5 o'clock this morning. And I finally had to just tell myself, dude, the sun's coming up, going to be coming up, go to bed. And I finally just had to talk myself into going to bed. And I wasn't even really ready to go. I just, I kept wanting to talk more.
Yeah, I think you sent me something. That's why I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
my
probably
phone
sent
vibrated
everybody
and
something last night. I was
yeah,
posting
the train flew too.
I just want to say
look at
hi
that.
to Third Eye Cam. He is with us. I hope you're still
Hi,
feeling
Third
good,
Eye.
Third Eye.
That's interesting,
Yeah.
that picture. Oh.
I am a little bit surprised how many people from South Africa are hooking up with us and going along.
Yeah, they're starting to pop on now, hey? It's starting to.
Let's hope we go get a couple more countries and
Well,
get some more
isn't
people.
that where Michelle Mountain is
Yeah,
from?
yeah.
Okay. Well, she's going to be
Yeah, I
with
met
us
her as
next-
well. I met her as well down there. I know who she
Did
is.
you?
Yeah.
Neat.
Yeah, we're good
Okay.
friends actually.
Oh, well,
Excellent.
great. She's going to be on the show next Saturday.
Oh,
Great.
cool.
With us. Yeah. So
Yeah, I
we've
always
already got
talk to
it
her, but it's
scheduled.
usually in the middle of the night, and she's always going mad because she's always out driving and doing her thing with the community, and I always catch her usually somewhere between 10 and 12 at night, and then we usually wrap on a bit. But yeah, I haven't spoken to her in a couple of weeks, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, she's been really busy. Her mama passed away, so.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, she said she had stuff going on this week.
Oh, maybe,
we occasionally lose some friends to lifetime realities where they don't have the same amount of time as they used to, and a family member passes, and all of a sudden we don't hear from them for a very long time, if ever. And I have recently a couple of friends that I've been wondering if that's what the case was.
Yeah, sometimes people just are they can't, it's so overwhelming.
Well, there are days that I wish that I didn't know anything about any of this, where I would just, like to go back to my old life about worrying about sweeping the kitchen floor today, or, maybe vacuuming or whatever, and instead of being feverishly caught up in the never-ending obsession of the passing planets. Every time I look out the window, it's like, oh, I got to see this, So it does take up a lot of our time, and I suppose if you got a family crisis, then you switch gears.
Yeah. Well, you've got to use that energy then, haven't you?
I was going to pull this little clip up.
The asteroids
Facebook
are
user.
actually Facebook users. So the asteroids are at the end of it. No, they're not at the end of it. They're in the middle of the whole shebang. There's two arms to the solar system. Nibiru and Saturn are one arm on the forward arm. And
Just
then,
excuse me a wee minute. I'll be back.
Sure, go ahead.
Saru, and then Uri and Atu and Nepesity and Matim are on the other side of the arm of the spiral. And there's a debris asteroid field between Saru and going all the way to the end of Atu's moon. And there's that whole asteroid field with many, many major groups. And we've sort of tried to identify the groups because, originally we thought, there were 3 or 4 major asteroids, but as they got closer and closer over the years from 2015 on, we found out just how silly that thought process was when there are millions of major large asteroids around Uri, and between Uri and Saru even are a bunch of asteroids, and we've yet to even really delve into that bucket yet. So we weren't really watching them very well. And I think that has to do with a great deal of why Saru's base cloud is so unbelievably bright, shiny, and thick. I bet you anything it's got just tons of debris below it and around it and following it in between Uri and Saru. So no, there's a lot of stuff out there, and I think we barely scratched the surface on documenting even a remote number of the major big ones, because there's so much. And of course, we get those, rainbow shots in all the time where Uri starts to onset, and then you see all the rainbow coloring on the left-hand side of the sun. And we've been watching that for many, many years. And I'm sure there is just tons of stuff in there that we haven't even really watched enough yet. So there's a lot of asteroids out there. And, we last week's show and even the week before, we were showing that onset clouded asteroid group from taking capture from the ISS and all. So yeah, and I think Mark had a tough time even fathoming the fact that all of that debris, so, and there's way more out there than just the asteroid groups under Uri, because there's stuff in front of Atu's moon, and there's stuff behind Uri between Uri and Saru. So there's a lot of asteroids with this group.
I was going to see if I could find that video I shared last week. But yeah, well, there's a couple of good ones for asteroids. I'll get those. I mean, we should.
This purple. This is just awesome.
Look at that. Can it be that purple?
To say Atu. We haven't really seen a lot of Atu separate of Atu and Atu's moon. Usually it's, Atu's moon is in the face, and so we don't get to actually see the face of purple Atu very often. And this may be the case here where we're looking at mostly Atu proper. So yeah, but again, it's hard to call unless I'm actually out there watching it and can identify what's where and who's who, because it can be so deceptive. And of course, remember, color is the last thing that we use to identify what's what. It's usually size and location first.
I'd wanted to ask something, and maybe other people had also seen it here. But did I send you any of the pictures with the rainbow moon thing, Rebecca? Or did I just send the blue? I tried to. Yeah, I know we've got so many places. You sent me the stream to.
I know. Yeah. I just got 2 from. You mean today?
I've been trying to get it to send a picture now because the severe weather guy kept saying that we're going to get the red sky tonight, and I tried to take pictures now before
cool.
we came on, and
Yeah.
I seen something like this shape as well up there, like a dark blue round darkness inside, just underneath the moon, because the moon is really bright. You could actually see the rounded darkness like that underneath the moon. Is
Yeah,
that
there's a lot of
possible?
stuff going on, and there's almost so much new activity. It's
Yeah,
leading me to wonder what we aren't seeing, what we don't know about. And I question that all the time. It's like, are there objects and are there things that we haven't cited? And I
yeah,
try to
because
keep that
I
in
hadn't
mind.
seen that before, Sam. I wanted to show you while we were talking about it now, because I'm sure other people must have seen it now as well, because it was such a dark roundness, exactly like that.
Yeah, well, the red asteroid, when it does come across, and the lead asteroid when it does come across, I'm thinking when I'm looking at these two pictures, I'm thinking that the one on the left is the lead asteroid, and the
Yeah, it's got them stripes on it.
shape and location of the one on the right, where the person is looking up with the light at their back, and then the shadow shows you what time of day it is actually, and you can work that out. It's pretty much noonish, and we're probably looking north northwest. Um, it's probably, from the shape of that object, it's probably the red asteroid, because it has that elongated, almost
Yeah, it's
teardrop
that old,
shape.
yeah, that sort of ovally
Whereas the
thing.
one on the left is more circular round, and of course the size is that of the lead asteroid. And then we look, there's spatial stripes on the far right
Mhm.
of the left picture object. So that striping is very indicative to the lead asteroid, and we've seen that, of course, for many years. And whereas the
Man.
striping is a little different on the right hand side, but I'm thinking, yeah, left picture is lead asteroid and right picture is red asteroid. And that's like a punch cloud, because it's
Hmm.
just at the edge, skimming over our outer atmosphere. Wherever, 3,000 miles or so away is our outer atmosphere, because it's way way up there. But it's
Right.
hard unless you get to watch it yourself. So, and I'm sure a lot of people are going, yeah, see, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's always guessing. It's like, well, sometimes you just have to work it out. You have to, talk yourself through it. And of course, if it's not your own capture and you don't have the opportunity to actually spin around into that parking lot 360, uh, then it's a harder call. And a lot of these pictures that I haven't seen, I try not to make guesses. But yeah, this is probably, of course, Saturn's yellow moon. It's a little odd cloud wise. There might be some stuff in front of it. Of course, the long box cube could be right there, because we're seeing stripes, and they do put off those wake stripes.
Oh, really? I was wondering.
Sometimes they're
Yeah.
horizontal, sometimes they're minorly vertical. But we've seen the cube, and the long box cube put off a striping wake cloud.
I'll have to remember that.
Yeah, that's where
Because,
first started seeing a lot of that, when you could barely see the long box cube, barely, 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 but it was there. And then, oh, hey, there's these three lines. Oh, there it is again, those three lines.
mm-hmm.
And that was when they were horizontally waking off the side, as the objects and everything above moved in space and rotation and all of that. Oh, I'm looking at this Facebook user question today, as I have recently found pictures that shows a big hollow behind Imaru.
Hmm.
Big hollow behind Imaru. That'd be very interesting. Um, I'm not sure if you're seeing
Oh,
Imaru
I
properly or
saw
identifying.
a picture. I tagged you in. Let me think who it was, and I'll get it. Because yes, it was. There was a halo. I think they're meaning halo. It was two halos. You know
Oh,
what I'm
did I
saying? There
read
was a
hollow?
halo.
Oh, it does
It
say
says,
halo. Duh. I'm really awake today.
well,
Yeah, it does
it's
say
fine.
halo, not hollow. I'm
Right.
I'm blind and can't read. Pardon me. Yeah.
Um.
The halo is pretty much Imaru. But if there's another one and it's outside of Imaru, it could be a cutoff halo, or it could actually be an ice crystal sundog. And there's that swear word again. And this, of course, you have to look to see and check where the halo goes to. If the halo goes below the horizon and you can see it at your feet, well, then it's a sundog. But if it's out in the atmosphere and it doesn't go below the horizon line, well, then most likely it's a cutoff halo, unless there's an absolute colored reddish blob behind the two stars. Then you're seeing the coloration of Imaru, which is massive, 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 massive compared to the two stars. And I apologize for saying there's no hollow. Okay, duh.
Yeah, well, it took me a minute too,
Hello.
but
Good
yeah.
morning.
So
More coffee.
Just wake up some more.
I
What?
know.
Oh
I
yeah,
know. This is
the
what happens.
CO4.
Well, I read it through the side of my reading glasses here, so I wasn't, it's over to the right-hand side, and I don't think I cranked my head too far over to actually pay attention to what I was reading. Yeah, there's a hollow. Okay. Either that or
Yeah,
it's time to get new glasses. Get them stronger.
right.
Because
All
I'm
right.
working off of, your drugstore reading glasses. I'm not working off of real. I should actually just go to the eye doctor and actually get a real pair of glasses again. I feel it went over me. Yeah.
I went to the eye doctor and they told me what I already had from the drugstore was all I needed. So
Yeah,
I'm making that worked out
I
okay.
stopped buying the expensive ones that weren't supposed to break, the flex frames and
Oh,
all of
sure.
that. And Shiloh,
Yeah.
when Shiloh was very little, I had spent a lot of money on that pair of glasses, a couple $100. And she goes, "Look, Daddy," and she stretches them around her stomach and snap. It's like, that's the frame that isn't supposed to break. She snapped them first thing, and they were literally about 2 months old. So I was like, I'm not buying any more glasses until these kids grow up. And I think they're finally grown up to where they're not going to do that anymore. So
They're
maybe I
not
could actually
right.
buy a pair of real
I think you'll
glasses.
be safe now.
Imagine what I would really see if, yeah. Look
Right.
at that. That to me says incoming push wave off of passing planets, because it's not a rolling derecho.
Well, I was
It's
going to
not a
say
rolling derecho.
also, you can see above it that weird illumination. Let me get back, try to, that illumination that you see usually
Right.
with Nipicity.
Right. And we
Uh-huh.
know that Nipicity does that. And we've
Come
watched
back.
it with the rain bombs and what they call the bomb cyclone and all of that. I mean, that is a hell of a thing coming in there. Look at how that's just, and it's not even,
Pushing.
it's not an even rolling wave. It's literally like a big vacuum cleaner blowing down on a dusty plain,
Oh, gosh.
And yes, the illumination above, it's brighter above. So, and if that was a storm, it would be dark.
Right.
Look at that thing. What else happened there?
Oh, they probably had really, really high winds, and of course, everybody's house got dusty, and God only knows.
And it was 106 degrees, so it was hot and dusty, miserable. Yeah.
Where was that?
Phoenix. Pretty sure.
Nasty.
Yeah.
Now, in the Phoenix area, then it is, very likely a real derecho, but a derecho actually rolls. It's a straight line rolling wave of a sandstorm, where that was a push sandstorm, and from something above creating it. Now, it could be a supercell, but I don't believe supercells illuminate like that. And I'm sure we're going to get a bunch of people that are going to, scream that I'm wrong, which is okay. And, it's entirely possible it is just a storm or a supercell. And you have to weigh that too.
You can see that planet moving right by.
Look at the immensity of the flaring of the sun there. It's a cutoff going on. When we get these storms in that are, pumping up 80, 90, 100, 120 mile an hour winds, that's not normal. That's not Earth normal. And people have, I think, become accustomed to these storms and just go, oh, it's just weather. It's just a storm. No, it's more than that.
Right.
It's,
Yeah.
it's also,
Yeah, look at the lightning inside there.
look at the green. And, a lot of weather watchers go, yeah, okay, that's in Westbrook, Minnesota. A lot of weather watchers say, well, there is green skies with tornadoes. Yes, a lot of times there are green skies with tornadoes. But yeah, look at how tall that picture that we just briefly,
Which
yeah,
one
look how
here?
tall that is. That goes way, way, way above. And the cumulus nimbus on the right-hand side is the top of the weather system normally. So that's not just a supercell. That's literally probably close passing planet Nepenthe. Or it could even be an asteroid that large directly over the top of us. And
What?
yeah,
Really?
it depends
Whoa.
on the past, depends on the
Oh my
asteroid. Remember at one
God.
point in time how hugely, God, it was like 2019, 2020, 2021. There were some shots where lead asteroid was completely massive and going right over the top of us. And then that changed because placement changed of the planets. Now they're lifting higher, so they're not nearly as big. But I'm mentioning that it could be, but is most likely a planet instead of an asteroid. And I still try to, separate that calling those because we don't really have the ability to absolutely go, okay, yeah, there it is. Because a lot of the time when you're at the bottom of the storm, you don't get to see what's going on above you. You only get to see the storm when it passes, in front of you and hits somebody else rather than where you are. And they watch these super storms come in and, oh, it was a supercell. Well, like that Montana video from 2021, I believe, where that just this unbelievable storm goes through like you've never seen anything like it in your entire life. Well, those are passing asteroids or planets. And of course, look at this sideways lightning activity.
I've never seen anything quite like that. Audrey has a question about in your diagram drawings, are the planets moving from left to right? Or
we're going through them. We're smaller. We're crossing, little fingers through a gate. Neighbors behind our sun, their says through our will their sun eventually be right next to us. No. Their sun is very large. And no, we won't be close to it, but I am worried. I am concerned about the direction that it does leave. And when doing so, if our heat elevation will increase because we're being shined on by two separate suns instead of one blocking the other. Proximity, I don't know. Boy, we could really fry if that it was anything too close. But I also then take into account that this system has done this 83 times in the last 300,000 years. So it's most likely not massive destructive. However, it might be climatological extremes that we haven't even experienced yet. So yeah, and count the rings on this. 1, 2, 3, what supercell has 3 rings that we regularly see? Oh, passing planet Nepenthe,
Look at the green on the red underneath.
Green and the green.
Yeah, I've never seen it that green, but I mean, America seems to see a
we
heap
see
of
it all the
those.
time. And that's a particular Nepenthe green that's just unbelievable. And when you see it go over, and then there's the band, and then you'll get into the illuminated inner core. And there's the water and the rain and all of that, the moisture that it gathers up as that thing rotates over the top of you. Awesome. We need the rain.
I've been under 3 rain bombs for sure. 2 of them, one of them really 2 of them, I didn't even know about this system at that time. But we were on the expressway, not just a side road like this, but the actual expressway when it hit. And we had to come to a full stop. I mean, you couldn't see right in front of your face. The rain was hitting from every direction. The windows, were hit. If we were under a tornado, I wouldn't have been surprised, but it was pretty extreme.
Yeah,
But
that's
yeah,
no
those
fun when you
rainbows
can't
are
see when
bad.
you're actually moving down the road.
Yeah, right.
It's like, oh
Yeah.
God, I hope I'm pulling off the road properly.
We don't know, right. We couldn't see any. We came to a full stop. So
And that sideways stuff, some of that, 100-mile-an-hour sideways rain,
yeah.
when the quote unquote supercell or passing object or passing planet, whatever, and it's a hard call. But yeah, when you got that, 80-mile-an-hour sideways, you can't see anything 10 feet in front of you stuff as you're
Hmm.
watching everything peel apart and fly down the street, including roofs and houses and buildings and barns. And, like we saw last week in the China shots and stuff. Wow, that was unbelievable. I mean, these poor people are just flying down the street, and wind knocks them over and off they go down the street,
You
and we
mean
never saw
the
that before.
one where it's like blowing people down?
Yeah,
Like
people
blowing that?
and
Yes.
street garbage cans and park
Yeah.
benches and stuff are wiping people out. This guy gets taken out by a traffic divider and all this other stuff that's just flying down the
Yeah,
street.
you've been seeing like videos of that from all over the world just suddenly in the last couple
Right,
of
and
years.
that was never normal before, and now that's happening all the time. And those are those freak, oh, this wasn't on radar, but here it is, storm, you know. And then it's a catastrophe for those folks where their, houses are being ripped up to hell and the roof goes flying, and then the flood comes in and washes their car away and wipes out their home and breaks their windows and inundates the inside of their houses, and it's horrible. And the thing about that is God, it only takes 15 minutes in some cases, 20 minutes, a half hour, and then all of a sudden everything is drastically changed.
And then it just goes back all calm again. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well,
it seems to go really rapidly, some of it.
Except for the 5 years it takes you to clean up.
Yeah.
Because once, people say, oh, it's only water and mud. No, there's water, mud, and a lot of stinky stuff. And all that nasty is, everything.
Yeah, I was seeing those videos of down in London and, England. And that was just like all the way up the walls of their first floor.
And if you've ever been in a flood and you try to collect your possessions that survived the flood, for better or for worse, or dry or whatever, everything ends up stinking really bad, and you end up, getting bleach water and cleaning everything, and that smell doesn't go away for a very long time. Yeah, that's not a rolling derecho, but it sure is. That's a hell of a storm.
Look at that thing.
Look above it. That's what I always say is look up, because everybody looks at the bottom of the storm. They don't look at the top.
Whatever it is, it's got that white illumination, it's like just super white. Which, what do you think? I don't know. I feel an epicity, but I don't know.
Yeah, well,
we blame everything on the epicity, don't we?
I know. It's the biggest.
Much maligned.
I hate to attribute, when it's not, but we
That's
also have to take into account that this is not the weather that we should have.
No, look at this.
Look at that thing.
My oldest daughter is vacuuming, which is a good thing.
Is she feeling okay? No, I'm kidding.
Well, no, it's Saturday.
I'm kidding.
I yelled at them yesterday about their chores
and
Christmas and
well, good for her.
Saying, you better hope Santa gets you what you ask for Christmas, because you guys.
Yeah.
I constantly have to ask them to empty the dishwasher, and yesterday it was 4:00 in the afternoon before it was done, and I was waiting to do more Thanksgiving dishes that I had yet to do. And so I was a little miffed at him, going, how come it's 4:00 in the afternoon and I have to come and chase you guys to actually empty the dishwasher when it should have been done this morning? So I kind of yelled at him and said, you're gonna, you won't get what you want. You're gonna get a lump of coal for Christmas, that kind of thing.
I get a rock in your
sock.
That
looks like a snail foot.
Look at that thing. Oh.
That looks like the bottom of that too. See how it's all flattened out on top?
Yeah, I do.
And we've
Man.
we've documented and attributed these behavior clouds, the base clouds, for years now, and these never used to exist that we ever saw. I never saw this before. When I was growing
Right.
up, that wasn't normal. Yeah, we saw supercells, but you see that, and you see how the light illumination is different on supercells, and it's usually really beautiful and rainbowy. But not like this. This is a different cloud than I've ever seen, and it's literally a snail foot, and probably. When was this taken?
I think it was 2020.
Yeah, I was going to say because
Hmm.
it's got to be Atu's moon from the snail foot. Now here's a rotational bottom of Nepesity, and you can tell the difference because the snorkel, it's rain bombing for one, and
I was
there's
just gonna say
the
it.
development of the snorkel.
And
Right
it's dark.
above, like at the top of the screen, it has that same illumination we were looking at a minute ago with that sandstorm.
And look how dark it is way off in the right-hand side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look at that.
And that's a
Man.
shadow of a very large object above. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's a close pass of Nepesity.
So does Nepicity pick up water over the ocean? Like it picks up our
Yeah,
water
I'm
and then
sure it does.
drops
I'm sure
our
that
water?
we've seen a lot of some of the earlier snorkel captures that we got in 2020.
Oh, look at that lightning.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, look at that.
that's got to be an asteroid discharge right there.
Man.
Look at that thing. Wow,
Where
look at it.
that's not normal lightning to do that.
Yes, from an object in the middle there, and it's just
right. It's a discharge, static discharge off one of the asteroids, and of course the bottom of Uri and all of that, and Atu's moon, they're always visible, and we've got when the planets were smaller, we had tons of pictures of that going on, and then you could actually see Atu's moon and the asteroids during some of these flaring because they were smaller, and then like the 2021 and 22 passing storms that went off. Yeah, let's talk about all the volcanoes that are going off and how hard they're going off lately.
Yeah, look at that thing.
And you can, yeah, doesn't it look like there's a planet just right above, cutting across the sky at an angle?
Well, they're affecting our geological everything, including our inner core. I think that they're talking about how the inner core of the Earth has changed and moved. Well, that's because it's tipped, people, and they don't give you the answers why. They just tell you that, oh, we've discovered this, and then they don't say why. Of course, most of the time they don't know why, but it's most likely having to do with Earth tip, close passing. The Mexican volcano went off again. Mount Etna went off again, big time. And then there's one in Malaysia that is going off again. I don't know which one this is. It looks to be close to the ocean.
I think it said in the beginning. It said in the beginning.
I'm going to try to back up a little bit and see if I can catch it.
But only for about like 2 seconds or something.
I know. It wants
I'm
to
tempted to say it's in Japan, but I don't think the one in Japan, anything in Japan is going off major yet. But it is.
That's Asian. China, it looks like. Looks like China. Sarah, what'd you call it?
That's quick. Oh my gosh.
There are
Sakurajima. Sakurajima.
So it is in Japan.
I'll look it up. Is it
November 12th? Okay. Oh, that's 2019. No wonder. Duh. I was going, there isn't one going off in Japan right now that I know of. There is one in Kamchatka, which is north of Japan, up on the islands of the eastern Russia, right next to China and Russia, in those disputed islands. There is one going off there now as well. And that went off like, I think, a week or two ago, and it's pretty big. Yeah, look
at that. And then the lightning up in the sky there. Look at that.
Remember, we also had those major earthquakes in Alaska in 2019 with the direct passing of Atu's moon over it, with all those sightings that we got from Alaska, where everybody was taking pictures of it. And you could just plain as day see Atu's moon directly. And it was smaller then, too. It was directly over the top of the earthquakes. And that whole series that went off on the tectonic plate all the way up from Saskatchewan all the way to the bottom of the Aleutian Islands there, and I believe this is the Aleutian Islands. Yeah.
Look at that
I'm,
thing.
yeah, that's normal. That's normal. That's
Look at
more than
that. No
Yeah.
way. Dump. Oh my word.
That's a small rain bomb compared to some of the
Oh,
ones.
just a small rain bomb. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, again, that's something that we did not grow up seeing. And so
Yeah,
how
once the
does
water level
how
rise,
did like
instantly.
how do they just explain this now that this never
Well,
happened,
they
until
say it's climate change and we're having more
okay.
drastic weather, and that's the end of it. And their brains stop
Yes.
working from then on.
That makes
And
sense.
we can't attribute all of this to passing planets and
It's
passing asteroids.
cars. The cars
But,
are doing it.
Yeah, it's climate change. Accept it. Pay more taxes.
Right. Oh,
So I wonder where David Gregg is. He says he's in Scotland too. He's a new Scottish guy there.
Hello, David. How are you today? Yeah, it becomes it sometimes becomes a debate on what we're looking at, and a lot of the times, of course, it will resort back to the site drawing and what's where. And yeah, we've had this discussion about this picture last week as well. You can tell
Right.
it's a different illumination. It's not a sun. People down there were screaming, "Oh, it's a sun! It's a sun!" And it's a yellow moon because we know it's there and we've seen it so many times. And then I'm immediately reminded of that dark picture with the bright clouded yellow Saturn's yellow moon illumination that we've got posted on Montana Skywatcher 2 right now. And we talked about last week as well. And I'm instantly reminded of that because, this is how we know things are. They may not be an exact match, but we know that the illuminated body is here. And then we see it again, and then we see it again, and then we go, okay, well, this is not an anomaly, one-time, one-off, strange lens flare, or filming through glass, which you also have to avoid. We always check to see if is this picture filmed through glass, and that can create a glass double. And that, of course, when you have matching sizes, that's most likely what you have. But if you have different size objects, then you are more likely to have a real capture of a real object, secondary object.
I think this is the one you were talking about.
And you can see the shield in front. We've seen that shape in front of Saturn's yellow moon so many times that it falls right into place. So you know that it's real. You know that it's the thing that we've attributed. We know that it's not just a one-time weird anomaly. And this definitely isn't a lens flare. So,
right.
And we know what's
right.
sundown, and we know Saturn's yellow moon has been behaving like this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And this is a culmination of us watching it day after day, after month, after month, after month. And this also helps us figure out what's going on. And that's how we do it.
So these were some pictures I just pulled off of your profile, Sam.
That's the one that
familiar.
was 2017, and that is the Tan asteroid, and the rest of the Salamander asteroid group is up behind it, off to the left-hand side of this picture. But yeah, we've had going all the way back to 2018 and 19. We've had some of the most awesome side shots when Yuri had first hopped over from the right-hand side to the left-hand side, and after attitude settled in and raised up a little bit, we started seeing all of these really major illuminations, just like the one previous where it was Saturn's yellow moon. But we had some illuminations that were so intensely bright that it was almost brighter and bigger than our star, but we knew that wasn't a star that came in boom out of the blue, and we knew that the asteroids were there, and that is back in all the way in my S file where God, and that says about 2018, 17, 18, back in the days I was still using the S's. I've run the alphabet almost 3 times now on my files.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's that picture I was talking about earlier that I was going to send you. So yeah, Look at that sucker on the right-hand side, including the backlit crescent flare, because the light is rounding around the planet and shining out as a central focal in the back. And that is Isatum's yellow moon in front of Isatum. And just plain as day, you can't argue with that. And then if you look over to the left, you've got the red asteroid and the spiral asteroid and all sorts of debris, and even probably a partial tip of Attu's moon in the upper left-hand corner. So
Oh,
you can't
people
argue
are
with
saying you
this
can see the
over and
lights.
over. And then whatever is below it, that could be very easily, could be the long box cube underneath that dark orbital round planetoid moon. Sorry, I am not here today. I am a little bit zonky.
You're doing good. You're doing fine. Here's an example
grab the
of a
coffee.
backlit crescent flare. Also, another one, but it took me a
Right, where
while
the sun shines
to
up our side.
understand what you meant, by reading about it. But
Well,
basically, it's the
a
sunlight
crescent
passing.
illumination
Uh-huh.
is, just an edge sliver. But we have seen over the years that when the sun shines and we're seeing the dark side of an object, that we see the central focal flare out the far side, and it's almost a shaft light that goes, sometimes a good distance off horizontally to the side. And we, for the longest time, kept wondering about that. It's like, no, it's not a halo. It's not a cutoff refraction. What is that? And then over, God, about 2015, especially when Attu and Attu's moon were way smaller, coming in beside Uri on that side, because they came in from the right-hand side originally. We started seeing that over and over again, and then we got some really clear shots of the orbitoid as well, and which then proved what it was, which was a backlit. The back area of the planet is lit in a central flare, crescent flare, and that's where it became a backlit crescent flare.
So this is light passing behind Isatum's moon.
Correct.
Is that what?
Yeah.
Okay.
You see that little shaft.
There's a lot of moon pictures coming in as well. Oops, can't even show you. There's a lot of moon pictures with a rainbow effect around it, and Jupiter off to the side.
Yeah, I was wondering who that was. I was about to look that up the other night when I saw it, but I was, I knew it was one of the normal planets, so I didn't pay attention to it.
Egg
I was looking at
said
the
that
blue
she saw
thing
this.
behind the white thing, the moon.
Oh, right.
And last month it was yellow, really yellow behind it. And it was like, okay. And then that's why.
Now it's white. Now it's white, and it's got rainbow all around it. You could see it. Oh, look at that. Wow.
This is the other side of that same picture. So on the other side,
of course, you have the illumination is the tan asteroid.
That's what that. Okay.
And then above it is probably the red asteroid.
Is that?
Yeah, that is that.
Check
Exactly.
that out. Cool.
Yeah, I've got
right.
I've got hundreds of pictures that show that roundish tan asteroid is sticking out of the salamander asteroid side facial group off the side of Uri time after time, year after year, like I said early in the beginning of the show. I got a picture in yesterday that matched the ones from all the way to 2018. Literally had to go back and set the one next to the other to look at the two and see they were different pictures. I just went, wow, they're exactly almost the same. And
yeah,
the same colors, everything. It just blew me away, which, automatically said to me, yep, we're coming up on, the end of the 180-day cycle. And here's that same cloud pattern over and over again, like the one where there was the Boxing Day event that happened in 2018. And you can look that up. And that created one hell of a real nasty thing. And that was right after Christmas. So, we still have possibilities, some real monster shit coming. So we'll see. The stretch out line between planets, the bleed off eddy trails underneath, a cloud reach pattern that, reaches across the sky. And we look at it like this, but we're actually, it goes off away from us in a distance and is actually a pretty straight line, but we see it in this cone shape. And that's the out view issue. We see things that are not necessarily exactly as they are because of our out view.
That was all I had from your profile. I just grabbed those a few minutes ago.
Gillian didn't see this
Um,
yet. David, Gillian is from South Africa originally. Is that correct,
Yep.
Gillian?
Yep.
I can only see your ear, so.
Sorry, I was actually, I'm actually got my tablet so I can see the pictures bigger because you always said try and get as big a screen as possible.
Right.
So I'm just staring and staring at them because you guys
Yeah.
are talking on my phone that's on the stand, and
Yeah.
the pictures are just awesome. Just kind of going, oh.
Yeah, well, there's really killer stuff out right now. It's just awesome.
Yes, yes,
And
yes.
we're getting really great captures.
Well, I was
That's, of course, an
frantically trying
asteroid.
to type to David and tell him, like, yeah, well, I'm up in there, but we seen the sky scribblers today, and I really tried to get into the parking lot soon enough so we could start taking pictures, but you could just see it going straight up, and I thought, and if you look up above, he was aiming up, and there was a shape like this shape, a complete whiteness. You could see the ridges inside it, but it looked like long box or something, and
Yeah.
it was for sure something, and it was obviously trying to go up and, hi guys, I'm just sort of showing you where I'm going, and just, but it was like it was trying to cover the base of Nipicity as well because it was tilted at an angle, so they try and put things across it so you won't see, or maybe an asteroid was shot past and
I
looked
like
like a
the term
sky
sky
scribbler.
scribblers. That's interesting. Sky scribblers.
Yep, sky scribblers.
Yeah, that's a better way to say it than the C thing that gets us flagged.
Sky
Yeah.
scribbler is cool. They don't know that one yet. I've got lots of little handy words like that.
Boy,
Yeah.
I'm leery of these two pictures.
Look at that.
Okay.
Buzzer. That's like
They're
3.
older. They're older. Yeah,
Mm.
they're older.
Yeah.
Look at those things. You can.
I'm not
what's that?
sure. Well, if these are real objects, and it's a big, yeah, they do have similar placement in both pictures, so not lens flares then. But
I
boy,
mean, and
they're
they're
rainbowy.
behind, but they look behind on the right picture, how it's behind the power lines.
Yeah, I see that. That's true. They are really rainbowy, and it's like tempting to say, it looks like the big three, but or no, guys, it can't be blue and green because I think the blue asteroid is bigger than the green. I could have that twisted in my head, but I don't know of that pattern. That's odd. It could be the big three with the spiral in front, and we're only seeing 2 of the 3, and the third one would be up higher or behind, because the pattern is that the big 3 are stretched out. Usually one is farther ahead of the other 2, and one is above.
One's got a wee pointy thing on it.
Yeah, it's a hard call on these. I'm kind of leery of these
Yeah.
pictures. I don't have any way to. Boy, there it is. Is that the same picture, just colorized?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Mhm.
Wow. And at that
I know.
horizontal level, that close to the horizon off the deck, it literally has to be Salamander asteroid group. And we could even be staring at the skull in the back in the center there.
Yeah, I kind of see something that looks like a face.
I don't recognize this asteroid pattern, and it would, from how low it is off the horizon, it's literally got to be Salamander asteroid group. Has to be, because if it was the big 3, it would be higher off the deck.
Kind of reminds me of that purple thing I got the other night, like really low.
Well,
really low.
Yeah, that's when that's the close pass onset of Uri, when they're really, really nasty storms come out of these. And this is, of course, what I was talking about, the Boxing Day event from 2018.
And they kept telling us for the last couple of days that we're going to get like, oh, it's going to be snow, oh, it's going to be rain, oh, it's going to be. I don't know.
Well, we're gonna have freaky weather. I mean, look what just went through it. From the 18th on through literally all of Asia, from Ireland to Asia, and that was just an unbelievable and I can't believe that hey, Freezy Peach, I cannot believe that they didn't connect the dots around the world weather to talk about how that storm had moved one end of, the planet to the other. And I can't believe that didn't make the news. It blows me away. And of course, it's funny nobody's correlating, but then I'm not watching any major paid weather channel or anything like that. Maybe they're talking about it on the weather channel. I don't know.
Yeah.
It just leads me to wonder why they're
I've
not.
been minimalist lately, so I haven't seen anything. I just have data for what I want to do.
Red asteroid.
Look at that thing. Oh, it's beautiful.
And of course, that's not because of the color that we're seeing. That's the color we're seeing, of course, is a refractive. And the red asteroid isn't always red.
I saw a
Yeah, they
video
like to play.
it was from the Weather Channel talking about the picture on the right, and he was trying to explain that this is caused by wind blowing up against a mountain, creating this UFO looking cloud, is what he called it.
He must
So
have
it's
gone and got
wind.
one of them home experiments and tried to
Yeah, and they had this
replicate it
little
and stuff.
cartoon. They had this little cartoon diagram and
Love
everything.
it.
Wind blowing up this mountain and causing this swirl pattern.
All right. I
That's
just
what
say
they're-
all right.
That's what they're feeding everybody.
You just say all
Mhm.
right. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. It just makes me
Oh,
giggle.
my
I can't
gosh.
help it. I'm sorry. They just
Desperate. They're desperate.
look at all
Really.
these strange, yeah, and when you get like a picture like that with the suns and it's like, is it the sun? Is it the yellow moon? It could be like, oh,
Right. Is this an asteroid, Sam, or?
what's that?
Well, there's been previous pictures like this in the past. This one's recent, but in the past, he has mentioned that this is an asteroid crossing our suns.
Oh, sorry, my mic was muted again, and I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're talking away, probably.
it's crossing the sun, and we know that there's nothing that small other than asteroids. So I clicked over to mute my mic because I thought I was going to sneeze, and I didn't.
Uh-oh.
And then I was
You're
paying
still
attention
there.
to the sneeze and not the fact that my mic was muted.
Well, you got your cat hanging about you again.
Actually, no, but just vacuumed, so there's more in the air than there.
Particles in the air.
My door is closed, but it is getting me. These we know that one of those is
We
the
saw
blue
that
asteroid.
one.
Probably the
Yeah.
other one's the moon.
Is that blue asteroid again with a sort
Right.
of blip in the
Right.
circle?
That
And of course,
one's.
in
We
this
talked
shot,
about
it's
that
slightly
one.
yellow, but yeah.
Mhm.
And these, of course, are asteroids underneath Uri. You can see the baseline of Uri, and these are asteroids under Uri. And there's that same pattern. That could even be the red asteroid and the spiral on the income, or it could be salamander asteroid group, which is more likely. But it just depends on how they come in and how little and big and big and bigger they get as they pass in. And that's what makes it kind of hard, is the fact that they are transitioning in from smaller and bigger. And then you look at it and you go, oh, it has to be this, or it has to be that because of where it's located.
Yeah.
And we see it over and over and over again. So that's where how all of this works is. And especially when we're constantly seeing the same things, even in TV commercials and on other people's YouTubers channels and stuff, and you look up and, oh my God, there's the object cluster group again. And you can't deny this. Year after year after year we've been watching it, and it's amazing to me how people just completely ignore it. And you're looking at freaking awesome asteroids, and they just think they're clouds, and it's like, wow. And if you point it out to them 3 times in a row, well, then maybe they might start listening to you. If you're outside going, well, there they are again, then they might start questioning things and going a little bit, here and there. So
here's another Facebook user. Who's this one?
I was just going to say,
it's a mystery.
Is that Farsi? I don't know what I'm reading here on Facebook user at 2:49 p.m. I have a translator. I could grab it and translate it real quick. What do you know? What do you know? I can actually cut off that. And I'll be right back with this. Let me clear this out as I talk while I'm trying to do on another page here on the computer and run it through the translator. And it says next Thursday a big earthquake will happen in America.
Oh,
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Next
what
Thursday.
language is that in? I don't see it.
It's Arabic.
Okay.
Oh, where'd you see that?
I took the a cut and paste off of Facebook user at from 2:49 p.m. It's written in Arabic on the site here in the comments section. So I cut it and I went to my translate page, which I already had up from my previous other language.
That's handy.
Farther up. And I translated it. That's how I do. Sometimes I talk to people like that in Italy or Germany, or it's a slow process to grab and cut and paste, back and forth, and then you got to erase what they wrote the last time, and then you paste it in again, and then the auto detect goes through there and does it for you.
This is from last week, but we can look at this a moment. I gotta step away for a minute, but this is just some recent world events. But I'll be back in just like 5 minutes or less.
Yeah, this is another one of those examples where 15 minutes ago everything was okay, and now
look at that.
Roof and everything crashing in around people, and they're running for their lives. So
just another Saturday in the shopping mall.
Yeah, it really makes you think or rethink how things are built, and how, like, here's an example how this normal everyday street you think
That's
is
horrible. The poor people. It must have been terrifying. But that looks like the Middle East.
If you're watching your $30,000 car sweep down the street and smash into everybody else's cars and be completely damaged, I mean, once a car is buried underwater, it's not so good for the electronics anymore anyway, and the interior and everything else, and the mold and all of that. And in some countries, you can't even park your car for a month without coming back to a car that's filled up with mold. So you have to be very careful of all of that moisture issue.
Look at that. Look at that water surge.
And this is going to, this is going to damage homes and businesses and trees and infrastructure and
you never get back from that. Look at that. Oh man, look.
And if you've ever gone through a personal flood where you lose half your possessions in your home, it's never a fun thing. And replacing cars.
I just got my possessions in my home. I don't want that to happen.
Right. My mom had, when we lived in Minnesota, my mom had a whole shipment of inheritance furniture and family pictures and things all shipped over by boat in this big shipping container. It wasn't that big, but it was a lot of stuff that came from the old country, from Holland. And she had just stored it all into the basement of this house. And within like a month, we got this big flood. And it woke up middle of the night, and there's water in the living room, so and that was next to the Mississippi River. And we were well over about a mile away from the Mississippi, but it flooded that much where we, in our living room, which was slightly raised above ground level because it was an old farmhouse, and we had literally a foot of water in the living room, and then everything in the basement, of course, was submerged. And so my mother lost all of those wonderful antiques. And I think I have one picture left that was framed of my great grandfather. But other than that, we lost a whole bunch of stuff, and literally that you could never go back down into that basement without literally holding a towel to your face, because it smelled like that flood the entire after that. Of course, this was before restoration services and all that used to do what they do. But back then we had to scoop and shovel and haul all the mud out of the basement, and we were doing it for weeks. And it's a horrible process to lose everything you own and then have to clean it up. It's a nasty process. So people should be very careful of weather. They should be competent of the storms coming in. Of course, a lot of these are flash storms. You don't have any way to even deal with it because it comes in so fast.
Look at that. What's that up there? That's bugs, isn't it? Look at that.
Well, a bunch of stuff
Oh,
got washed away, and these folks are trying to get out of the debris. And that debris will carry you, and it'll cut you, and it'll smash you, or you get pinched in between it. And like this person is luckily hopping out, I hope.
Now pulling somebody else out, it looks like.
Yeah, when you get a lot of water is unbelievable. Anything literally over the top of your ankles, the little bump on the side of your ankle, anything deeper than that, and it's going to start washing your feet out from underneath you.
Yeah, the power of that water, though, look at it.
Right. People think it's safe, and it's not. I mean, that's a little car,
But that's a lot of water that's just November.
Car that's floating mostly from its tires. Yeah, there goes, what was that tail? It looked like a big, huge dolphin tail or mermaids. No,
mermaids, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
Brazil.
Yeah, this is in Brazil.
Look at this. This is all November, Sam. This is just all November.
Dubai. Right. Yeah. There was some really horrendous storms that went literally from Ireland all the way to Japan that really devastated a lot of people. Now, this was the Dubai storm. It blew people down the street. And then when it
was like I'd never seen anything like that in Dubai before. Look at it.
Yeah, it was literally, I believe it. I saw the first couple of videos of it, and it really seriously does look like a close pass of necessity. It does. Although I wasn't there, so I can't really fully attribute. But
it's that lightning as well there.
And,
oh my God, look at it. That's like pole lightning. I mean, what I call pole lightning, but that's that shaft.
Yeah.
That had a shaft, a purple shaft.
And I wonder the distance and how big those truly are across space.
Those are huge shafts. Even
are they asteroids discharging, or is it a planetary discharge? Is it just a?
But that was purple. It doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah. Well, yeah, we're definitely seeing an absolute increase in drastic storm. Now this guy is an asshole. I saw this, and he's smashing windows with his wake. I mean, what are you doing? Wake zone, dude. Yeah, there you go. Have a little volcanic mud. Either that or that's all sewage grease from restaurants boiling up. Yeah.
Oh my God, what's that?
Don't even get me started on how the cooking oil in China is.
Look at that. That stuff's coming out of the earth,
boiling
man.
mud is coming up from below the streets because of huge moves in tectonic plates. Yeah, volcanic
that kind of reminds me of that movie that we've all been watching, 2012, and it shows you the heating up of the core.
Right. Yeah, and the scientists were talking about how the core has moved, and that of course, back again is the fact that we tipped, and so that the puddle. Inside the puddle, the big volcanic liquid mass core, iron molten core of Earth has changed places from what they're used to.
Because they're talking about that under Grindavik, in Iceland.
Grindavik, that's the one that's really hard to remember.
I know because Karen, my friend, was telling me that one of her besties, their family lived there for 24 years, and they can't go back to their home now. So it's really heartbreaking. They were only allowed to go in that time when they've got people taking them in so they can go in, and then they come back to get stuff from the houses.
Well, I imagine they're going to be able to go back eventually, unless, of course, they have a absolute eruption right there. Yes, a lot of the stuff did get broken apart, and they're going to have to do a lot of fixing the streets and the houses and the buildings and yeah, there was a huge area that settled. There's also a huge area over by the Blue Lagoon that rose. Now, you went there, right?
Yeah, we were swimming in there. Huh.
Yeah, and that area has risen up, and that's partially why they're talking about that the area to the north east of where the quakes have been happening is possible eruption site. But then there's also a lot of stuff going on geologically out to just off the coast of that area.
They showed me. I seen a zoom drone thing of over Grindavik, and it shows like a whole picture of how it goes down to the sea, or how it's near the sea and where it could actually come out in the sea, and that would be worse than if it came out in
That
land.
whole
The
area
guy was saying.
is there from a previous lava flow a couple, like 1 or 2 million years ago, or a few 100,000 years ago. Yeah, look at all those nice things that are going to come down on people,
Look at
and
that stuff.
hopefully they don't
Oh
smash
my word!
anybody. Let's
Oh
hope
my
it's
word!
styrofoam. Um,
Oh,
so
look at
bad
that
for the
stuff.
environment. Yeah, and they've had storms all around the planet, and it's not normal. And I'm, like I said earlier, I'm amazed that people didn't connect them, that this was pretty much one wave that went from one area of the planet to the other, and it just blows me away. It did not make the news. I'm in awe. It's like, if my car was, I'd be crying if that was my car, man.
I'd
You
be
know,
hysterical if it was my house because I've just got a house, and so I'm very possessive.
and, well,
Protect
here's
my
the
house.
car.
Oh, look at the car! Oh no! And some of these cars are so posh.
Yeah,
Oh my
but I
god!
said Qatar, the country,
Qatar.
Qatar. It is a rather wealthy oil producing country.
But I wonder if
I
that was Dubai that we landed in with the great big airplane, that big double jumbo thing. I wouldn't be able to stand upright if that had been all my stuff gone like that. It's devastating, it must be.
Well, it's also kind of freeing. Once you lose all that crap, it doesn't own you, and you don't have to pay for it all the time to store
Yeah, but
it
I
or to
wonder where
move
all
it.
these people are staying, Sam. I mean, this is
Well,
displaced
that's
people.
why we have a huge refugee issue, and then half the world goes, let's help the refugee, and then the other half of the world is going, we've had enough refugees, please stop. And I think that riot that don't quote me on this, but I believe that riot that they had in Dublin yesterday, I think it was, or the day before, really nasty riot, was over a stabbing of a family and some children, the death of a child, and all of this. And I think it was attributed and blamed on uh, 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 some refugee people. And when these folks are like getting on these rickety old boats and trying to go across the Mediterranean from South Africa and all over the world, including the refugee camps in Syria and the ones outside of Turkey and all of this other stuff that's going on, where these millions of people are stacked up all over the place in refugee camps right now. And
Or the ones that are illegally trying to get into all over the place, and they'll do anything
they're leaving
for their children.
South America to come up here. They're leaving their countries, where the war-torn Iran and Iraq areas, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. South Africa, or excuse me, Northern Africa. They're trying to leave because even the Nile has changed, and the Mississippi has changed, and the Amazon has changed. And I mean, that should be the hugest warning in the whole world, going, there should be bells and emergency whistles going off everywhere, because this is serious. It's just huge to have major rivers, major world-sized, huge rivers drying up all around us.
He said one of the canals where the ships go through as well is perilously low.
Right,
yeah,
right.
it's perilously
I saw
low.
a report. I don't know how factual it was, but it's literally dry. Where the
I've
boat
seen
was
that too. I was wondering
dirt.
as well if you'd heard.
So I don't know if they, because I know they pump it in from they have two major reservoirs, and I don't know if they've gone below level of pumping ability or what. But I'd have to look into something credible and recently put out, because most, it's been a few reports over the last month or so.
I remember the dams in South Africa were so dry, and then not so bad by the time I actually left Cape Town, but now they were talking about having had all those hectic storms where it was literally flooded, and you go from being bone dry to literally flooded. It washes the
California's
topsoil
going
off.
through too now. It's refilling the central lake areas into the marsh areas in the center of California, which has been dry since literally like 1850, 1860, 1870, where they
That's
chased all
insane.
the folks, the indigenous folks out of there. And really, we talked about this before, where they were persecuted heavily. And of course, the Mexicalis, I don't know if that's a derogatory term. I don't mean it that way. the Mexican folks who were indigenous to that area, and then there was the Indian. Of course, I don't know how you can separate that. I'm sure people know. I don't know how they separate themselves, uh, uh, tribally or however. I'm trying not to put my foot in my mouth here. But
No,
anyway,
is
those
it?
folks down there that did live there when white man started going in there after the gold and um, uh, that whole area was full of water and has been pumped and reused and turned into farmland. And now all of that in California is going to be all that's going to change. And because they had a heck of a snowstorm here, I guess, in the Mammoth Mountains this week. So I don't know
Yeah,
what.
snow's starting now, isn't it? We'll all be looking for snow up here in the northern hemisphere.
And this picture, of course, has got the picture of Nepenthe, drawing of Nepenthe
Capacity.
underneath it, which shows you, yes, this is Nepenthe. Look at the dark blue. Look at the light blue. Look at the base
Yeah.
cloud. We've seen over and over. And that's not a normal base cloud. And only one planet we know has it that looks like that. And that's Nepenthe over and over and over and
Yeah.
over. And
Those
that's not
little
a normal cloud pattern.
striped, like, let's see, let's go back to,
And this is in Colorado. This isn't over the Arctic where they could go. It's lenticular clouds. Yeah.
They love that. Love our lenticular clouds. Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. It's got the
Yeah.
zigzag and everything.
This is a cloud effect of a very close planet. Although many people are going to go, it's HARP. Well,
oh boy.
HARP was designed
HARP, yeah.
other than what people think it is on the internet, and they're not readily using it because the oldest HARP stations were shut down long ago, and people need to be a little fresh on their information. I believe this is probably one of those base drag off clouds between the planets where the planet reached between one and the other, where we could see a visual effect between Attu and Nepenthe, for example. That we don't, if we flew above it, we probably get a whole different view of what it looks like. And of course, there's another one and another one that people go, oh, it's HARP. Oh, it's HARP. It's not. That one for sure is Nepenthe.
Right.
Because we're used to the view. And Nepenthe is the smaller planet, even though it looks like it's a sky filler because it's directly over the top of us.
Right.
And this is way in the southwest as the sun comes up. And
Look at that thing.
And you see all these little dots of white. I wonder what that all stuff was. There, of course, is the base cloud of Nepenthe again. And it's green.
And green. Yeah.
And asteroid illuminated on the one side, just like, because we always see those little asteroids rounding her bottom. There's like 3 of them, and we still haven't tagged them per se. I don't know if those are the big 3 there or what, but they're about the same area. That's what always throws me. They're all in the same area, and it's like, how do you grab and say this is this and that's that without watching it for a very long time? I've always wondered about these. Those are, it's obviously a liquid wake scenario where the weather is coming in from above it and it's washing over each other because it's stalling and doing the train car bumper thing so that it's turned into a wave wake. It's upper winds pushing the lower normal clouds, I believe.
Is it like pushing these over, creating
I don't think so. I think that's actually just there's an exterior upper level wind that is causing the moist liquid clouds, normal clouds, to turn into wave-like patterns. Excuse me, because our air is actually a liquid, and we do breathe in a liquid that is just vaporized. And what we breathe in is a bunch of gases, and like we've talked about before, only 26% of what we breathe in is oxygen. The rest of it is all these other inert gases that we don't even realize that we're breathing. And our atmosphere is actually, thin water, and water is thick air. It's all connected. Granted, there's hydrogen in between when it comes to water, but connected hydrogen, which, H2O and all that. Anyway, I'm rambling.
I have a hard time understanding that we're breathing liquid, but
Well, it's point of view,
yeah,
you know, because if you go down to the bottom of the ocean, you have really heavy water. If you go way up into the upper atmosphere, you have really light air. There's like oxygen 7, 8, 9, 10, something like that, 11, where the molecules are way thinner, and which that starts becoming the ozones and all this other gases. And yeah, we breathe in a
right.
lot of God, I keep trying to think of what the main one that we breathe in. A lot of it has to do with environmental greenhouse gases.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say cat hair, but
Yeah, that too.
oh
Oh, you'd be amazed how much hair we eat per
my
year. Oh
gosh,
my God.
ew, I
Don't
know
even get
it's
me
true
started
though.
on
It
that
has to
crazy
be.
stuff.
I just wanted to tell Trista thanks for this picture. So this is one that she made a comment on. So
Is that
I
her
just wanted to,
picture? It's pretty,
yeah,
isn't it?
it is. Yes, it is. So, all right, moving on. Let's see what else we have here. Oh, I do have a short clip. It's about 2 minutes long, but it's just some examples of daytime turning dark quickly, whether it's because of a storm or not because of a storm. So there's a couple examples. So the first one is a lady talking. So we'll see what she's explaining
In Beijing,
more.
China. Storm hit and turned the whole sky black. This didn't happen in evening hours either. It was at 3:30 p.m.
Street lights are on. Oh
Yeah, this is probably that storm I was talking about that ran
it's black.
Okay.
in 20 seconds.
It is black.
In northeastern China, they had a mass
Turning
What's that noise?
I
but
have
in
never seen
southern
anything like
China,
this.
flooding.
Sorry, I'm gonna try to turn it down.
Oh, no worries. Adds to the
There.
epicness.
There.
Yeah, look at that thing. I mean, wow, look at it.
Yeah.
But that thing looked like a giant ball as well.
Well, we thought it was a close pass of necessity, and that darkness would explain that, completely shadowed underneath a passing planet, and that's why they had excruciating extreme winds and a
Look at
blizzard
that.
from hell. Those rotational low pressure rotating northern hemisphere hurricanes that they don't say exist, and they just call them other names like bomb cyclone.
Yeah. There's
Then the
there's
light comes back
more.
on again.
Yeah,
word
there's
for
definitely
cyclone is
more of
hurricane.
these videos where it went completely dark, like nighttime in the middle of the afternoon, without any weather related. But you really cannot hardly find those videos. I mean, I know Russia was one. I know China had one.
Yeah, Croatia.
I remember when it
Turkey.
happened.
Turkey got hit really bad. I think it was the 19th or the 20th.
Really?
And they had horrendously bad storms and people's houses being ripped apart and things
Oh
flying
yeah,
down
the
the
storms.
street.
Yes.
And they had flooding and
Yeah.
I think that's the same thing that did the Dubai. I think it's the same thing that got Saudi Arabia. I think it's the same storm that they got all of those. And I'm back to saying the same thing again. I can't believe they didn't link it. But then I don't think they want people to know that these massive, country by country by country wiped it out storms are coming. I mean, holy cow. If you knew that shit was coming, wouldn't that would probably panic a lot of people. Better just to
Yeah, I
live
think it would
through
too.
it.
Gosh, especially people who haven't had years for it to sink in. Just all
Well, they
this
could
sink
actually,
in.
people need to remove stuff off their front porch and stuff and tie things down and, tarp your car. And I'm almost wondering, do you need an anchor for your car to keep it there too? Is it going to wash away?
Oh
I
my,
mean, holy
right.
cow. I mean, I can't even imagine the
That's
damage that those cars go through, bumping into everything as they're being even,
And what
even
about the
if-
insurance company? Oh my word.
Oh yeah, and where are all these cars ending up? the money that's going out to these storms, it's unbelievable. And it's going to bound to affect our economy, for our world economy. But I mean, that'll probably be looked at way later than, trying to muck up after the storm that went through. And we're going to see that in the low-lying areas. And somebody here earlier wrote, telling my relatives who live at the coast, it is pretty much, and you can tell by what insurance companies are doing also. A lot of insurance companies have pulled out of Florida altogether. And low-lying areas are not taking new insurance policies for if you live at the coast, because there is more likely than not extreme weather coming to everybody, and they know it, and we're seeing examples of it all last week. I mean, and it's undeniable. You cannot. That was just an awesome thing that just went all the way across the whole other side of the planet, and people really got to realize this is happening. It is happening. And it's not just climate change. It's all of the planets are heating up and having things happen. As Gillian sits reading.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
what's that? I was just gonna say. I mean, I just
I looked up.
Mark said hello. Mark said hello.
Oh, he did. Where is it? Where is he? Hello on Messenger or?
Yeah. He just made my little old phone buzz. I couldn't remember what messenger I'd left active on which phone because I wanted to see the comments. And as it turns out, my phone has magically linked to my tablet this time instead of my other phone. And now it's farting around down there as well. So it looks like it's actually just activated the phone. So I'm actually quite interested to see how it all works. I wonder what my bill's going to be at O2. Oh my God. Oh, these are fun things you find out when you're first month in the place and you're figuring out, all the things you're going to pay at the end of the month. Isn't that fun?
So next Thursday. I'm remembering this. We're next Thursday. Okay. What's the date next Thursday? Anybody have a calendar close at hand?
30th. It's the 30th next Thursday.
Boy, you're good.
Yeah.
Well, you have to deal with schedules. I don't have to deal with the schedule, so I don't look at the calendar that often. I don't think I have one.
I had to figure that out because the nice manny that does broadband said they're coming on the 7th. So
okay, hallelujah. Well, on the 30th, we're supposed to have a major earthquake in America. Okay.
Oh, that's what the dude said, 30th.
Yeah. I was in it was written in Arabic. I was just wondering how he knew that, and I'll take the advice and go from there. That's why I wanted to set it in my head when it was is the 30th. Okay.
Thursday, yeah.
Looks like Jesus will be joining us here in a few minutes.
Question for Sam. Some nights above the clouds, it's bright, almost like a white light luminescent above, makes it look like daylight out. If you're looking to the west after dark, it is most likely Nibiru above. And if you are looking to the south, southwest, you are probably seeing illuminated lighter white Uri at that time, depending on how many hours after sunset. Because then the more we go into nightfall, then the farther we turn away from the planets, and we're looking away from them, I believe. Of course, they're over the top of us too, and that's why a couple of years ago we had all this illumination in the night in western sky.
That was fun. A couple of years ago, we kept seeing Atu's moon.
Yeah, where we saw the coloration of Atu was purple. Yeah, many times for quite a while in 22 and 21. Nibiru was so bright, illuminated at the base in 20 and 21 as well, that it was literally lit here in Montana until like 11:30 at night. And it was really freaky weird. And everybody said, God, it's still very illuminated. You can see the whole sky. And look, it's 11:30 at night. And I wonder why. And I just went, well, it's because you're looking at the bottom of a planet. And nobody would, of course, listen.
And you get that incredible 5D blue. But it's just that depth of color that is Without a doubt, something special. And you don't see any stars. It's just like blue.
And we haven't really seen much landmass pass on this Nibiru Pass. We haven't had a lot of photographs of the land masses come in. Now, in 2012, we got a lot of them, and I still have one or two of those. Unfortunately, most of our pictures at that time were lost. The land masses are harder to see this time around, and I don't know why. And maybe it just has to do with the angle of light until it passes. And once they pass, maybe we're going to really get some really great views of Nibiru, but it'll be so huge. How will we know what we're looking at until it gets smaller and smaller once they start going away? I'm interested to see how that's going to transpire and how that's going to occur. I'm sure the naysayers out there say, well, you won't see it because they're not real. But, guys, we've been watching this for a decade, and you can't see the same thing for an entire decade and not have it be real or not real.
Right.
Excuse me, I said that wrong, but it's real because we've seen
it wouldn't repeat itself over and over all the time, all around the world. It wouldn't happen like that if it weren't.
And we have
real.
pattern watched for over a decade, and we have figured out what's going on. And there's a lot of people out there, oh, I can't believe it, and in two suns and all this. Well, excuse me, a rogue planet X is not traveling through a dark space by itself like some phantom stranger floating wherever it wants to. It's attached to a star because if there's people on it, they have to have a solar system and a star. So it's not that big of a leap. It's actually more a concise leap than the leap into Planet X, the rogue dark red planet. That's out there with no connection, nothing to work off of. But we know that there's two huge water-type planets. We know that there's two huge gas giants. We know that there are several smaller planets and asteroids.
So they went on about the redness of everything because it's blue.
Well, I think it's refractive coloring off of Saturn proper. I really do. And we went through that period where everything was purple for the longest time when Atu was in that same placement, when Atu was over on the right and higher above us and going past Earth in 2018-ish. When they went first by, they were showing these huge, of course, momentous cloud patterns, and until they got to the point where they were past Earth, and then when everything turned purple. And we'd see that over and over again. And now we're seeing the red and, of course, the yellow illumination, why everything is turning orange and stuff like that from the same right-sided illumination, because it's a smaller planet. So the light goes around it and it refracts into that red hue or yellow or orange or whatever. And, a couple of months ago, I looked up and I saw the most red sky I've ever seen in my entire life. It was just awesome. And I've never seen anything like that ever in Montana. And, in 60 years. So, not that I was always here, but I've always looked at the sky all my life.
Yeah, everything was just blue in South Africa, blue, and the sun that was orange.
Yeah, Thomas is saying here it's all about consciousness and what they don't want to learn. That's exactly. A lot of people probably don't want to know this information. A lot of people it probably scares them. They're uncomfortable with it. People avoid change. God, if I say this is real, then oh my God, I got to rethink everything, and think of the hassle that would be. I don't know. That's an assumption for somebody else. I have no clue, but we have watched this for so long, and it's beyond denying. And that's why we have so many sky watchers who go, yeah, I totally agree with you. And this is, of course, why we're doing this.
Sorry about that.
You guys get to talk today too,
Is TikTok working? Is TikTok going?
Is it
working? Did you get TikTok people on? Did you get them on?
Get them on. Oh, yeah, they've been on. I've been picking on them. They're in a separate chat at the moment. So
how do you manage to do that? There's like 2 or 3 places to look for them all now.
Yeah, I'm on. There is a TikTok live, something you download. And so what they are seeing is what I see on my computer screen. So I'm able to live stream from my computer. And I'm I got to knock out 12 hours of view time, which I probably have by now, but and then I should be able to get the special code that will allow me to bring them onto StreamYard, and then everybody's in the same chat at that point. So that's the plan. But right now, yeah, it's been a steady, I don't know, 10 to 15 people at all times. Right now it's at 6, but it's been jumping around.
Well, it has been a special holiday there as well. So, yeah, a lot of people are still hanging out with their family and stuff.
It is a holiday weekend. Yes. I found this old video. I was going to share it. It's one of mine. And
some people said, "Put that phone down. You stare at it enough. Talk to us for once."
And then everybody's sitting staring at each other or trying to play Monopoly.
Hey, let's hope we're all on their front living room while they're playing Monopoly and we're in the background talking.
So this is, I think it said 2018. I think it's dated. It's one of mine. And Alan and I, we just cracked up laughing when we saw this video. Hopefully I can load.
Yeah, let's have a giggle.
I know. Well, to us, it looks like this big hand that was holding a cell phone, taking a picture of me, taking a picture of it.
Oh, look.
Sam said that was the Texas Cube.
Got about 5 fingers there holding that thing.
It does look like a little hand. I mean, I don't know. I thought that was hilarious.
And the new iPhone. No, yeah, that's
oh gosh.
That's a Texas Cube shot, all right.
Yeah, I think
kind of like a trident like that.
Right. But otherwise, yeah, it is a perfect cube, perfect square. But I just thought the finger effect was pretty iconic.
Hey, people, that's an alien intergalactic spacecraft. It is so unbelievably huge, you wouldn't believe it. That's why it's called unbelievably huge.
Yeah,
it is so big, and there's Star Destroyers and stuff come out of those things. We didn't really see them coming out of this one per se. Because after the long box got here is when most of the Star Destroyers started showing up. But
okay.
We got cross reference of the Borg, pardon the expression, from Star Trek, the square cube, and then we've also got Star Wars with the Star Destroyers and the Empire Orb, and that's
everybody's got a cube these days, man.
We call it the Empire Orb. We should call it the Federation Orb or something like that, actually. And we talked about this before. But they just, because it was like the Empire Death Star, it just sort of stuck that it was the Empire Orb. But in all actuality, here they are, ta-da, and we see them time after time up, in the same spot year after year. And of course, we've got hundreds of these, pictures and live video of the Texas Cube, the long box cube, the Empire Orbs, the smaller craft. Did you get a copy of the space wheel with the energy beam to the Empire Orb the other day?
No, where's that? Cool.
I believe it's on my wall, probably. I'd have to know where I have it. It's pretty sure it's on Montana Skywatcher.
Okay, I'll be looking down for a minute. Hang on.
I could go there real quick. I wasn't even on Facebook for the last, on here. Because I was trying to, watch my upload feed and all of that. Let me see where I've got a copy of it. It's kind of slow.
I don't think I saw it either.
Oh, there is the portal opening project Blue Beams. Somebody called it 23 September. There's that one is on Skywatcher 1. And I'm looking for that other. And then there's a triangle craft.
Portal opening 23rd of September. Portal opening on Project Bluebeam. All right. Oh.
And there's the
check that thing.
Illumination one on this is all on Skywatcher 1. Okay, I found a copy of it. Let me see. I will copy the link. And on the p.m. site, where you sent me the link today. I will send it back to you. So Rebecca and Gillian, you should both have a copy of that in a few seconds.
Okay.
Look at that thing. Whoa.
And
What's that? No way. That's like something out of Stargate.
well, it's like a space wheel with an emitter array that's like charging up and powering, I think, the Empire orb, which is the bottom object.
Whoa, look at that.
Yeah, we've never seen anything like this ever before.
Oh,
Totally cool. And
jeez.
it does not look photoshopped.
No, that looks
see
like
if
our
I can
allegedly, all right. Allegedly, a
save
man
it
is
and share
said
it.
to have filmed this.
Unbelievable. And I hope that, here we're sitting here talking about it, and nobody else out there in podcast land gets to watch it. But so hopefully, can you drag that up and put that up, Rebecca?
I'm checking to see if I can. I have to be able to
probably
save
quite
it
hard.
to do this. Let me try. Hang on 1 second. Oh, look.
That's wild.
Let's
Yeah,
see.
and then we got a lot of sightings in this week that were completely out of the norm. And that also on Montana Skywatcher 1, there's that triangular craft, a big like destroyer, smaller star destroyer, floating, right off the deck above people. It may not be a star destroyer. It is definitely the same shape as a Star Wars star destroyer, and conning tower and everything. And that, it looks pretty credible. I'd have to watch it a few more times to say it's absolutely not photoshopped or not. But we got a lot of stuff in this week. It's been really abnormal, really, really abnormally high amounts of stuff coming in. So I was.
Somebody must have been having visitors.
Oh, I do have it. Okay. I got an idea. I can get it. And Linda has a question for you, Sam.
Yeah, I was just reading it.
Okay.
The Red Rivers, of course, is from floods. They hit a strong area.
In a moment. I'll be right back.
Red soil, and
Okay.
and then there's also the temperature variant where it could be like a red tide or a red algae bloom. There's been a lot of that all over. But as a matter of fact, the Gulf of Mexico this year was unbelievably heavy in Sargasso Sea bloom, and they were having a lot of trouble with the shipping and everything for the longest time. So it's entirely possible it's a tidal bloom. It could be a bacteria, it could be a small living plant, or it could be mud washed up from clay from a flood in the mountains, which also does change the color of the water. And yet, of course, red tides are omens in history, and including the story about the Nile and all of that, and some of the Exodus curses and all that, the Nile turning to blood and all of that. Anyway, there's several possibilities, but I had seen those pictures this week as well. So yeah, there's a lot of crazy shit going on. I mean, Christ, it's, there's 3 feet of rushing water going through the desert, the last couple of years. And we've never, of course, seen that. And it's even in some of the legends of the Arab folks. They have some legends out there that says, well, when the rivers return to the deserts, then it's, end times or whatever. I don't know the full range of the story, but that's the basic of it. So there's a lot of really crazy, unbelievable, strange, weird, odd weather and ships and yeah, I saw this picture and it makes me think that something's crossing in front of the sun, something smaller. Now, and we also know that the blue asteroid is within that area of the sun this month, so it's entirely possible it's the blue asteroid crossing.
Isn't that pretty? It's pretty cool, though.
And the object is on the lower right. You can see it just barely there.
Like 4 or 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Area. Okay. Almost got that video, and then we'll share it. Everybody can see it. And Hi, Jerry. Jerry's asking about a picture he put up yesterday. So let me finish this for Sam, and then I'll check on your picture and see what we can find for you. Okay. So, all right. So Sam, tell me one more time. Well, I'll wait till we get it pulled up. I didn't totally catch everything you said as to what this was.
Well, it looks like a space wheel on the upper object.
And the
with
space wheel
an
is
emitter
what?
array that is pumping a shaft of light to looks like the Empire orb. I haven't blown it up yet, and I'd only
Yeah.
watched it twice up close, paying attention to it the whole time. But I didn't blow it up yet. So, and that's harder to do when you have live moving video, and because I have to do some screen captures and all that sort of stuff.
Right. Well, we're getting ready to have a pretty good copy here. So, okay. So I'm saving it, and then I'll send it to my computer. All right. We saw that one the other day. I think we've looked at most of those pretty recently.
Probably lead asteroid on the right, and Atu's moon on the left, cutting into the sun.
There was a new picture I saw Zane shared, Zane Berry.
Yeah, I saw a couple.
And let's look at that one. I saved it to his. And I chatted with Andy, and he said he plans on being with us monthly. So we always have Andy to look forward to.
And hopefully he'll be a little more talkative next time.
Well, I know he's just getting warmed up.
Yeah. It's a learning curve. I understand, Well, I was watching.
It really is.
Mark was on the show the other day, and he was very tired, and it was really late at night for him, and he had a busy day, and he was attentive and listening, but he did look tired, but he didn't talk a lot, which is okay. But I get nervously talkative too, trying to fill in content here when you guys are busy.
Whenever it's just you by yourself, me too.
Yeah, playing with trying to bring this up and trying to bring that up. So I try not to have any dead airspace, as they say.
Yeah, it's not as easy as people make it look. You see people and you watch them, they make it look like it's really easy, but they're just really gifted at putting on a good show. Yeah.
Sherry's mentioning Mount Etna. Yeah, Etna is blowing. It's doing some really major activity that it hasn't done. It's been active for a couple of years now, but not where it's actually just vomiting up lava like it is now. I watched a video on that about a couple of days ago, and it is really active. I should get a live cam of it. I'm sure they have one somewhere. There's a live cam of Mount Etna, and I should watch it. Yeah, I love that picture. That is a great shot. That, of course, is the ion tail, and probably the long box cube in the mix.
Okay, we got it now. So let me pull it up. Take that down.
Dun dun dun.
The drum roll.
I hope you didn't hear like the tingling ting. Tingling ting ting.
Yeah,
I
that
know.
is freaky.
It was suspenseful.
It looks to me like a space wheel with an emitter array casting like an energy beam to, or maybe it's a tractor beam or something, or it's powering up with a straight power feed off to a.
That looks like a pinwheel down at the bottom. That one's like a pinwheel.
Well, the bottom one looks like there's a wake going around it. That's like a pressure wake. See how it's turning there, but I don't see these as two wheels. I see one because the bottom object was round, and now it's transitioning into that whatever. It's pretty awesome. We've never ever seen anything like this before, not once in over a decade. So this is whatever.
Oh, that's another one. That's really wild. That's like that other one, the night one. It's like they're opening wormholes and popping in and out or something.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of that going on, and we've seen that. That could be what this is as well.
This looks like something at a Stargate to me. That's all.
Yeah, something casting a beam to open a Stargate, perhaps, or or it's really hard to say what we're looking at, because we don't really have a basis of technology to account for it. But yeah, that could be, a fluctuating.
And what's the purpose of a space wheel? Like, what's this purpose?
Well, maybe it's not a space wheel. Maybe that's the opening. And the bottom object is casting the Stargate or the portal open. I don't know. I mean,
right.
We don't have any basis to understand.
I know we don't. We just
it is.
No, we just have Disney.
It does not look photoshopped.
No.
Right.
And we would want to start seeing stuff like this now, wouldn't we? We'd want to start seeing this.
You'd identify an oddity to the jog of the camera, where it would, for a split microsecond, one way or another, not move correctly. And we would have caught that by eye because we've seen it and we've seen it and we've seen it.
And there's the sun going down as well. Look at that. I mean.
Yeah. And the light does transition and change. See, right now there's no wake pattern around the round object on the bottom. And that starts to grow.
Okay, we have Jesus with us, guys.
Hey, Jesus.
Jesus.
Hey, everybody.
He's here.
Hiya.
Somebody else to talk so I can run for a glass of ice water.
Yeah,
it's your turn to run,
Sam.
for
Take a break.
Sustenance.
I'm gonna be Sam's scapegoat today.
Yeah.
Come on, you can tell us something, dude. How are you?
I'm good.
How are you?
How's your holiday?
Who's mine?
Well,
it feels like a holiday.
I don't know if that's. I'm not sure if that's a holiday for you, but
Oh, it's their holiday, yeah.
Hang on, guys. I don't know what I did here.
What are you up to? Are you driving today, Jesus?
I do. I'm not. I gotta go drop off my a couple more people at the airport.
And then,
yeah, a couple more family members, and then I gotta go to work. But I got about an hour and a half I can hang out with you guys.
Awesome.
But it was fun having people around, for a change.
Yeah.
I wish you were here to explain to me. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you. Go ahead.
No, I just want Jesus to come and explain to me how we could take pictures at night of the moon. But now that I've got the S23, you can actually enlarge to the point where you can actually see the moon, and it's not just this bright ball.
You know what I would recommend is don't zoom in. Don't zoom in too much because it blurs the picture. Zoom in after. Just enlarge it afterwards.
Because Jupiter next to the moon looks like you can actually see Jupiter and a couple of its moons as well.
Yeah, really. Yeah. Just try to take it easy on the zoom, and then really what I do is, at the time that I took some of my pictures, I had a better camera. Sometimes some cameras will do better than others, and it doesn't even matter it doesn't even matter the quality of the camera. It just depends on, I like to tinker with different cameras because sometimes one will pick up something or interpret it in the data a little better than other ones. So
I find Samsung's really good. I mean, Samsung is a product.
My brother uses Samsung. I use iPhone. My brother uses Samsung. He's like one of those iPhone that he will never go to iPhone, but sometimes the pictures he takes, because his phone has a wider field, and honestly, I think some of the pictures, skywise anyway, are actually nicer. I've considered kind of moving towards that whenever I decide to upgrade on phones, but
I've never had an iPhone, but other people swear by them.
Yeah, well, no, and they are pretty good. It's just paying $800, $1,000 for a phone is just
mental.
Not it's just I can't make sense of that. I just can't. I have this iPhone. It's I use it for work, but I've had it for 4 years, and it's just the XR. It's just a little simple, the the kind of lower end iPhone, and it works fine, But it was an interesting few days. I went and dropped off some of my family members at the airport. Was it yesterday or the day before? And there was some crazy stuff happening in the skies. I just had to stop on my way back home to take some video. I took a little quick time lapse. I'm trying something new. I'm trying to time lapse on a different camera. So I'm getting really tired of people dismissing the wide angle views. So I'm trying something new. I sent you one of those videos of a time lapse. That was
Yeah.
Yeah, I must try
cool.
time lapse as well, because this new one says it can do time lapse, but I was always into the panos and the straight up videos,
Get you one of these. It does a wide angle, and it just it's
Yeah.
a little clip. It's a little clip on. You put
Yeah.
on your camera, and it's like $15.
Oh,
I use this
get
a
them on
lot,
Amazon.
and it doesn't really warp the video. It doesn't really make it too fisheye, as they say. It does. It's very minimal, so it doesn't really make the screen weird or warp the image. So yeah, it's a really good thing. It's really cheap. So
Amazon. Can you get it on Amazon?
yeah, I got it. That's the new Walmart now where we all shop is that. But
I go
it
get
does
Walmart
the
here,
wide
but
angle,
Amazon, sure.
and then it also does really close-ups, like micro close-ups. I rarely use that one, but every now and again I come across something interesting, and some kind of bug or something I wanna I wanna take up close-ups of. But yeah, it was an interesting few days. Now we have nothing but cloud cover. But it was an interesting few days over the weekend.
Yeah, it just opened up for
Well, I
us
mean,
here today, so that was cool.
over these last few days, Wednesday, Thursday, not the weekend, the weekdays. My days are all mixed up now, but yeah, it was a really interesting couple of days.
Yeah, especially if it's like constant clouds, the days just go like that.
Yeah, that's how it is, and we got some snow now for Thanksgiving. We had a pretty good snowing up here on the mountains and some down in the valley. Finally, usually we get our first snow around Halloween, but today it seemed to push it a little later until Thanksgiving. So, I mean, it's kind of nice. It's just cold.
All right. I think this
I
is
was
it.
just
This is
checking
it. Okay.
worldwide weather. Looking at the jet stream. It's huge, massive, weird.
Yeah, wasn't something happening over the north that we're going to just regret for the next couple of days?
Oh, you guys in your let me look at you. Okay, other side of the pond. Yeah, you got a couple of conjoining. There's a low off the western coast of Ireland, so it's beside you up there, and then you got the North Sea jet stream going down to the east of you, and then to the west of you in the south, you've got an incoming jet stream that's banding all the way around the UK. So you guys should have some really intense weather. A lot of rain,
Sporty.
probably. That low is spinning back and forth like a snake over the top of Ireland and then dumping right down on top of Scotland. So, and you're at the edge of a low pressure system as well that reaches from Scotland all the way to Iceland.
Yeah, because Karen said she had snow in Iceland. Yeah.
How's your weather, Rebecca?
It's not bad today. It was like around 60 something, and I'll show you one of my clips I caught about 1 o'clock this afternoon. I said earlier, if I wasn't here on the show, I would have been outside live too. I mean, either way, I would have been on because it was that great. It was like,
yeah. It was a good
it was really, really. How was it there today? Like, how's it compare?
It's just a bunch of cloud cover today. It's been like that for a couple of days now. You can
Okay.
see that they're close. They're definitely nearby, but
Yes.
too much
Oh my
cloud
gosh.
cover. Too much cloud cover to say.
Wait till you see my video. I'm getting yours. That's almost ready to share. Let's see if it's ready. Okay.
How was your Thanksgiving, Sam?
Real good. I of course cooked the plethora of all sorts of stuff, and I was just munching down on some of the old King's Hawaiian buns, dinner rolls, just now
Okay.
as I came back with my ice water. And yeah, I'm sitting here thinking about that big platter of turkey and stuffing that I've still got left over. So,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
we got the
I've been
pie and
working on that.
got 2 different pies in the refrigerator still. So, that should press the girls to eat that a second time today, but I'm sure they'll want to eat something else.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Pizza, always. It's always pizza.
Pizza.
Hey, Sam. Okay, so yeah, here
So
we.
let's go back to that first. I'll go back to the first one here.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
almost
Back
I
it
looks
wanted to
like
up a
ask
little
you.
Atu's
bit
ring.
more.
I want to see if Sam was. I'm thinking either asteroid or star destroyer.
Well, I'm looking at this. Looks like Atu and Atu's moon, and I'm almost
That's
tempted
what I
to
was
say
thinking because you could see the
that literally
asteroids.
looks like Atu's ring.
Yeah, you could see. And then you see a bunch of
Oh,
asteroids right
sorry.
below it. Okay, yeah, this one I wanted to ask you about, Sam.
My bad,
Which one?
guys. I don't know why I'm like, it's
Yeah, that's what I seen today. That is what I seen as well today. They were trying to cover this up. What is this?
Yeah, that looks like a star destroyer.
Yeah, I
Headed
thought
away
so.
and slightly tipped.
Yeah, I thought so. I
Yeah,
thought
so up
so.
cool.
close,
There was
Man,
a bunch. There was a
that's
bunch of them in the.
super
There was a bunch of them
obvious.
in the sky, just right underneath that two's moon.
there could be even
You know.
another one that's slightly farther away, heading the other
Yeah,
direction,
yeah, right behind it. Yes.
like they're crossing paths.
Yeah, one's going down and one's going up.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was.
Oh, wait.
There's a lot of them out there,
Oh
and
my
so
goodness. Yeah.
we watched them offload, and there was just buttloads of them, and so yeah, I imagine they're floating by on a pretty regular basis, and we just don't even see them.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff flying in the sky yesterday.
Yeah,
was
day
2 days
before
ago.
as well. Everything was asteroids galore, and they were just above us.
Yeah, yeah.
And I pointed them out to the neighbors, and they went,
Yeehaw.
"Yeah, I'm awake."
Yeehaw.
So this is a time lapse I took while I was at the airport. This is about 15 minutes, maybe.
Wow.
I stopped at the parking lot where all the drivers stop, where all the rideshare drivers stop, and I set up my cameras, and I had a bunch of people kind of look at me like, "What is he doing?" One of them tells me that's a good idea. I'm like, "Dude, you have no idea what I'm doing." I think he was thinking I was just trying to guard somebody from my car or something.
Oh, yeah,
But
I love when all these people get freaked out by
yeah,
people filming.
yeah,
Yeah, that
You're
really
just putting
looks
it on
like
to see if
Atu's ring.
somebody comes and steals your car.
yeah, yeah. But I wanted to point out here for everybody, with the whole sea trails, you could see, if you really pay attention here, you could see that there's a great amount of distance between the sea trail and we're gonna call it Atu's moon, right? That's what I was guessing was Atu's moon, but you can see that it's moving behind it. So for anybody who wants to blame what we're seeing on sea trails, these are two completely separate atmospheres, and there's a lot of space between the sea trail and the moon behind it. If you really look focus on it, you could see that this is moving behind it, and the sea trail just stays there.
And we've
'Cause
had
that
hundreds
sea trail,
of examples of it.
I saw them pass right in front of it and drop this one. So
Oh, you watched this one being created?
yeah, I
Oh,
saw
okay,
that.
so then it's not Atu's ring then, but that's
No,
literally.
that one was a sea trail for sure.
Oh, okay. All right. But we have seen, about a month and a half, 2 months ago, there was an axis tip ring that was so absolutely you couldn't argue with it. And then
Yeah.
we got in a series of shots from Germany and I think from Petty and everybody that were very, very close. So
Yeah, no,
I think,
they were dropping seed trails all over the place while this was happening.
well, yeah,
You know,
they're
all over.
always letting you know, oh, it's coming, it's coming. So we're gonna
Yeah, that's
keep them
exactly what got
surprised.
my attention to start filming.
Yeah, yeah, it always goes.
Yeah, they
Okay,
did
time
it
to pay
today
attention.
here as well. The same thing. It just looks exactly the same as today here at 3 o'clock. Did
Yeah, I'm
that as
like
well.
I always think was what you said the other day, Sam. Stop wasting money. You know, it's all like we don't see this.
Well, I think a lot of it also might have to do with reducing the levels of sunlight that
Yeah,
comes in.
but also what I think, Sam, is I also get the impression sometimes that they're I don't know, they're maybe learning, maybe investigating. Sometimes
Yeah,
I
I
get
I
it
have
that
thought that too, that they're adding to their own ability to see them.
yes, I've seen where they're like flying straight up in the air, directly up, and it just seems to me like they're yes, I do feel there's plenty of different reasons,
I think
including
they've
what
done that
you're
with some of the asteroid passes as well, where
yes, exactly,
they'll dump
exactly.
right in front of it, and then the asteroids go through that area, and it's
Yes,
enhanced the effect of the ion tail behind them as well. Yeah.
yes, exactly. I think there's numerous reasons for them,
Yeah, I've
including,
spun it in my head many times going, I wonder why they do it the way they do it. Exactly.
yeah,
Exactly.
because sometimes it doesn't make sense that it's just all they're doing is just, to block things, because I've seen them even do it at night, and
Yeah, and
sometimes
it's sort of like they're not intentionally telling on themselves, are they?
yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. So I do know, I do feel there's some level of investigation and maybe learning, maybe
Yeah.
learning also as well.
If people have a home a camera system, they should probably point one of their cameras straight up and actually film at night and record it and see what they see as far as illuminations and stuff going on. Because I'm sure that we're having far more occasions up here in Montana. It's hard when it's cloudy, but
That was
um,
so cool. Yeah, I would love. I really want to give me something a little more on the that could do a little better at night. That could handle a little better. Jesus, that could handle a little better recording at night, because there's been a lot of night stuff happening recently. But I just don't have the right equipment to really record any of it. But there's a lot of cool stuff that happens at night as well.
I wish I had more time to actually just sit out there. Of course, it's cold out here, so I can't go outside and sit. But I wish I had a window I could look straight up at. Of course, we in my area we do have a lot of Missoula light pollution, and that fills my northern sky. But then, of course, my street lights and that sort of thing. I have a small corner of my yard that is completely dark, but
The street lights really ruin your shot. They cause lens flares and a lot of glare, and they really ruin the shots. I have I sleep on the my room is on the third floor of well, second floor if you don't count the basement, but I sleep on the second floor, and my window points out to the north, and I get a little bit of the northeast. I've taken some pretty cool shots from there and cool video, but usually in the day, at night, it's just too much light pollution, too much light glare, and then there's a big billboard in the frame, and yeah, it's just no good for me.
okay, I was just reading Third Eye Cam. Yeah, well, I anticipate that we're going to see a lot more nighttime events,
Yeah, yeah,
especially.
yeah.
Uh,
It's not surprising, actually. Now that they're passing Earth, it's going to be a
right.
little bit more prevalent at night.
And the changes in the auroras alone that have occurred in the last 2-3 months.
Yep, yeah, yeah. It's been a very interesting week. I've never seen it extend this long into. Well, we're almost December now, but it's been interesting. It's been a long 180-day cycle.
We
Um,
had a person message us along the message board here earlier, well before you were here, and his message was, oh, and I removed it, that we were going to have, it was in Arabic, and we were going to have a major earthquake in America as of Thursday, which is the 30th. So I figured I'd mention that to you just to keep it in mind. But
yeah,
he,
because I'm definitely I'm over about three different. I'm on a major fault line here myself. So yeah, that's always something to pay attention to here. And honestly, Sam, I've been wanting to mention that I've been feeling some tremors. Over the last couple of weeks, very light ones, but I could feel them. I could feel the entire house shaking. I could feel sometimes, when I'm out on my walk, I have felt them over the last couple of weeks. So I've been having paying attention to that because it's a big thing here. It's something to definitely pay attention to. We had one in
well,
2020. It was
do you know where Woodruff, Utah is?
um, geez, that sounds familiar, Sam, but I haven't
Let me.
explored aside from the Salt Lake Valley. I haven't explored much in Utah.
It's in northern Utah, right next to Wyoming.
Mm,
Within 50 to 100 miles of the Wyoming corner there.
that
And
sounds
today
like
they
it's
had a 3.3, and aren't you somewhere near the Salt Lake?
Yeah, I am about maybe I'm right outside of Salt Lake, downtown Salt Lake, about 8 miles away from downtown Salt Lake. So I'm
So
about
yeah, you
maybe
would have probably
maybe
felt that
20
today.
miles from the Great Salt Lake.
Let me look at all magnitudes going back 7 days in Utah. Well, there have been north of you, right at the Idaho border. I think it's Idaho. Earth to Brain. Yeah, at the Idaho border,
Yeah,
there
I know.
has
Yeah, we're
been. Holy cow! There has been. Let me get the list here. Yeah, there's been a whole bunch of small ones too. 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 small earthquakes all week in your area
yeah,
north of you.
hmm
So
yeah, and
it's interesting. I can do that on the computer while I'm still talking.
yeah. Well, Idaho has I've gone a little into Idaho a little bit as far as lava hot springs, and I know there's a volcano out there, volcano activity, or dormant volcanoes. So
Right. Well,
yeah,
I'm
it's a
expecting Stanley, Idaho, to do something. That's where we had that big 6 point whatever earthquake like a year and a half ago. And
is
we
that right?
feel little jolts and little rumbles coming from that direction up here still, and I'm a couple hundred miles away from that,
Yeah.
if not 300 or so or more. Um, I'd actually have to look that up, but yeah, there's been a lot of activity in Stanley, Idaho for ever since that quake, and it just keeps going, and it's still aftershocking, So I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing, some of the geological changes, especially uh, because of the subduction zone that's going up over on the west coast, of course, and the volcanic activity. Oh, Mount St. Helens is behaving a little oddly again as well. So
Yeah. Yeah,
her
no, it's
activity is up.
yeah, no, I've been paying attention to the earthquake thing. When my first day that I moved to Salt Lake, actually, that day we had a 5.6 here in 2020, and that
There you go.
caught everybody by surprise. Even though they've been waiting on the big one here for as long as California has, it really caught everybody by surprise. It was
Salt
not
Lake City proper had quite a few. Wasn't it like a year, 2 years or so ago?
in 2020, yeah, in
Yeah, they had a
2020.
whole bunch under the city, and they were hopping all around next to that salt area. They've got a salt mine there.
Yeah, well, it was towards the Great Salt Lake. The epicenter was in Magna, which is going towards the Great Salt Lake. It's the last suburb of the valley
Yeah,
before it
there was
gets
even some real close to the temple area And,
yeah. Well, actually,
remember?
there's still the foundation to the temple was actually was what took a pretty big hit. They've been working on it ever since. They're still reinforcing the foundation and doing a lot
Like
of
their
work on it.
statue came down off the top of
Yeah,
the temple and everything. And
yeah.
I was watching that series for days. I kept, I kept the screen up just because there were so many of them. I was waiting to
Yeah.
watch the next one happen.
Yeah, for
I was really
it
thinking they were going to
started
be in
on
a lot of
March.
trouble.
It was March 18th, right around 8 a.m., 8 a.m. And then you had tremors for the next 2 weeks. There was over 1,000 aftershocks and little tremors afterwards. I've never felt anything like that, but it was it was really it was really scary kind of thing. I've never
It quietly sort of calmed down.
yeah. So
Kind
I
of
mean,
sounds like what's going on in Iceland.
I spoke to a geologist, and she was saying that I was kind of under the impression, maybe hoping that maybe it relieved some pressure off the place, and she said that it didn't. She said, if anything, it might have actually, the subduction or whatever might have been even worse. She said they did not relieve any pressure, so they're still waiting on the big one. So it's a good time to pay attention.
Whereabouts was that? Sorry.
Um, here in Salt Lake,
Utah.
Utah.
Utah, Salt Lake City, Utah. Well, we're sitting, the one of the major fault lines goes right through downtown.
And of course they built there. Why not? That's where we
Yeah,
build.
yeah, of course they would. Of course.
Hey, look, there's a
It's
spot.
crazy.
There's an empty spot. Let's build there.
Yeah. Out of all places, it's built there. Yeah. That's a great idea. That is a great idea.
This, of course, is an older picture, isn't it?
Yeah, this was last year. This was last year, right around the end of I would say it's, I don't know, June maybe, June,
Of
July.
course, Atu's moon.
Yeah. You can see the asteroids right below it. That's kind of what this was right was it was doing the transition over us.
Right.
Because if you look at it, you would think it's Saturn because it's on the right side. It's just right.
Correct.
But it was more middle, so it was doing its transition over.
Yeah,
us.
we had, and we also had it did a weird right side almost move for a couple of 3 or 4 or 5, 6 months, and then it went back over to being
yes
over on the left, and then it went over the top of us, and then went farther past Earth than it ever did before. And before, in the 218 and 219 transition, it was a little bit different. But then they went past us, but then they were in the southern region, and now they are in the northern region.
Yeah, it did like a little corkscrew thing, kind of move this way and then kind of move.
And that screws with your head. Oh,
it does. It really does. It really does. Because
I know what it is.
When I
why
first
is it
saw
there?
it, I was like, "Where's the yellow moon?" I was like, "Where's the yellow moon?" All I could see was the asteroids underneath it, but I could not. I was looking for the yellow moon, and I was like, "Yeah, no, I never found it." But later on, I was like, as I was looking at it more, because I do have the video to this. I realized
colorized
it was the moon.
or a still shot. It does make a difference of what you're looking at.
It really does. It really does.
I'm looking at that dark area just above the tree coming in at a slant, and it's got like this helix. You see that? Like,
I do.
At the very edge of the picture is like this double helix shape. I don't know.
And you can see it in the video as well. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Strange.
Yeah. But there was you could see, because the sun is kind of behind and to the left of this, just right outside the left side of it. But you could see, them shining just right underneath it. You could just see it. All just a bunch of debris and whatnot, underneath it. Probably the cube as well. Somewhere in there, but there was a bunch of stuff underneath it. That's what tells me it's Atu's moon, because you could always see all that debris and rocks and whatever underneath it.
That was around the same time when I was watching the Texas cube go across the sky because Attu's moon was located where it was, and then we could see underneath. Yeah, really cool shit out there, and God, the number of people that are missing the greatest show that ever was
Yep.
blows me away to this day.
Yeah,
Oh,
That's
people are fighting and going to the store and buying nonsense stuff they don't even need while the greatest show is happening outside. It's been I'll sit out there in the parking lots kind of taking pictures, and I just see everybody rushing into the stores. I'm like, geez, I just really wish you guys would kind of you know change your point of view and maybe see what's happening around us, because there's a lot of stuff going on around us that you know that is going unseen, and it's a little frustrating sometimes. I think it's why we spend so much time on these podcasts, because we get to talk about it. I often wish I could have a conversation with somebody in my personal life about it, but I can't. And
that's kind of where I was last night. I was online till literally about 5:20 in the morning, and I was just going like, where is everybody? Meanwhile, everybody's in bed asleep like sane people, and here I'm feverishly looking for somebody to talk to about the shit, and keep posting and keep posting.
hey, but really, who's the sane one and who's a crazy one?
Yeah, yeah.
Who's the sane one and who's the crazy one, really, Sam?
Yeah, don't ask me. I don't know. I do not know. This has put me in a whole new realm that there's days I just stand here and just shake my head and go, oh my God, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah,
And then I step out the door and there it is.
Shaking my head is a constant thing with me.
Yeah,
it is a constant thing. As you were saying on the last podcast, that you're speaking to some people at the grocery store about it, and they're like, this is beyond my what I learned
education.
in school,
Yeah.
And then they start talking and telling you it's all harp related, and it's like, where do you go from there?
Yeah, you don't really have a lot of avenue to stand there and tell them that they're completely wrong and dumb and stupid and whatever, because you don't want to do that. And yeah, that's what basically, and I just hand them a card, say, here, go look this up, and that way you don't.
That's what I did with when I was in New Mexico. I had this I was taking pictures, and somebody came up to me and asked me. He actually turned around and then drove up to me and asked me, what are you filming? What are you taking photographs of? And I didn't, I kept it pretty vague, but I did send him to Montana Skywatchers. And then later on, I was like, I wonder if he's actually going to go. And I saw him on there a few times, and he kind of hangs out here and there. He doesn't post much, but he does chime in and sometimes. And I think that's kind of a better way sometimes to kind of handle it.
That's good.
As you were saying, how do you go up to somebody and tell them, hey, there's planets and a second star and asteroids?
I know, I almost did that today as well.
How do you do that without them, without you losing them, or thinking that you're
or
crazy,
them becoming that Dan guy, Yeah.
It is a lot. I get it. It's a lot, but I guess all you can do is just kind of plant the seed, Sam. That's kind of all you can do is just plant the seed, and then kind of hope that they're curious enough to kind of look into it yourself.
Yeah, and once I get started talking, a lot of cases I don't want to quit, and then on the second half of that same thing is I'll walk away and go, I shouldn't have said anything at all, And
yeah, but you worry about that, because now today when I was out with the new friend, and we were standing on the hill, and she's going on about, oh, this is the hill that everybody slides down when it snows on their sled and stuff. And I was like, okay, cool. And I was taking a picture, and she's pointing at the hill thing behind us, and I'm taking a picture of the sky above us. And she's looking at me, and she's looking at the sky, and she's looking at me, and then I just said, oh, hang on, sky scribblers, got to catch. And she went, what? Oh, sorry, sky scribbler.
Yeah, completely oblivious about what you're doing. Yeah, I get that a lot. I get that a lot.
Yeah, so she was kind of
Hey,
looking at me.
hey,
Yeah.
Zeus. Sorry,
Yeah.
I was going, but
Hey, I was
this
gonna
is what.
say, is this your was this
Yeah,
your
just so you know. This is about 1 o'clock today, so about
I
4 hours ago.
I tuned in earlier. I think while you were playing this, and I could only see it for a second. I had to get off, but
Yeah, yeah,
I got notified when you guys started going live, and I got to when I got in. I think it was like 20 minutes in. I was
like
able to see just a
that.
little part of this. You gotta see that's kind of what the skies look like here, just a little cloudier. You can see that there's planets around, because you can see the rounded areas,
Yes,
but
right.
it's
And the
so
asteroids.
it's
Yep,
so
don't forget the
difficult because
asteroid.
everything is so jumbled up that it's really difficult to make heads or tails of what's going on. You just know that you
Right.
have a sky full, but it's just
It's
hard to
crazy.
kind of see what's what and who's where, and it's just so everything is so close right now that it's
It
just kind
also
of hard
looks
to make
hugely
it.
cubey.
What's that?
It looks like a cube also, with that
Yeah,
Yeah,
behind the
Yeah, the
that
straight darkness over here.
yeah, that middle
that
darkness right
big,
there.
big dark round could be the side orb with the cube behind it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
And it's
yeah.
coming down at an angle.
See,
But
there you
good,
go.
pretty puzzles in the
See, there's
sky,
those
man.
90. See those upturned. It's upturned. That's how you can tell something's there. It's just it's not really photogenic. Um, you know, um, video is probably better. Like this, but you could just see the upturn at 90-degree angles, and you kind of see that curve kind of coming in at you, kind of.
It's like
But it's
somebody
just
threw something down and it's the mists rising up from it. It's just
yeah,
the
yeah.
friction
And I
throws
mean,
it
if you
down.
can't notice something's wrong with the sun, if that looks like a normal sun to you, then
Yeah.
you
And
really need to
oh
rethink,
boy,
what the sun looks like, because
all those lines perfectly at an angle every time. You
mhm,
know, the
yeah,
lines, the
yeah,
streaks,
yeah,
from the asteroids
and
all the time.
something's definitely cutting into the sun and kind of making it look a little misshapen.
It is
Yeah,
right.
that top
Yep.
part doesn't look right at all, does it?
No, 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 not at all. Hey Sam, okay,
Yes.
so I've been really trying to you posted a video, I think it was last night. Um and I think the heading was something about, do you want to argue or something like that? I'm not sure what it was. Go ahead and argue.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, go
It
ahead.
was the fate. It was that faceplate shield thing that you've been talking about, and we've been seeing a lot
Uh-huh.
with the Saturn's moon. What is the deal with that? I've been looking over the videos and I've been looking over pictures, and I cannot make heads or tails of it. What do you
Well, it's
suppose
like a
that
push
is?
cloud. It's like this when it comes in, it pushes the atmosphere and it makes that flat plate. Now we saw that going all the way back to, remember Dr. Phil? Do you remember
Really?
Dr. Phil?
Yeah, I do. I do.
And those pictures that he captured when his Saturn was sitting next to Nibiru and it
The,
was
the, the
really
thing is
small.
that
And
I was still a little confused, Sam, when Dr. Phil was around. Like, I saw his pictures were great, but I was still learning what
Rebecca's
was
probably got
what
that
and,
picture in
and a lot of
question.
things. So
Um,
there's probably a lot that I missed.
Which
it's
picture? Which one?
that one with the illumination of the Saturn shallow moon with the faceplate or the shield.
Oh
It's like
That
a
yes,
one,
I
that
it's
one
like a
did.
alone.
big it's like
Uh-huh.
a big
I'll get it.
boxy gray area.
It's
But it
this
just looks
push
like
plate. It's the base
it looks
cloud
like it
is
almost looks
unique.
like compressed clouds. Like
Not
like
that one.
Yeah, we're getting
Yeah,
there.
it
Okay.
looks like the plate. It's this compressed faceplate that forms when it starts heading towards us or in our atmosphere or closer to our atmosphere. And then it if you see it from the side, it's a straight line. And that's why I had originally drawn it in
Yeah,
some of the
yeah.
earlier drawings.
And it looks a little boxy, but not boxy enough to call it.
Right. And we saw that in those at that time. It was like 2019, I believe, when Dr. Phil was capturing those really good captures. And we saw it repeatedly, and it was just so weird that it was there. There it is, there it is, there it is. And so I just naturally went, okay, it's a faceplate. It's this push plate that when it starts coming in, there forms this thing in front of it. Like Nepenthe has the snorkel cloud that's actually not connected to the planet, but it's what forms below it as it comes in.
So it's an effect of proximity to our atmosphere.
It's a base cloud facial effect as it's coming in. Yes.
Yeah.
And then
this is a good picture, but this is not the one I'm talking about.
right. I just figured this was the fastest one she could pull for
Yeah,
reference.
yeah. It's you just posted it last night because I did notice last night while I was in bed. You were posting pretty late. And I was kind of a little circly in bed around 3, 4, 5 a.m. and I saw you posting and there was one that you posted and there was really boxy, really dark gray that just really stands out. And I
don't know why
I stared at that picture for God, maybe 20, 30 minutes. And I'm like, I was zooming in and I was just trying to figure out what the hell I was looking at. But it is just an effect then. That is a crazy effect.
It's like
Yeah,
a base
that
cloud
face
facial
looking
cloud.
thing.
It looks like a very dense, compressed thing, cloud area. It's crazy.
Looks like it's got a ridge and everything.
I'm getting I have a video of that faceplate for Ice Adams Moon, so I'm getting that ready to share.
I think you did have a really good from Third Eye. I'm not remember what it's Third Eye Cam, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting.
That's a great video. That's
the best one, right? Almost ready.
Somebody commented about the fisheye camera, but good God, there's a lot more going on there than just you can't just write it off to that. There's so much going on in that video, way more than that. You have to take into, and this is what frustrates me. There's just so much more. That how can you just dismiss it to the camera angle? There's a lot more. The darkness. How it gets
around the curve,
how it's coming in. That is
there's no reason.
That is such a cool video. I love this video. It's such a cool video.
To further answer that plate issue, now I saw the other day a really close yellow moon, and I think there may be a whole bunch of asteroids ahead of that, into smaller, but I can't.
Sam. Recently, I had a very close passing of a Saturn and its moon, and I thought the same thing. I thought I saw some asteroids in the back somewhere. I really did, and I didn't really, I didn't say anything because when it comes to Saturn's yellow moon, I think we're still learning some because we've never seen it.
We've never seen it this close before.
Yeah, so there's a lot that we're still kind of cataloging and still kind of figuring out. But
I
really could have sworn that there was a lot of debris.
There's
in the back of it
supposedly 2 other moons. Now it's on the sides away from, and we would be looking at this picture. We would be seeing this white straight up shaft here in the center of this illumination would be where the second smaller moon. I don't know.
This is one of my favorite learning tools right here. I love this.
Yeah, this is a great shot because you
could see the effect of the illumination. You could see the effect of the sun as it goes into the atmosphere behind, as how it enlarges the sun. This is why the lighting is so weird, because as it's crossing, as we see the sunlight and it crosses through that atmosphere, you literally see the sun enlarge a little bit. And I looked at this for a while trying to study it, and you could see I was like, Because I remember you saying, Sam, that a lot of
Focal
as the
flare.
light focus through the atmosphere, you get
Right.
this effect on it. And I was like, okay, that's what I'm saying. I was like, for the longest time, I was looking at it as why does the sun look bigger as it crosses into the view, right? As it crosses almost behind
Yeah,
the Saturn's yellow
Yeah,
moon.
I had.
But it's
it's
because
an
of the
enlarged
atmosphere.
magnification. It's
Yes,
enhanced.
exactly. And that took me a little bit. Like I kept looking. I was like, why is it doing that? Why does the sun all of a sudden look bigger? And then it just kind of dawned on me what you had said about it. I was like, okay, yes, that's right. The atmosphere, the magnification of the atmosphere, which is also why our view from down here on Earth could be so weird because we have that atmosphere that we're seeing through. It's kind of like looking through water. And that's something that people need to take into consideration when we're having our out view. There's a lot of things to take into consideration.
Like
We
looking
look
through
at
a fishbowl.
yes, and where we have just a very limited. Somebody asked me recently, well, wouldn't the entire planet be seeing these planets? I'm like, no, like you have to consider we're on a ball and we have just a view, a cone view, which is really limited. So sometimes, in the beginning, I always wonder why is it that I see it and then somebody else ain't seeing it on the other side of the some of our, friends on the other side of the world. I'm like, why is it that I'm not seeing it at the same time they are sometimes? And sometimes we do, sometimes we don't.
Yeah, right.
But our out view, we have to, it's really hard for us to really comprehend and really register it in our mind that our out view we're seeing at a cone at a
Sorry,
very
I don't know if you all can
at,
hear that or not. I've closed everything out. I'm not sure where the sound is coming from.
no.
Let's
Yeah,
blame
or
Gillian.
we there's a lot of things to take into consideration. There's orbitation, rotation. There's a lot of stuff that we have to take into consideration when with our out view. And I think that's really important to discuss because I tried to answer this to people when they ask me on some of my posts, and
Well, the
I
biggest
think I lose them sometimes. Maybe I'm not
the
doing a
biggest
good job
problem is
at it.
the fact that we're looking at the dark side of them.
That's
We
too.
stack.
We're seeing dark sides. We're seeing things that are between us and the sun. So we have a lot of glare, but at the same time we have the dark side. So
And
there's
it's that
just so much to consider,
that
about
1 in a million when all of a sudden the light angle changes and the planets and the moons move, and then all of a sudden you see it for that 5 minutes or 10 or 15 or 20 minutes and like that shot that we were all just viewing came from it. It's this transitioning illumination that's just briefly there long enough for you to go, holy cow, look at that, and then 5 minutes later it's gone.
Yeah, I'm getting the video of that right now. So
see,
I thought it's
see.
worth
That's what I get a
showing.
lot. That's what I get a lot, Sam. Too is that people tell me, well, if there was a planet, where does it go? Where does it disappear? I'm like, gosh, how do
Well, you're going to
First,
find
first
out.
of all, nothing in space just stays still. Things are constantly moving. First of all, and second of all, the lighting is just it's very brief. It's very it's not like there. I know Hollywood depicts it very.
Right.
If there's a
Hollywood
planet
depicts
there,
it
it's
as a
just gonna
big
sit
round
there. It
ball that
does
you can see
not
land
work that
masses
way.
on and no outside atmosphere. But if you even look at some of the pictures of Earth from space, that where they finally started getting them because we have cameras far enough out now that they can turn around and look at Earth. Even Earth is covered in clouds, and if we
Yeah,
didn't know what it was, I'm sure that depending on which, if you're on the dark side, you probably couldn't see it either.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And it would be a crescent illumination or depending on the angle of where the camera and the photographer is. And so, and that's been the crazy part about a lot of this that just is eaten away at me over time is the fact that it is that we're seeing the dark sides of them, and it is not what Hollywood portrays, and it's different.
No.
And
And there's so many factors at play here.
right.
So many
I mean,
factors at play.
that's what
Well,
I
that
tell people a lot of the time. It's like, it's not going to be what you think it should look like. I mean, I'm telling you, this is what this looks like. I mean, this is what it looks like. that they got an idea in their mind of what it's supposed to look like based on I don't know what, and
A Disney
Well,
movie.
a lot of our
yeah,
ideas, and this happened to me also in the beginning a lot, and it was a struggle for me also to kind of unlearn all that, because most of our ideas that we get from everything comes from TV, and this is why I post a picture and I say that says everything that you think comes from the TV, because everything that we think we know really does, the news, and yes, not all of it's bad, but we have in our mind this idea of things that is so completely off, and I'm not sure if it's some of it could be purposely, just so we would have no idea what this looks like. Some of it could just be by accident, because people just don't flat out just don't know.
Well,
So
we
information,
have
real
PBS
information on this
television
topic is
science.
so difficult to come across.
We have only the science that we've been given from schooling and from what we've seen on Nova and what we've heard from
Exactly.
the doctors out there who are semi-famous because they're a physicist or whatever, or Bill Nye the Science Guy or any of that, and you'd be amazed how many people know the Schoolhouse Rock songs from television moreover than they learn anything in school. So,
Yes.
Yeah, I just love this transitionary shot here. This is just awesome.
Absolutely.
I know.
Absolutely
I felt
great
like I hit a
learning.
jackpot when I found that
Yeah,
video.
Yes.
and it
I was
was
just sitting
This
there
is
watching
such
it.
a
I was like,
rare.
"What?"
This is so rare to catch this on video. Something so. This is just one of the greatest learning tools, teaching tools for somebody who's new to this, to
and
kind
even
of
when the
get
flare's gone, you can still
how
see the
the
body.
sun, how the sun really, dictates what you're going to be able to see and when you're going to be able to see it and how long you're going to be able to see it. Because as the sun goes behind, Saturn's moon just goes completely dark again. And this is what somebody says to me all the time. Planets don't just disappear. They don't disappear, but they do disappear from our view.
Well, they
You're
blend
gonna
into
see
the
it for a
blue.
second. As soon as the lighting it goes away, as soon as the lighting changes, it's gonna be gone. You will not see it.
Yeah, but you can still
This is
see that the blue on the left is completely lighter than the blue on the right,
Yes,
and you
that
can
true.
too.
still.
That is perfect too. I
And
hadn't.
right here, I think
Man,
this is why
Hmm.
people confuse the two suns. We were talking about this recently. This is the reason why we get two sun. We think we see two suns. It's
Right,
illumination. Like you have
right,
illumination. It could be, most of the times it's Saturn's yellow moon, but sometimes it's even an asteroid that is
right,
really
right.
illuminated, and
Crossing.
it looks like another sun. If you didn't know what you were looking at, it looks like
Right, and
another sun
we've
from a
run into
star.
that thousands of times, and
Yeah,
because we
yeah.
know
yeah.
what's where
Well, let's look at
and
that.
what the size of things over, and we went through that with Nibiru Followers Anonymous and Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2
Uh,
for the longest time with new folks, and they would say, "Oh look, oh look, oh look," and we go, "No, no, this is this. We've seen it, and here, here's 10 examples of it, from last
No,
week
I was
alone."
asked something as well. You know how that's two shining objects that you see there. So why don't you see the dark side turned towards you? I was asked because I'd said, "Oh, that's the dark side that you see." So they said, like, "Well, why is that side shining, and not the other side? And why is that side shining?" They meant, how can the light go from around the body to the other side?
Because light bends. Light
Because now the
bends.
light's
Light.
pulled all the way around its atmosphere.
Yeah, light, and this is the reason
Once it
why
goes
we
inside the
see.
body atmosphere, it's sort of like putting a lamp cover on or a lamp shade over your lamp, and then the whole room transitions because that thing is illuminated inside the atmosphere of the body, and that's where you get that brief overall rounded ball becomes illuminated for a second, and it's sort of like it bounces around, and this is of course where you get the backlit crescent flare where it goes out the far side of the ball.
Yes, yes, exactly,
Hmm.
exactly. It
Yeah, but
basically
then the
wraps
darkness
around
stays
the
there for a
galaxy.
while, and then sometimes it doesn't.
Well, that could also be other refractive light causing uh, other light illumination underneath or above it, or um,
But
certain bodies
here's
do.
another perfect. Can you go back to that one, Rebecca?
This one
Yeah, this one.
or
Okay, see,
okay.
and I've been meaning to ask you this, Sam, because I got to see this one live on webcam. Looking behind the yellow moon, it looks like we have this illumination effect of another body as well. Am I wrong here? Because I'm pretty sure there was more than one
You mean like
happening.
something in between the dark one, then there's a yellow one, and then there's the white one.
Yes, yes, exactly, exactly. I think we're having the
Yeah,
same effect here. Because when I saw
yeah,
the
it really
video,
does look like there's something.
I can
Or
swear to
that's
you there was more than one
or
that
we're
was
looking at it wrong. But then we do imagine that the black dot is the center of the normal sun. That we
okay.
assume
Yeah,
that that's the
but
sun.
there's a curve if you notice right below the dot, kind of like
Yeah, there's
right.
a curve. Yeah.
Yeah,
There's a curve right that kind of turns into the left side of the yellow moon of the dark
so we
part
have to
there.
ask ourselves which actually one of these circles is the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And of course it's also it might be a double, a glass double
Hmm.
off
Yeah,
the
Hmm.
because
yellow moon.
we were having those
Look
problems
at
as
the
well
altitude of the
because
shot.
yeah, no, because
I mean,
some of these
is this
webcams had a housing unit, to protect it from the weather, and it did
Right,
have kind
and
of a
a
glass
glass
double.
double.
That's
So it could have a
yeah.
glass double. Yeah.
I was just gonna say it's not perfectly round. It's oblong, which is,
Well,
it wouldn't
we
be.
see the definite shape of the actual round in the
You see
left
a
hand
curve at
picture
the
that we
bottom
can't
and a
argue
curve at
with
the
that we know
top.
is a body. I mean, that's not in question there. It's the light that's behind it. So which is the
Yeah.
real sun? So if the real sun is directly behind this big circle on in the center, and then the black dot is in front of another asteroid that would be illuminating,
Hmm.
and
That's
I don't know. Just that's a suggestion. I've looked at this picture many times, and I've never posted it personally because of
there was a
the light.
live the live feed was on. I think it was on your site, Sam. This was being
Oh, I
this was a
understand it's
live
being
stream. This
sent.
was a live stream on one
Yeah,
of the Facebook groups. I don't know if it was your Facebook group, but it was a
yeah,
while back, and I got to see this live. There was people.
I remember seeing it
We
when it
were all
first came
very
out.
enamored by this. This was one of those moments where I was like, "Holy
Hmm.
crap! I'm so lucky that I get to see this
Yeah,
because this
and
is
Yeah.
like a
it
Yeah.
one in a
appears that the ion
lifetime.
tail is very
It's
visible.
true.
This
Hmm.
was a one in a lifetime kind of opportunity to get to see this one.
Right, and
You do
it
not ever really
undeniable.
see them. You never see them this small and visible.
And look how
There's
strongly
so much
defined it
growth in
was
it.
as well. It was just so clearly round.
Yeah, yeah, and other
But
small
this was a
objects,
very
other
cool one. This
clouded
was
That
a
other
objects.
one is like today I seen on my feed, they showed like a humongous picture of the sun and a little blip just like that, the dark blip. And they said, oh, that dark blip is Mercury going
yeah.
past the sun.
Oh
That
jeez,
dark
yeah,
blip is Mercury going past the sun.
Right, right, right. Like that
yeah.
happens all that often. It's called the transit of Mercury, of course, but that happened recently. And then they called it a couple of other times when it wasn't so small, and of course we knew that it was something else. And we knew
So,
they were lying because we've caught them a couple of times calling something something when it wasn't something. Oh,
But also I do wanna make a point here and say, guys, that this is a big topic, and sometimes we do get it, not exactly correct, but we always, when we do know that we get it incorrect, we always go back and fix it. But also, like, there is no reference tools but what we have acquired over the years. Like, there's nothing that we can reference to that We
Right.
can,
We did.
this is new. This is something that we have added to the file, so to
Yeah, we
speak.
had to
You know,
learn all of this over time,
so
and
that yes, there's a lot of to say we made a mistake and now we're full of shit. Overall, it's just not fair because
oh, I
it's
think
a
we made
big
a bunch of
topic.
mistakes, and we haven't even caught ourselves in a lot
It's
of
a
them
big
yet.
topic, and it required a lot of observing and learning, and this is all new to us too. Like we come across a lot of new stuff. As we're saying now with the Saturn Jello Moon, like it might have asteroids, it might not. We don't know because it might have two more moons. We don't know yet because we've never seen it this close. So as
And
things
only
transition and
through
they become closer
multiple
and more
captures can we
visible
prove
to
it.
us, we add to the file, so to speak, and we catalog
Yes.
things as we are learning them, so just want to put that out there, because I've labeled things wrong. I don't like to label things anymore, because I do sometimes get it wrong.
Yeah.
No,
I
you
will
get
not
it
label
wrong. You're
things
like,
anymore. Um, because I get a lot of times people, kind of use that against me, like, oh, but now you're full of shit because one thing that I said was wrong.
Yeah,
But
that's
you
our
have to take.
favorite YouTube troll lives off of that. You get one thing wrong, and oh, you're wrong, wrong, wrong. I'm all about everything, and yeah.
Yeah, all these drawings
And
that
I
I'm
don't think that's a
playing.
fair assessment.
I know, because all the drawings,
I mean,
you can't overlook that. And people do, they choose to overlook it completely and talk about everything else they can think of or find, but they don't even,
well,
the
they
thought of the drawings don't ever cross their minds, or they try to stuff that out.
Oh,
Just
my
well
saying.
they
kids draw
cherry
better
pick
drawings
also,
than that.
they cherry pick also instead of they don't mention the things that we've gotten absolutely right. There's we
just
sat in
take
Jello
things out
Moon.
of context the whole time.
How many pictures have we seen that match exactly this picture right here of Sets of Jello Moon? I have one that matches absolutely exactly. You know,
I showed one
that
earlier like
ion.
that.
Those fire-looking clouds. That is absolutely identical to this. Why don't they choose to, talk about that? They only talk about the 1, 2 mistakes that we've made over the years. And I don't find
Yeah.
that fair at all. I don't find that
Everybody
fair
that
at all
watches
because we're not
regularly
talking
has
about,
this.
I
science.
watched
Sorry.
it.
Science in general is always gonna be, it's always incomplete.
It's not static.
Every science is always incomplete. Like we're you add to it and you add to it, but it never ends because it's just a learning process, and this is what I love about this. It never gets boring because there's always something new to learn. I'm like you, Sam. I absolutely love learning. I am always learning anything that I watch on TV. That's what entertains me. Is something that I can learn from.
Yeah,
So
get
this is
that
what I
new
love about the
tidbit.
topic. It's never complete. It's always something new to learn, and it's always something interesting and amazing just around the corner. And I love
And
that.
we
There's
have we
always
are
something
seeing
new and
new things.
exciting to learn.
We
That's
are
awesome.
seeing things we haven't seen before. So, and that's what's really cool.
Yes.
And going back all the way to 2018, 2019, when the site drawings started showing that Isatum and Isatum Jello Moon and the ion tail next to Nibiru, also matching Dr. Phil's and everybody else's posts that came in at that time. I'm just cross-referencing it. When we started drawing all of those drawings showing that the ion tail was coming in on the right hand side of the sun, and it would be doing this, and it would be doing this, and it would be doing this, and we've got literally a year and a half of that alone, and or longer, and you can't make that crap up. You can't just say, well, this event is going to occur in the sky, and then it does. So, and I always chuckle about that because, we were talking earlier about, well, who says that Einstein was correct? And there was no proof. He just wrote shit on papers that everybody believed.
And
And he
he
had
became,
no,
and also, I heard what you said too earlier, son. He became a rock star overnight. And then, as usual with rock stars, we don't really question and just take it as a fact. You know, I do want to say one thing about Einstein. Like even he, before he died, he did say that he was not satisfied with his theory of relativity findings. To him, he was still working on it. Till the day he died, he
Right,
was
and
still
the lack of
working on
the lack of the lack of the connection between the electrical existence, the magnetospheres of planets, the output of stars, and all of that. None of that was incorporated in his gravitational model, and this has, of course, led to that illustrious dark matter that everyone is spending all their time searching for, and then they write their papers and their stuff that 10-year study, but we still don't know it exists. Well, because they're looking for something that's not real, and because they
yeah.
lost
Well,
that
I mean,
connection.
it's like their scapegoat to explain something that they can't
Well,
understand yet. So,
the 1880 Heisenberg commission of scientists in 1880 wrote this huge, massive paper that stated that because their experiments were being watched by them, they didn't come out properly, which is why their math didn't work. So they basically wrote themselves a free ticket to get paid for being wrong.
are you talking about the double slit experiment, Sam?
No, I'm talking about the Heisenberg Commission. It was a group of scientists in England and in
Okay,
Europe
all right.
in 1880, and they all got together and they put a synopsis of their opinion of how, and Einstein worked a great deal off of that as well, because I believe he was a very young scientist at that point in time. I'm not sure exactly the lifetime age of him at that when that occurred. Um, but they basically said that they didn't have a functioning unification model, which, if you take into account the electric universe and chemistry and equations in subatomic chemistry, there's your unification model right there. And they didn't see that because they weren't aware of the electric universe. They were thinking of the universe as gravitational, and that's where
And,
they made their error.
and I also like what you said in the last podcast, Sam, how Einstein viewed our solar system as separate from, or Earth as separate from the universe, and we're all one. It's all one.
It's all connected. Everything is
It's all
connected to
connected.
everything.
No, you can't have separate pair of rules for one and the other.
And that's where
What
they were
happens,
having the problem. Right.
as you say, what happens in the subatomic also happens in the astroatomic, and there's no two different set of rules. And I think
Yeah,
that's
and
what.
they view it gravitationally. Well, granted, some of that principle is, yes, in effect when it comes to loose negative bodies that are just traveling free of the equation. The gravity in that case does function, but the electrical connected bodies and how everything works and why everything works, including the connection to our universe. All of these solar systems are all connected to our universe. We rotate in a big circular thing, almost like a giant cell. And we have, of course, this at the outside edge of our universe, we have all this ice. This big, huge ball, circular, round thing, top to bottom of our universe that is barely even discussed because it's probably quite a distance out from any collectible sources of information within mankind right now. But it's like a giant cell. It's electrically connected to everything. We're all part of an atomic structure held together electrically. And
Yeah,
this is
and
why
if
the
it,
Nibiru planets
and if
don't
it
crash into us.
yeah, and if it was gravitational, you wouldn't have the biggest planets on the outer side of the solar system. And I can't believe that is something so obvious that nobody
Yeah, the
really ever
heavier
thinks
objects, it's like
about.
a magnet. You got a big, heavy object, it's going to come in. And it's not. And that's why he was going, well, we were getting pulled into this gravity well, and yet there's dark matter holding us out. And that's that magic thing they're looking for that they have. It's like trying to discover magic and then putting it in a box. You
Yeah.
can't do that. It's
Yep.
wrong, and man needs to change the point of, and the moment that we change our point of view in that department, I guarantee you our science will significantly change.
Yeah, well, on the Thunderbolts Project YouTube channel, which I recommend to everybody if they get a chance to, kind of look at. They have a series called "10 Reasons Why the Universe is Electric," which I found very fascinating and very a lot of learning there as well. But they were saying that some of the scientists there were saying, in fact, all of them, that when you take into account that the universe is electric, it answers all the questions that you know AO that astrophysicists right now are so confused by,
Right.
are
That's why
so
their math
enamored
doesn't
with,
come
and they
out.
can't find the answers to.
That's why they're sitting there saying that, we kind of know this, but our math is not turning out, and you hear it over and over and over again,
Yeah,
and it's because they're barking up the wrong tree.
yeah, and they need to look. They need to start thinking differently because everything they've done has not yielded the results, that they are looking for. So hopefully, and I think it is becoming more accepted, more widely
He froze.
accepted where we're supposed to be at. At this time, we're still working on old science, and that's a little
Yeah, yeah,
frustrating.
from the 1880s.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
they really, there's the new studies, of course, of the proton colliders and all of that, and they're learning volumes from that, and the Higgs boson particle and all of that. But they have a ways to go, and I'm not going to sit there and say they're completely wrong, but they have a ways to go in a lot of things. And then as soon as let's answer the serious problem of what to do with nuclear or radioactive waste disposal. There is a science I think we ought to spend some time on,
yeah,
because oh my
yeah,
God, if we run into a Carrington event on this planet, we're going to die from it because of all of the nuclear reactors. What, there's 21,000 of them now all over the planet or something like this. Let's hope
yeah.
there's
And
far less. Let's hope I'm wrong in that number.
that's something I used to talk a lot about with one of our old members, your old partner, is that we really shot ourselves in the foot. If we have any major happening, because of our stockpile of nuclear waste and nuclear weapons, that's really what we got to worry about. That's
Yeah, we're
that's
going
going
to
to be
pollute the hell out of ourselves.
yeah,
And,
yeah.
and
We
only
really
through a
screw
fluke in
ourselves.
nature and weather will we avoid it by any means anywhere. Um, they should never have started the first nuclear reactor ever. I can't believe they dropped the bombs. Because we are wearing that carbon 14 in our souls from now on. We are wearing every nuclear bomb that ever went off within our atmosphere of this planet inside our genome, and it will always be there, and it will be changed in the exonerating future. In the distant past, is going to do something one way or for the good or for the bad. But we're already paying for this, and that same thing with the introduction of plastic.
Yeah,
We've
I was
we've
just
shot
thinking about
ourselves in
that.
the foot when it comes to plastic. I mean,
Yeah.
it's horrible.
I had two atmospheric scientists I picked up recently, Sam, and they were talking about how people don't realize how sick people are from the microplastics that we have in our
Right,
body, and that goes
right.
for everybody. Everybody on the planet has it, including themselves. They were talking how they use glass, for everything, and they avoid plastic. But they were, it's one of the things about what I do that's interesting because I get to have really interesting people that I get to listen to their conversations, and they were just talking among themselves, but they were talking about microplastics and what a
Right.
problem it is, to our health, to what it's doing to our healthcare and the price of healthcare, and it's just such an enormous problem, and I don't think people really take into account that as well.
Well, Asia was buying a lot of that stuff for a long time. Was buying a lot of plastic garbage and using it and turning it into stuff. But then there was a lot of it that got just stuck there. A lot of stuff they couldn't use that ended up, and unfortunately, the Asia is really, really covered and polluted in so much plastic. It's spooky. Um, a lot of that stuff in our body is probably being rejected or encased, which where cancer and that sort of thing comes when the body encases something or rejects it, and that could be some of these other new diseases of the skin and all sorts of stuff. So, yeah, we've got a big problem over our heads no matter what happens, and we need to completely change our lifestyle and our behavior. And I'm wondering what the hell it's going to take till somebody just up and wakes up. Because, I mean, how long are we going to keep doing this? This is spooky. I mean, we're
Well,
nasty and we're
unfortunately, Sam, man only changes when he's on the board of,
at the brink of destruction.
Yeah.
Yeah, when he's getting his nose rubbed in it really hard and he has to live with it himself, then it's not easy. Then it's like,
Exactly.
I guess we
and
better do
until
something
then-
about this. Mm.
Exactly. Unfortunately, man is stubborn as a as a mule. Unfortunately.
Yeah, they do things like recycle bags and plastic, and then it's written all over your plastic bag from the shop. Oh, this is 100% recycled, and you can 100% recycle it again.
Well,
And then
let's hope.
you're meant to actually feel, oh, thank goodness, we're
Well,
recycling, we're good. Huh.
I have some of those shopping bags, and I don't always remember them. They're hard to get back out into the car, so that when I go to the store, then I've got them in the car, and then I can take them into the store. And I've done that. It's like, geez, they're sitting in my kitchen. Darn it.
That happened to
Yeah,
me
I
today
can't.
because I
I'm
went
really
out with the other
trying
lady and
to.
she's like, "Don't worry, I've got 20 bags in the back of the car." I'm like, "Oh, whew, that's all right," because I only had one mangy little plastic bag. It was stuffed down inside mine, and I thought, "Oh no."
I
Yeah,
have
because
like
this
10 of them
guy,
at home, and every time I go shopping, I forget to
he
put them
needs a
back in
big
my
bag to
car.
put them in.
No, it's there too. The click, there too for sure. I'm just answering the question. I could hear it myself too. Um, but yeah, I need. I'm trying to make better habits like that as well. But
Yeah.
it takes, what does it say? It takes 2 weeks to let a habit sink in. So
I must say they do a lot of recycling here. I mean, they've got days and great big bins and all the rest of it, and everybody's regimentalized. Every single house has got their bin outside, or you don't feel cool. I was like, oh my god, my bin's not out. Oh, right. But now I've just learned over the last couple of weeks. Well, every second week it's this bin, and then it's that green bin, and then it's I haven't put the brown one out because I haven't paid to put the brown one out. And all of them, like, there's 4 bins in this house's garden. I thought, how am I going to use 4 bins? It's like, oh no, that's all
yeah,
for different things,
yeah.
So South Africa, it was still like a joke, but then the people would come around and rip off the bins and take everything out of the bins. Here, they don't like tomb raid your bins. So
They're stealing traffic lights off the streets in South Africa right now.
well, they used to go and steal all the copper cable.
Right.
You'd
Right.
wake up in the morning and wonder why your lights weren't on it because somebody decided to go steal it, and then they'd take it to the township, and then they'd wire up the little houses and stuff, and then they wondered why everything would go on fire.
Yeah.
It's a horrific circle.
Pirating power and copper. Yeah, there's a big market boom in copper right now in South Africa. And it's like people are just cutting down their infrastructure and stealing traffic lights and all sorts of stuff. If it's got
That's
electric
crazy.
wires in it, they're ripping it off the wall and stealing it.
Mhm.
I watched a video on that the other day. Sammy Sisu, oh well, they hate me. No, we don't hate you. Thank you. I hope we did get the donation. I don't think Rebecca saw
That's what
that.
I'm checking on now. I'm
see?
trying to find that now, Sandy.
This is
Hi.
working, but not commenting. And no, we don't hate you.
And yes, we hear the clicking noise too. I don't know.
Yeah.
It just started all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Okay, who do we blame? Who do we point the finger at?
Okay, you be quiet. You be
Yeah.
quiet. Still
No,
doing
it's
it?
not me. I'm
Yeah.
holding him.
So it's not just Sam. One other time it was only Sam.
I hear
Right.
the ticky tacky as well. It's like
It's
tick
still
tick tick
going
tick
after,
tick.
even after I hit mute. So
Mm.
Well, let's try this. I'm gonna have to go now, guys. I gotta go pick up
Okay.
my cousins and take them to the airport. Um,
Yeah.
but maybe if it goes away, maybe maybe if it goes
Maybe we'll
after I
know.
leave, but maybe we'll
okay,
know. Maybe we'll
Right.
know it might have been me
all
or
right.
maybe it was Sam. You know.
We'll
But
blame
I have
you
to
and,
say, Sam,
talk
you,
badly about you after you
but I do
leave.
have to say
We'll send
something.
you a message.
Sam is the main suspect here. You know,
Oh, okay. It's my fault.
You right.
let's just
I will.
let's just
I will take
let's just call
responsibility.
it what it is. You know. But always great
So
talking,
ticky
guys. We'll
tacky
see you
people, the
on
ticky
Tuesday.
tackies.
We'll see you on Tuesday.
Okay.
See you on
Right.
Tuesday.
Tuesday
And
at 6 your time,
yeah,
7 my time. Is that
It's
right?
my
We're moving it up
Yeah.
a little bit.
yeah.
Okay. So 7 Central Tuesday. We'll be back with Jesus.
Six Mountains.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll get some more
Okay.
cool stuff. Some new stuff. It's always nice to have new stuff to share with everybody. But if not, I'll send you some old stuff. I think I sent you some stuff already that we haven't used yet, but I'll
Well, we'll
still
be
look for
watching.
some other stuff. But all right, guys.
Right.
Thank you for listening.
Well, thanks
Thank you
for
being here.
being. Yeah,
Drive
I was happy
careful.
that you were able to join.
Yeah.
Bye,
Well,
bye,
we'll see you guys
Jesus.
Tuesday, guys. Bye.
Okay. Bye, Jesus. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Let's see. Oh shoot.
Ow.
Uh,
We fell.
Is it gone? What's Phil?
yes.
Oh, he dropped his phone after he pushed the button.
Oh, he did.
Well,
Oh, I did.
it was going
I heard
downward
it. I didn't know what
he
it was.
clicked out. It was like, okay, we fell. I went right along with him here.
Ouch.
Okay. What was I?
And we have
Okay.
just passed the 4-hour mark.
Oh, look at that.
That went by pretty quick, really, for 4 hours. I mean, we
I
covered
thought
a
it
lot.
was like
I know
2,
that.
but look at that. That's 4 hours, not
Yeah.
2.
Thank you, Sammy Sisu.
Okay, Sammy. Thank you, Sammy. I'm going to pull that up right now, your P.O. box. And I'm going to check on the donations. I know that there is money there. There is some money on YouTube. I just got to find out who sent what. So, but thank you
trying to
to
raise
all of you that helped.
Hoffman Children's Family Christmas Fund. It's
That's right.
little bleak.
Everything-
Little bleak so far.
Everything that we collect is going towards Sam and his, holiday
my
fund.
Rugrats.
So,
My Rugrats. They have unfortunately expensive wish list this year, and being that they're teenagers, they're not into toys anymore, and they want electronics. And so those are, of course, unfortunately very pricey, and we couldn't get even one of them for them last year. We did very well last year. The people out there in Facebook and other areas were very, very kind to the girls last year, and they had a wonderful, wonderful Christmas, and we'd like to do that again, especially this year when we are all so much more broke. I am, not wealthy in any way, shape, or form, and we get by, and that's it. So any donation is a fantastic step forward, and it helps change the children's Christmas that we couldn't do any other way. So
right. And I also wanted to just thank Carol Ann verbally. I typed it to her earlier when we were
I saw that.
deep in discussion. Yeah, but I just wanted to let her know that we appreciate that a lot. So she's been super generous. So thank you, Carol Ann. Because it all helps out. I mean, it costs money to just do what we're doing right now. So
and there
all
are no
helps out,
extras.
but
It stopped us from going up faster or with more technical equipment and buying more and getting the things that we need.
Right.
And we can do this better.
I did whittle down some of my expenses though. A couple of days ago, I went through my apps, and I don't know, I've dropped it probably by $30, maybe. I don't know. I didn't add it up, but I
Guess
took
what?
what?
Michelle Cox says it must have been Jesus. I don't seem to hear it anymore, and I don't either.
Oh boy, she put it
But
together.
yeah, now we got to say bad things
It's
about him.
quiet
Yeah.
now.
No,
Well,
I'm
it's
sure
his.
this is.
She did.
It's all his fault,
Now
man.
we know.
Clickety click, man.
Wait till he
Call him
hears
clickety
that.
click. Clickety
That's
click.
it. That's his name from now on. His stage name.
Clickety click, man.
Clack.
Yeah, either that or he's fidgeting with the pen off camera, and we don't see it.
Oh yeah, something like
Yeah, it sounds like somebody's actually typing to me. It's literally
it actually sounded
somebody
like typing to me too.
like they're sitting
I
there
thought it was
typing.
me typing to Mark, and then the time retired on my tablet, but I haven't typed for like 30 minutes now, so
No, I
can't
was.
be me.
I think
There, that's Jesus right there.
it
He said,
may
"I
be
thought it may be."
his holder. Where he puts where he puts his phone in his car. It might be actually jiggling from movement, being in the car and talking, or
Yeah.
yeah, or
Huh.
As
his
long as he
connection.
wasn't in an earthquake or something.
Well, he did freeze a couple of times, and he had some screeches and some clicks to his words where the link stretched his sound. So who knows? All right, are we done?
Yeah.
Or should we keep bad mouthing him? I mean,
Um,
no,
Right.
I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding.
No, we figured
He
it
says he's
out
going to
though.
get something.
Give the man a hard time for just trying to do his job. Anyway,
That's funny. That's funny.
Sure. Clickety click.
So, click. I know. Is it clickety click or clickety
Where
clack?
did I get these things into my head from? It's like sky scribblers.
Uh-huh.
It's because
Stop
you
that.
can't use proper words, but if you use code words, it's all right. We have to have code names now. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Carol Ann is being very reassuring and letting Jesus know that we all adore him. So, just let him know not to stress over it by any means.
For money, yeah. Well,
Oh
it
boy.
must be something because cars and phones and us kind of people make things do crazy stuff. So
He's probably got
Right.
us playing while he's driving, and he's probably just chuckling right now. So,
yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. That was cool that he got to, hang out with us for over an hour. I think I don't know how long it was, but a good while. So that's always a treat to have
But he's
him
a
on
transporter,
Saturday.
isn't he? He's like,
for
in my
me.
head,
Yeah.
he's like the transporter that he takes things and people all over the place. So if I ever get to come to
Right.
America, I'll just land wherever he is, because then I'll know I'll be sorted going where I'm going. Jesus,
Right.
save me.
No, I know it's perfect what he does because he recently switched back to days. He was working nights,
Oh
but
yeah.
now he's back on days, which means he's going to have more and more, video to share. He has like a camera on his car,
Cool.
so I know he's
Yeah, I
going to
want him to tell me. You see, this new phone actually does things like that kind of time lapse. I've never done time lapse, but this sky, it's amazing. And the fact that I stay where the sky just crosses right over, it might be a bonus time to actually see if I can catch something. I've never done that with cameras before, but then I'm a poor girl at the
we should
moment.
do that.
So,
We should do that.
yeah.
I have to get a good view. I got to go up the street, but I do have a stand, so I could set it up and we should just try it and see.
Yeah, I'm
I
watching
never-
YouTube videos all the time where other people are out, taking a walk or riding their mountain bike or Sparks Motors, Heavy D and Diesel Dave and on their thing.
Yeah, I know they probably got their phones like this on their heads, like.
Well, they're always doing these drone shots, and they get some of the best sky captures, and they're out there in Utah mostly, and they come up to Montana and Idaho and drive. Actually, they're all over the country sometimes, depending on what they're buying and fixing up and selling and giving away. Great group of guys. And I'm always getting really good captures watching their videos. It's just like, okay, I'm going to watch this, and I get both. I get both at the same time. I get a sky show, and I get to watch those guys rebuild trucks and all kinds of cool stuff.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of there's a whole lot of different interesting groups that do drone footage. You
Yeah,
know, like
well,
for example, I always wanted to go to Orkney, but other people that I know have been to Orkney recently. But I googled something by accident and I found how they drone footage all
yeah.
across the ocean, and they look up at the sky. Oh my God, it
Most
was
you
amazing.
most serious YouTubers now, even Escape to Rural France. He's rebuilding his chateau. I watch his stuff every day, um, except on the weekends because he sometimes posts on Saturday, but rarely. And I watch his stuff, and most serious YouTubers use drone footage for half of their their cross back footage, in between what they're into. Some sawmills or gold mines or building this or building that or building the chalet or whatever the other stuff I'm watching. And a lot of these people are a lot of YouTubers are using drone shots, and it's something I wish we could of course go into, but don't let me touch
Mhm.
electronic equipment. But that's but you get there when you get big. But anyway, I don't know why
Yeah,
I went
because
there.
I seen one of Clava Cairns, and if you the way they did it, the young guys must have done it so that you could look from above it, and it actually looks like you can't decide if it's like a navel of the Earth or like an eye, or even like an egg, like inside an egg. It was really beautiful and profound the way they did it, and then they came up out of it, and then they stretched out over the whole place, and you could just see it all
Yeah.
stretched out
Well,
together, and beautiful. It's just amazing.
it's a huge transition in videography. It really is. That the drone footage
Mhm.
is unbelievable now, especially since the technology has become so heavily upgraded, especially now that it's being used in war as well. So we're going to
Yeah.
see a lot of really great technology come out of that, unfortunately and fortunately. Um, so yeah, it's a huge part of video making nowadays. On just about every YouTuber has a drone shot or a camera guy that does that for a living for them. So
Yeah, you're not
uh,
cool unless you're drone.
yeah,
Yeah.
well, there's a lot of really good stuff out there, and that's why once in a while I'll surf a couple of different YouTube sites just to see the sky.
Hmm. For
Yeah.
sure. Hmm.
Some I shared earlier on those clips. I don't know. Some of the better ones were on drones. I noticed the video I shared earlier of mini clips. I noticed some of the better ones were drones. So
Yeah, we're
I've
gonna
never
have to
tried.
upgrade to a drone,
I
guys.
know. I've never
Hmm.
tried. I've never even tried one. So I don't know. I'd like
Gee,
to
I
try it.
wonder. They
Maybe.
must be expensive as well, eh?
Oh
Because I
yeah,
mean, you need to have a
I'm
powerful
sure.
motor to keep it up there.
oh yeah, and then you got to have the headset and the eye gear and the
A
controller and
badass
all of that.
camera.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're
And
dropping a couple of $1,000s into a really good system. But and then
right.
don't crash it. My
Don't you
kids
have to
got a
get
little
a
tiny one
license?
that was like $40 or $50 for Christmas a couple years ago, and it didn't last but an hour.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it just has to get dropped on its head one time.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
they crashed it a couple of times, and that was the end of it.
Right.
Well, you kind of would, wouldn't you? Because you don't really know how the
Oh, it was a
thing
little
works at first.
oh, it was a little tiny thing that fit in the palm of your hand. It was small, but it was a little mini
Oh.
drone. I wanted to see where they would go with it, and of course, it was slightly expensive. But knowing that anything you get out of Walmart isn't necessarily going to last, so that's what happened to that. I don't even know where it is anymore. It's probably just trashed.
You have to put it back together again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I gave
yeah.
one as a gift last year, and I know it ended up the same way. I just,
Yeah, the
I
cheap ones don't last.
I could
You crash it
tell
a couple of
it
times, and
wouldn't
then
last.
unless you want to start buying new propellers and new arms and new, and
Yeah.
then and then before you
Carol
know
Ann says she's got her drone license. It's expensive, but fingers crossed that I'll catch something worthwhile in the sky. Can you
Oh,
imagine? Come on,
Carolyn,
Carol Ann, you can be our woman on the ground there.
I
Very
thought you had
cool.
to have a license to do. I couldn't, but I guess maybe a license for the bigger drones because
But
I know
she would
people got.
know, see, because her husband flew. He had a little airplane, so they know about things that fly. That you do have to
Oh,
have
yeah.
permission to go across things these days, because they can cause real bad accidents as well. I mean, Most of us live near somewhere that flies things, so
I'm surprised they haven't come up with some technology to protect the propellers better. Maybe
yeah,
that,
something for shock absorption. Yeah,
well, yeah, or even a micro cage around it so you don't break the blades as easy. But then I don't know how that would affect flight or not. Because even when people are catching those darn things and they drop down and they try to grab it out of the from dropping, like on a moving, like when you're they're flying a drone from a boat. I don't know who would do that because you're going to lose your drone in the water. But
for sure.
then they try to catch the darn things and then they get snapped up, with all the propellers,
Have to be submersible or something as well.
or they get stuck in somebody's hair. I was like, uh-oh. That'd be no fun.
Just got a picture in my head. Sorry.
You're like, ow, 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 ow.
I was like, that's because it's past 12 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm a little.
Well, you're probably
Sam is
your little battery's
operating.
going like that now, Sam, because you've been up for like how long? Bad
Well,
I was
boy.
gonna say he's operating on, I know,
Adrenaline.
little sleep.
Fumes, man.
He didn't go to bed till the sun came up this morning.
Yeah, and then I got to get up and do the normal.
And then
Probably slept with
I
his
was-
one leg out of bed.
I was wondering if you were getting my invites, because I usually invite like 30 minutes prior.
Well,
And
I was
like,
prior. Yeah, I was drinking coffee trying to get awake, and I was sitting out in the living room. I was catching up on the news and
Yeah.
trying to slam a quick 2 cups of coffee before I even
you just barely
turned the
woke up.
computer on.
Well,
Yeah.
he woke me up this morning with that song, and the dog and the cats heard it, and they were like, right, time to get up and
Yeah.
eat. So that was like 2.5 hours before they usually get up, and I thought, oh no. So I
Wow.
got up, fed everyone, went back to bed, and then the bell rang twice, and it was the poor lady trying to take me to the shop. She's like, right, it's past 10. I said, but I said to you, don't come until after 11. I'll be unconscious until, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh, I definitely threw a wrench
Trauma.
in my time schedule. That's for sure. Right? And I don't
Well,
know
it's
why I kept going.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, well, that was part of it. I just kept going and I kept posting and then kept sharing music all night long for everybody. I'm sure somebody out there realizes, oh, that's why I got the song from him. Yeah,
20 songs. Like, we've all got these songs now. We've all got
I
music
got
lists.
songs too. Yeah, I got songs too.
Well, the
Oh
spooky thing
boy.
is I had the volume pretty turned up, and I was wondering how the girls even slept through it, and they didn't complain about it today. So I guess I got away with it.
I think they're kind of used to us by now. They probably sleep through anything.
Yeah, ignore him. He's in there doing his weird thing.
He's doing his dad stuff again.
Yeah, he's off in the cave, in the computer cave, doing his dad stuff. Of course, that's what they do when they go into their teenager cave and want to play video games all the time. And I have to constantly say, no, you played enough.
Down in the back cave, man.
Yeah.
So,
Anyway.
Yeah, I wonder what it's doing out there in the sky just now, but it is so cold. It is cold.
Oh, it is
out
there.
there.
Oh,
It's like zero. It's dropped. It says that it might go past 0 into -1 or something like that. But because when we were coming back from Inverness, they put out the ice things that says, oh, ice. I'm like, oh, shit. Oops.
So 0 Celsius is what Fahrenheit, Sam?
What is that? Yeah.
Oh, I could look it up real fast. It's around 32. It's around where we
That's what I was wondering. Let's see. Yeah, you're right. 32.
I have
according to
Google.
32.
32.
Is it cold?
Oh,
Is that
are you
cold? Is that typically cold yet?
Yeah, it's freezing here. It's cold enough to freeze water into ice. Right.
Yeah. And
Yeah, no, you can see me gliding on my nice little e-bike.
It's not an easy thing to figure Celsius by your head into Fahrenheit. That's why you literally have to almost always look it up. Because every time I think I got it down in my head, I don't. So I always use the computer to tell me what, because, like 40 degrees Celsius is really, really hot. So.
Carol Ann was always instantly telling me what it was because I would always ask her when I was in South Africa and here. And she was always like, oh, no, it's this, it's that. It's like, okay. How do you figure that stuff out? She's like, well, she was a high school teacher, so she knows all those things.
Well, I have still yet to figure out the conversion table on that. And I'm probably, over complicating it, which is why I don't understand it, and it is also easier to use the computer to just look it up. and let it do
Right.
the thinking
Right.
for you.
I back in the
So
day.
who's that
we
says
had-
that's like Katie Jo says it's freezing? Is she cold too? Where's Katie Jo?
I think she is saying that yes, 32 is freezing.
Yeah, it's
point.
freezing.
Yeah.
Where is Katie Jo? I've seen her already before too.
I don't remember. Tell us where you're from, Katie. I don't remember. I know we've asked her before. Hmm. I'm like trying to even just take a guess, and I'm like, I don't know if it's the South. Just on her name, it sounds like a name from the South to me. We'll see. We'll find out. It's like double names are like very South U.S. standard. You know, my mom was a double name, Ruth Mary.
Yeah, everybody seems to have
Yeah.
very posh double names down south in y'all's big country.
And y'all's
Y'all's big
right.
country.
That's
Because I kept seeing y'all for the last 3 days up on, you get that bar across the top of Messenger, and now everybody can put wee messages on top of it as well, just to make it even worse. It's got all these wee letters on it. And all the Americans were going, Thanksgiving, y'all. Thanksgiving, y'all.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh my God.
I saw that.
Y'all's. Oh, y'all's.
Oh yeah, y'all. We all say that. I'm
On
sure.
y'all's. You guys say y'all like we say we,
I'm sure
I guess.
did without thinking about it though.
Oh,
You
we have
guys
our
say y'all.
we have our quirks in Montana. We still say howdy.
You say howdy or aloha.
Well,
Yeah.
aloha is for Montana Skywatcher. Yeah, but
Yeah, that was unique. Aloha.
well, years ago they had a tourist commercial series that they ran in Montana, and it was it actually did say aloha from tropical Montana. But I always it was like this billboard poster thing where they put it in magazines and stuff, and a little bit on TV and here and there. But I always say it because I've always expected the transition of weather because of, due to climate change and the Nibiru passing and everything, and that's why I say aloha from tropical Montana, meaning the double entendre, whatever, and also we're up here half the time and it's just freezing our asses off, so it's sort of wishful thinking at the same time.
Well, Lindsay eventually started saying it to me when I came here as well. It's like aloha from tropical Nairn, because we ended up being very much more warmer recently.
Right.
Drier and warmer, if we noticed, because we were always in this microclimate where everybody would get like really wet or really snowed on, and we'd be like la la la, that we came out of bubble and went, oh, like stuff. When you got to just past Nairn and it was Inverness, it's like a cut off point. Like like that there's a series called The Dome, and you'd be under the dome. Oh, don't even start on domes, but yeah, the dome. And then
I watched it for a little bit, a season, I think.
Was it only a season?
It's cold here now too, because my computer's telling me it's 28 degrees Fahrenheit outside.
Okay.
Dipping, because they said to us it would dip very rapidly suddenly by 5 at least.
Well, we are expecting the storms and stuff to go down past us here and hit your area down there in Oklahoma, Rebecca. And Colorado got snow yesterday or today. So, and they're a little bit going into Kansas and stuff, and then it's going to head all the way up to Chicago.
Iceland said they had snow, but I don't know about us. I think we've seen snow. Must have seen snow, and it wasn't this week, last week maybe, because there were still white patches up on the ones past the Black Isle when we went to Inverness. So I think I seen a hint of snow, but I'm not sure. I think we were quite high up, so that's why I seen it.
Katie Jo said she's in New Jersey and it's 32 degrees. That's freezing there too.
Yeah,
it's 51 where I am. Pretty mild, really. Not bad.
They're gonna have some fun weather on the West Coast this year. It should be like I warned last show and probably one before. It's like buy snow tires. You're gonna need them, because they're gonna have there's gonna be a lake effect event as well after this, literally, but until like the 4th, and there's gonna be a whole bunch of lake effect snow coming off the Great Lakes. So be prepared for that. It's all gonna be fun.
Yeah, I've never seen tires with things on so that they could hold on to the snow. I've never
Yeah.
seen stuff like
static
this.
snow
I'm like,
tires and chains up here. If you want to go through any of the passes, pretty much, probably from now on, this time of year for the rest of the till spring, most
I
of the
remember the
passes are gonna need
first person talked about that was Nancy when she was riding down from Alaska back into America. When I first started to know all you guys, then Nancy started talking about her amazing travels with her car. She just is amazing. I could never dream that a lady could drive all alone, just her and her dog and all her stuff. And she was amazing. She's still super amazing. And
Is
brave,
she?
brave.
What was she riding? What was she driving? You
one
said
of those
riding
big
or
badass silver things that I always dreamed of getting into with her, but now she's gone and got another one. She actually had an accident and gone into a farmer's field, but she got
in
another
there?
one, another
Uh-huh.
big fat ass car that also looks super amazing. So, but she's still doing it. People, I think the
Or
women
motors?
over there are just hardcore ladies. They just are. They're like settlers or something. The settlers, like you guys.
Right.
I always
Yeah.
imagine you all on great big wagons and stuff.
Oh my
And
word. That's great.
yeah,
Oh,
you look
I
with
picture
these
you
long
all
dresses and hats.
Along the
right.
Oregon Trail.
No,
Yeah,
the same goes for where you're at. You just get this image of what the movies give you. It's pretty funny, really, because
I
and
know.
in the end, it's pretty much all the same when you start comparing. And you see how people's houses there look, and I don't know. That's what I've noticed, at least, that a lot of the housing looks the same in Germany as it does down the street. You know.
Yeah, it's amazing how they moved the architecture from one place and picked it up almost lock, stock, and barrel, and then just went and
Yes.
recreated it
Right. It's
somewhere
very
else. Like
similar
crazy,
houses.
incredible.
Right.
But another friend that I have was talking about how Britain had its influenced so many different places, but initially to help create transport systems in other countries, because one of their major gifts to the rest of the planet was trains and train tracks, because you could never import all things like what's needed for steel, for example, and gold have to get from places like Africa, and they would never have been able to sell their stuff had it not been for other countries like that went in and helped develop the infrastructure to move things around this planet. But then, of course, archaeology tells us that they had super other technologies that just kind of levitated stuff by frequency and sound. And we're only starting to imagine the potential of what used to be here. And now we're starting to think, wow, there's so many different things we could still yet discover, rediscover, because there's nothing new under the sun either. Well, now we've got two suns,
That's
so
good.
there's plenty of things. Anyway, I'm just getting
Yeah.
into one of them zones where I start thinking things. Uh-oh.
No, I mean, I'm always fascinated by watching things like, shows about that, technologies that don't exist any longer, things as
Mm.
recent as 100 years ago, pretty recent, really, that we don't have the ability to do any longer. I don't know.
Isn't
It's
it
taken away
mental? I
from
mean, just
us.
look how big those stones were, those great big
Right.
rectangular stones that they created. And was there big in it?
I
Was there
mean, they
big
had
people? Like, oh,
well,
like I can
right.
just go on for ages thinking about all those things
It has
because,
to be. It has to
yeah.
be
Well,
way
if you
older
have
than what they tell us. It
if you
has
have
to be that.
2,000 guys pulling on a lot of rope, you can move a lot of stuff. But they still don't really know how they move those 100-ton stones, and they're
Frequency and harmonics, because I mean,
yeah.
that dude Michael Tellinger, who is studying sound and harmonics in Africa, he says that there's gold mines and things that they've discovered since they found Adam's calendar in Zimbabwe. I started reading and looking at all these things, and they all link up, all these places, like straight lines all across the planet. And that's only because they must have seen our planet from up, you know, from space, and then connected all the lines and
Nazca lines and all that. Yeah.
yeah, it's just so incredible. I
Oh yeah.
mean,
You know, stuff that can only be seen from space and drawn by somebody that, you know, that you would take an entire population of a region to build.
hmm.
You know, so yeah, there's a lot of stuff. You know, then of course there was, I believe there were other societies that we don't know about that were, you know, skipped over by history or just, you know, snuck under the dust and nobody knew about it, or nobody
Or
lived
maybe they
on them.
got trashed in one of the passings, and
Yeah, yeah, right. You know, 4,000, 3,000 years ago, 3,654 years ago. And then, you know, that's a lot of where I choose to try and remember, you know, the 1650 to 1750 BC date, and use the comparatives in these archaeological studies and in the tales of Samaria or the Egyptian dynasties, or even northern Germanic tribes or the Pict warriors in the Scotland region and all of that. And I try to take that timeline into account. And it shows in a lot of ways that there is that disruption in time at that period where society drastically changed for a lot of them. It's even spoken of in the Egyptian dynasties, where they had a series of climatary changes that did end up ruining and breaking the overall single rule of Egypt into many smaller kingdoms and factions because of climate change and drought and devastation. So,
yeah, but did that happen because they say that if you look at, say, the Sinai from space and that, it looks like they had nuclear wars there. Like
well, yeah,
there's great big
they
craters and
believe
things.
there are in 2 or 3 places around the earth that there's examples of radioactive material in a large, what they believe was a nuclear event. Boy, there's a new squeak.
I'm
Uh,
sorry, it's a doggy. He's got her,
I got
he's
a little
got
baby toy.
a toy.
uh,
Eh? Okay, I was like, what is making that sound? Sounded like some piece
Who's
of wood. Ah, a squeaky toy.
a Thanksgiving sweet corn.
Ah,
Sorry, it's
no
for
worries.
his jaws. It's either that or he's going to eat me, or he's going to want to eat his chewies, and he can't have those. He's going to be up all night, if you know what I mean.
I was also watching some information recently where they're actually, you know, talking, finally admitting of the giant population,
Oh
and
yeah,
they
those are
they have
incredible.
they have a huge discovery of this giant skeleton that they're going around, and the skeleton of the giant has a giant, huge snake wrapped around it. So the snake bit him. He died of the poison, but he killed the snake at the same time. And so him and the snake are being excavated together. And here's this massive skeleton of this snake, and around the massive skeleton of this 18, 15-foot tall giant guy. And it's
Can you
really cool.
imagine?
They're
So
actually,
would that have been one of the Nephilim guys? Do you suppose?
well, I believe that the occupants of the other planets are probably much larger than we are because of their size of their planet alone. And their atmosphere may be highly more pressure, you know, barometric pressure might be much completely different than ours. Um, so it's entirely possible. And I believe that the giants were introduced to the earth during the ice age so they could continue the commodity collections that are much greatly needed to the society of the secondary solar system.
So I
So
wonder if they were big on Mars as well, because they said there was there's also evidence of ruins on Mars. The Cydonia region is like
yeah,
the Egyptian region here on
that,
Earth.
that's another entire can of worms by itself right there. Um, yeah, I don't have a lot of Martian information. I haven't done a lot of study on it. I know that at one point in time the atmosphere was burned off, and we do believe that, you know, the crater or the canale were
Mhm.
formed by electrical discharge patterns. You know, but then we're going to jump into all this. Oh, it's the Grand Canyon, blah 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 blah, and then there's evidence of that all over the earth as well. So, you know, that's a whole nother topic of conversation that I don't have the energy for.
I know there's so many. Suddenly I just get a surge and start remembering all these things that
Oh yeah, you know, and then of course a lot of it's supposition and talk, and
I know.
there's not a
It's
lot of
nice.
science
It would be a
behind
nice story. Some of that stuff would be just so, yeah, cool, man. Can just imagine them giant pyramid ships coming down, like, you know. Or maybe you don't want to.
watching Stargate again, huh? Yeah,
Sorry, yeah, I love Stargate. What can I tell you?
it's a really good movie, really, really well made movie, and the Stargate series that went on afterwards was very well done, and they didn't run out of stuff to do in it, so that's good. And
Yeah, because they went into something called Stargate Universe, and then they did Stargate Atlantis, and
and then I remember that now. Yeah, I had forgotten about that.
Mhm.
And that was a really good series, and they had plenty of ammo to that storyline. So,
oh, for sure.
and
That was my favorite one, I must admit, because the Scottish guy in it sat in the magic seat, and he got was it him that got the magic blood? No, it was the other guy, the American guy. He got the magic blood, or they said some bloodline. But this is clever as well, because they weave everything into our story so that it's actually in our psyche already, so that maybe by the time things do happen and they do show up to stay here with whoever's still here, we'll all have little pieces of the puzzle all just naturally inside our heads and go, oh, well, yes, of course. I remember that from when I was a girl. Oh, this would be me being a girl right now.
A Facebook user is asking, how long is this going to be? I think we're probably going to wrap it up at the 5-hour mark. So
are we making somebody else tired?
Well, I am getting very tired. I'm sitting here, listening.
Well,
and
looking down. I mean,
we're still okay tonight as girls, and now poor Sam's like,
right. But no, Sam, we covered everything that I had prepared, so we can end it at any time if you want to go.
All right,
rest.
No worries.
Well, I'm fine for now. I was just figuring we'd round it off and be aware of
do that
20 minutes or so. And
okay. Also, I was going to say hi to Mark. Mark's in the house, so AKA the Irish Mystery Hour podcast.
He's probably high on adrenaline. He was watching a sporting event, and he's really wired now because he was so excited. He told us about it. Hi, Mark.
That's what he said. So it's like, what time? Let's see about.
Goofball.
What time is it there, Gillian? What time is it for you?
It is now 41 minutes past 12.
I think it's the same time for him. I don't know.
Should be.
I think you guys are the same, right? I think. Mm-hmm. Okay. So it's not too terribly late. I mean,
no, because South Africa is 2 hours ahead, and I think Iceland is either the same or an hour behind.
Ah! My head is spinning. I can't even imagine.
What happened? What?
South Africa to Iceland. See, now he's got us all wired up and hyperactive, and now he's like. So what happens when you try to stay awake for 48 hours?
Every once in a while, I do stretch and burn the candle at both ends and pay for it.
Here, I've got a message where you can keep him. You can babysit him for the night.
Oh my gosh, that big baby! Look at him. How old is he?
He's 17 weeks now.
Is that it? Oh my!
Foot warmer.
He's a baby.
He ain't no baby. He's going to get his first groom on the 1st.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. He doesn't know what's coming his way. I don't want them to chop the curly bit off his tail because he kind of looks like a baby with these curls, but he's anything but a baby now. He's busy trying to chase the cats and go, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, play. And they're like,
Yeah. I'm happy they get along with, like they seem to take to each other real easily,
They just kind of hang out like that on the counter and kind of watch him, and then he jumps up and one goes, but she doesn't really mean it because her claws are not out. She's just like, get off, you. Get off.
Yeah.
This is where my bowl is. Because he's like a hoover. But he's morphing into something. He grows an inch every time he sleeps.
Right. They do. They grow fast. See, I just have cats, but I
How
can
many
tell
have you
you
got?
that five, 5 cats. I know.
Five. I haven't got to that
Um,
point yet. If
yeah,
I see
my
something helpless, of course, you know.
I know. Well, see, I used to live in these apartments that had a lot of strays, and there was this cat that we ended up calling her Moocher. She's a stray cat, but she was a moocher. She would just show up and eat and then leave, right? Well, one night, Moocher showed up with kittens, and
Oh,
that's what kicked it all off, and then not to mention, but there was also other stray cats, but we got attached to the kittens, of course, and so that's how we started. Like two of the cats that we have now are direct descendants of Moocher. They're babies of Moocher. You see what I'm saying? And then they had kittens, so we kept there 2 or 3 of those. So anyway, so that's how that happened. But altogether, I was feeding at one time about 17 cats at those
yeah. I was
apartments.
going to say
Uh-huh.
that. Yeah, we got to the point we had 16, and we had 3 big ones, and 2 of them had
That's
babies.
funny.
And then we had to move like a few days later. So I thought my brother was going to have an absolute meltdown when he came to fetch us from the one side of Cape Town to move to the other side of Cape Town, because then I still had 9 fish in a jar and the 2 dogs, I think. Maybe 1 dog. No, I don't think we had dogs in. Sorry, I lie. It was cats.
Right, right, right. And yes,
Yeah, but
Carol
we've
Ann,
always had animals, you know.
I know. I mean, Carol Ann is right. They're all fixed and well taken care of and happy. And, yes, we spend more money on them than
I
we
was going to mention
probably
that part. Yeah.
should. Yeah. I mean, it is expensive. So we go
Mm.
without really because of it. But they're like our family now. I can't imagine. I don't want any more. I don't want to keep collecting cats. I got a lifetime supply. I'll do good
I just
with.
got them all there right now. Yeah.
I know. I mean, yeah, I don't want to continue because I mean, they could live, 10 more years. I don't
Yeah,
know.
we
We'll
lost
see.
one of our cats last year, and it was a really
Yeah, your baby.
sad affair.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah.
drove me crazy. And he was a long hair Mancoon, and he was black and white, and he was just an awesome cat. And he wanted to live in my lap at all times. And morning to night, if I was in bed, he'd be crying, climbing on my feet, and if I'd get up, then he'd be wanting to be in. And he was an absolute pain in the butt. And then he got so deathly old and he was howling, and it was
Oh,
horrible.
that was the sickly one, the pervy
But
cat.
no,
Yeah.
that wasn't the sickly one. That was the one that was healthy. He just got so
Oh.
old that we had to actually take him into the vet and have him put to sleep and it was horrible. It was horrible. And it was the sad, and he was such a pain in the butt. Now I deeply miss him because of it. It was sort of like the whole everything changed. It was like the whole routine was no longer as huge of a workload as it was because he was sick all over the place.
You don't realize how much you put into them until maybe they're not there anymore, and then you're like, what do I do with this time now? Because this was this animal's time that I did this stuff for them.
Oh, and you walk across the room and you expect to have a cat under your feet, so you do that little special dance. And then when you're not doing that, I'm going to fall over the top of you dance, you kind of go, hey, where's the cat? Because you're so used to doing it. And he was always there. And now, of course, Nova's cat Rosabelle is, of course, trying to be on my lap more, and I'm really allergic to her. Whereas the black and white long hair was not as uncomfortable, although, it was, itchy eyes and a little bit of stuff. But when she's around me, I sneeze and cough, can't breathe and all of that. So there's a difference to cats. But anyway.
Apparently dark cats. Dark cats. Yeah. Dark cats apparently cause sensitive people to be sick with them.
What do you mean? Dark cats, like black
dark
cats?
Ones, black ones, because Lindsay, when I got the girls, her young son had actually gone and got a black cat he had seen on the internet that he wanted to buy with his money. So that's how they came to having Spooky. And then in the fullness of time, Spooky fell in love with a cat from across the street, shall we say. And the next thing you know, there was the 3 babies. And then on times when she does come to visit me, she says she always feels it in her eyes. But when she had the babies there and the babies were sleeping in her bed, she would always know because she would fill up and she would scream literally with being allergic to them. And somebody told her it's black cats with a
Well, yeah,
black fur.
well, they have a
Wow.
lot of dandruff, and the short hairs are, of course, highly more dandruff reactive than the long hairs because the longer hair cats keep the dandruff in the longer hair better, and it drops down rather than floating away. So yeah, that if I bend over to feed the short-haired calico Rosabelle, then I end up literally my eyes are burning, and she came by me first thing this morning next to my feet, and my eyes were burning right away. I mean, within seconds. It's just like,
So there
oh,
you go. There's the evidence right there, Rebecca.
yeah, here
People
comes your pig pen storm of
hypersensitive.
dandruff.
Yeah.
Yeah, cat
Yeah,
dandruff.
we have one of our cats is black, just solid black, top to bottom, everywhere. Her nose, everything. It's she's really pretty. And then
Oh, speaking of
two
cats, sorry,
what?
I did send you that cat picture. It's in your PM. Okay, that I'm going to use
Which
the force
cat
on you.
picture?
The
Oh,
one,
Oh yeah,
yeah, I
that
saw
one is
that.
so
Okay.
cute.
Yeah,
yeah,
okay. Now
I
I
did post it.
understand.
I sent
Yeah,
it to you the
okay.
other day.
Cool. Thank you.
Well,
Yes.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite
Um,
pictures. I need to
I
find it
know,
again.
I
That
know. I
one.
asked him to do that. I asked him
I
to send
have
that
to
to
admit, I
me.
did steal it off the internet, and I'm
You need to
somebody.
put a
Cute.
Santa hat on it, man. You need to put a Santa hat on that thing.
There you go.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, he's already got a hat that almost makes him look like one of the Ewoks, and that's what gathered
I'm
my,
gonna get his
I'm
picture
going to
real
use the
quick.
force on you thing.
Well, my dog looks like an Ewok. We need to get a picture for him too. He needs a Santa hat for Christmas.
Oh, those things. Yeah, we bought a bunch of those, and when the kids are little, and every year I find them in the bottom of the box, and I try to hand them to the kids, and they give me a dirty look, going, "I'm not putting that on." It's like, okay, never
Get
mind.
away from me. I was like, go
Yeah,
away,
well,
Daddy.
they're not little kids anymore, and the Christmas
No.
thing has changed, and I'm of course going to continue
Yeah.
with the Santa Claus speech that they say, Dad, come on, and they were so mad at me when they found out that Santa wasn't real. Oh boy, it was my fault. How
Your
can you
fault.
lie to us and con us about this fictitious person that isn't real? And
Yeah.
we know you moved the elf on the shelf. We saw you. I was like, okay.
Yeah, you're busted. I don't really remember how I found out, other than just finding presents that my mom had hidden. I'd hide. She'd hide it, and I'd find it. So I knew something was not right.
Oh, I never went
But
looking because I didn't want to ruin it. I
Us
never wanted
girls
to
are not like that, are we, Rebecca? You always go into a cupboard. You're like, I wonder if Mommy's got something I can wear to
I'm
this thing
thinking,
I'm
was
going
it
to.
accident? Was it accidental? Here it is. Here it is.
Mm.
There it is.
And there it is. The offending kitty. I mean, look at those eyes.
And I
I'll
had a
use the
cat that
force
stood
on
up
you.
like that. I had a cat, a standing cat. I had multiple, actually, all the cats that I took care of. So multiple, and they only did it when they were younger, and then they got older and they quit standing up. But they were adorable when they would do that. So I don't know what makes them do that. It's pretty funny.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I think we're all really attracted to that one. It is
I
just
know.
really.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, gotta get the subscribers and the likers and somehow,
Got to make people look. Yeah.
We will use the force on you.
And then you get the trolls going.
Oh yeah, well yeah. Well, if we give them bait every time they see any of our material. Period.
Oh, they'll be chewing stuff tonight, won't they? They're chewing pillows now, boy.
I get to the point where I just ignore them.
No.
Same. I never listen to their videos. Like, I really don't. So I just don't want it, in my
I'll pop in once in a
process,
while
really.
if I save a copy of it, the link or something. I don't go intentionally look them up on purpose, and then I don't want to add to them getting any likes at all. So I mean, or
Yeah, why should they get more likes than us?
Yeah, I'm not going to give them a view count.
Give them your likes, they're important. Oh.
Okay,
Oh.
I'm gonna send this little video. It's like 20 seconds to the computer, but this was, I think, last week after one of the shows. I don't know which one it was, Saturday or Tuesday, but you'll see in a second. This is like, I don't know, minutes after the show ended. You'll see. Hang on.
All right.
Hang on. I gotta get it from my Dropbox. Speaking of cats, you'll see what I mean. This is normal.
Oh, I thought we were going to get a sky scene.
No.
No.
We're talking about cats now. It's cats.
Oh, we're on cats. Okay.
Oh, yeah, we haven't got any spaceships now. Oh, bummer.
Yeah,
So maybe we get a space cat.
I did post that triangle craft on that same PM that I sent you something on earlier. So both
You're a
you-
space cat.
not spacecraft, not space cat.
Oh, come on.
Okay, check it again.
Okay, good to go. Let's see.
I just wished I was one of my cats was not in the picture video. It's a video. I just regret her not being here because otherwise it was pretty perfect, and I couldn't have staged it if I tried.
Oh, sometimes they do things and you like, I could never have made this up, man.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see if this is it.
Good night, Carol Ann.
Oh, night, shall we?
Night, Carolyn. Thanks for being here. Sorry, I hype it up and then it's like stalling. Nope.
Hurry up and wait.
I mean it. I shouldn't have said anything, but okay. Keep checking it.
I've got little black bodies skulking around here, looking for the dog.
Because you have two black cats, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And what are their names?
Stella and Grace.
Stella and Grace.
Hmm.
They sound.
Ooh,
They
there's a
sound
choo-choo
classy.
train. Well, so that was a big long train for 12 o'clock at night. Oh,
Okay.
you must not have had enough trains today. That was a monster one.
Can almost hear it.
Could you almost hear it?
Yeah, I heard a woo up in the distance.
Yeah, well, I think sometimes if it rains a lot, then they set or cancel one or two, and then they put on like a last Mondo one, and then it either goes to Aberdeen or Inverness.
Okay, this has to be
Puppy, where are you going? Oh, terrorist.
it. Oh, it is it. It is it. Okay, good. I got it.
Geo. Yay.
Just title it.
Leave the cats. Good idea, sleep.
Oh, you know what I did? Okay, it's all right. I know you all won't care. Just hold up. I think I accidentally slowed it down. I don't know why. I didn't mean to, but anyway, you'll get the idea. Okay, it slowed down. I didn't. Okay. Cats. Here it comes. There they are. There's Princess.
Oh my goodness.
There's
Look at them all.
Skinny and Brina and Diana.
They look like they're supermodels, like posing.
I know. It was just the lighting was all their princesses, and yeah, she's
All
the star of
hanging
the
out around the
show.
warm equipment.
Yeah, you could tell they ever since I put the lights in here like that, they love hanging out in here now. Like in my chair.
They're funny
here.
things. It's like they know where you zone out yourself. Like, oh, that's Mom's pad in
Right.
there. Yeah, I'm
Right.
going to go hang in there, man. See what I can
Yeah.
chew on.
Grays. Yeah, I got 3 grays. 2 are solid with a little white patch on their belly, and then 1 gray tabby, and then a black one and a and a calico. So, and see, Princess, the calico, she is granddaughter of Moocher, and Moocher was solid gray. So that's,
So it looks like you're into grays. I've got the 2 black ones, and then the golden,
yeah.
the golden monster here that's like a rookie.
We're missing one of the cats in the video, and she's solid gray. So, yeah.
They look like smooth hair ones. Smooth hair ones.
They are. So, but there are little kids, I guess. So,
Yep.
So I don't have grandchildren, so I have cats. Yeah.
Oh, that's all right. I don't have kids, so I have cats and a dog. So
right.
Apparently, I wasn't meant to have them either, but whatever.
Ladies, I'm going to go because the kids are talking some food here.
Okay, Sam.
So
okay.
All right.
Cool.
Time to go dig out some more foodies.
I will talk to you all very soon.
Okay,
thank you everybody for listening, and I'm going to take a quick dash out. Please take care. Drive careful. Happy past Thanksgiving, and enjoy.
Definitely try and sleep tonight, Sam.
Yeah, well, I'm going to
get some
it'll
rest.
happen very soon.
He'll be watch him be up all night on Facebook. We'll see.
Nope, won't happen.
Posting songs again.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Bye.
Oh, cool. Well, now it's us.
Yep.
I guess we'll go ahead and end it. I feel like we've covered
everything.
Everything. When we're down to talking about our cats, we've covered everything. So
yeah, we've gone right off the topic of planet stuff.
Gosh. We could have a cat podcast. We could do that on the side.
Kitty cat.
We have free time. We could just talk about our cats.
There's a whole bunch of us with cats anyway, isn't there?
I know. Yeah, I noticed that. There's a lot of cat lovers in our
familiars
mix. Yeah. So, yeah, I do have a cat page if anybody's interested. It's Feline Followers Anonymous. Not very many people even know it exists. I think the whole group only has like 20 people in it. But not that it's private. It's just, I don't know. But we share funny cat videos if you like that kind of thing. So,
well, this lot are breaking out into the zoomies. They must have realized we were talking about cats. They've broken out into zoomies now.
Zoomies, yeah.
Yeah, zoomies.
Oh, Third Eye
one
says he loves cats as well.
Stella likes to sort of vault up the door frames because they're nice and woody. Like she just kind of levitates right up like that and then kind of slides down.
Do your cats where did they have I don't know, where do they sleep? In your bed or on the couch? I just wondered.
They've got a cat. They've got cat frames.
Cat bed.
Those cat trees with the beds in?
Yeah.
And I've got a couple of places that I made into cat beds. And they just kind of hang out there.
They got a site online. I don't know if you have Temu or not, but they have some cat beds for good price. I think I'm going to pick up a couple because they would love, I think it's like a little cave, you crawl into it.
Yeah, I tried to get kitty caves, but mine didn't seem to go for that. They seem to like being up. Like this one is climbing the walls again. Wait. Stop it. Probably wants more food. Like, oh, mommy's still awake past 12. I want one of them sachets again.
That's my cats all the time. I mean, there are days where I figure they eat more than I ever ate,
Yeah, I know. It's like you're always feeding them like, right, well, you're still up after 3 hours. Best you be giving me one of them sachets again, Mom. And you can't give them, and you shouldn't be up past your time because they think it's time to eat again.
Yeah, I think they just do it out of boredom, like people. I really do. They watch us, and I'm trying to find the link. Someone asked for the link. I'm thinking to the
Feline
cat group
followers.
and the Facebook. So yes, I will if I could find. I think I'm just going to post a actual link. Yeah, we'll just do this. So I'm going to share it in the comment section for the cat group. This is going to Facebook, and if you all want to join our cat group, you come on over. Might as well. Let's see.
Oh, Third Eye Cam has cats. Yep, we all have kitty
Okay.
cats.
So there's
here.
a link that it gets you to the cat group.
Oh my God, it's 1 a.m. now.
Oh my gosh. I see that's how the show for Tuesday nights usually would go to 1. Last week it went till 2 a.m. But now that Jesus is working days, he's going to bed early. So we're moving the whole show up to 6 his time, 7 my time. So what I'm trying to say is no more like late night shows for me, really, like midnight shows. It sounds, I doubt we'll go that late, So like right now it is 7. I still got some evening to my, left. So
Well, it's like,
yeah.
I'll be still sleeping for a while tomorrow. Well, it is Sunday tomorrow, so yeah. Well,
yeah. Well, at least you can sleep in. That'd be good. So, all right, good. She said they'll join if they can. Okay, let me know if you can. We'll figure it out. So,
Mr.
okay.
Meowby.
We're gonna go ahead and end the show here, everybody. So,
all righty. Nice to chit and chat and
hanging out. Yeah, thanks for joining
chittering
us.
about our kitties too.
We'll be back Tuesday with Jesus and Sam, and I'm working on a guest. We'll see if that pans out. And so Tuesday, 7 p.m. Central. So I hope you can make it there. And again, thanks for being here. And y'all take care and have a good evening. And thank you, Gillian.
Pleasure and good night. Sleep well.
See you later.
Well, once you get there.
Right.
Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you so
Bye,
much.
everybody.